Due to the king's order, the third castle was currently going through a difficult situation for more reasons than one. Their leader had just been killed, yet they weren't granted any time to grieve for those who cared for the leader, and at the same time, there were vampires from other families taking advantage of the situation. Disputes between families were quite common, so vampires were a proud bunch. They would often compare the strength of each of the families. Once in a while this competition would go too far and result in fighting between the two families. If it got too big, the leaders themselves would have to sort it out, but the castle had no such leader at the moment. It was the same reason why the 10th family had been treated the way they had been for so long. For as long as they lacked a new leader, it would be a vulnerable time for them. Inside the castle, in one of the grand dining halls, the late third leader's vampire knights, May and Verth, were going through the candidates to succeed her. The woman and man paced back and forth, their foreheads wrinkled deep in thought. Meanwhile, sitting in the vacant throne meant for the leader, was a young-looking woman with long black hair and a doll-like dress, holding a brown bear in her hand. It was a strange sight because, although she looked very young, it was clear that the one holding the bear should have long been over that age. "Annie, there's no helping it. Nobody but you can take this position. I know it's a little early, but Susan has been preparing you to take over for a long time already," May shouted. Annie held onto the bear tightly, and her legs were shaking up and down while also biting her fingernails. It was clear she was afraid. "You don't need to do any of the work. We can cover for that, but right now the third family needs someone to step up, so we'll have order." Verth agreed with his female companion. "It's not about being ready or not," Annie eventually replied in a shaky voice. "If I take that place. No, it's probably true for whoever takes the leader role. I'm afraid that whoever killed Mother will come after me." The two vampire knights didn't expect this, that they would ever need to convince someone to take the leader position. To the normal vampire folk, it was a position they could only dream of. Being in charge of an entire family, becoming one of the most respected members of their society. "If you just need a leader, then why can't one of you take the seat?" Annie crossed her arms and pouted. The two of them gulped when they thought of this. A shiver ran down them as they remembered Susan's body on that wall. "Titch, that's because we can't. We're knights, after all. As her daughter, it's only right for you to succeed her." May eventually put together an explanation. However, Annie may have been naive, but she wasn't stupid. Although it was going against their etiquette, it wasn't exactly taboo either. Especially in their current time, when the first family was being led by their former knight Kaz, and the council had even granted Silver special permission to take over as leader if anything was to happen to the 13th leader. It was practically guaranteed that as long as one of them would come forward, that due to the circumstances their request to fill in would be granted. Yet, neither one of them wanted to admit it once the idea of them actually taking over was placed. I'm scared out of my mind. I know what the right thing to do is, but I just can't." Annie cried out in defiance. "And so you should be," a voice said from inside the room, dark shadows surrounding him. The two knights, the moment they saw who it was, were now shaking more than ever and almost fell to the floor. "Arthur," May mumbled. The two of them had only seen his figure once before. The Punishers had been abolished by the time they took over, but they were sure of it. This was the same vampire they had seen at Fex's execution. Lifting both his hands up, the two knights, still unable to move, were suddenly sucked into a deep dark shadow, vanishing in seconds. Annie, seeing this, had no clue where they had gone, and she didn't dare move, too afraid that she would follow them if she angered the intruder. "Let's keep the two of them out of our conversation, shall we?" Arthur suggested with a smile as he walked over. His entire body was covered in dark clothing. He wasn't wearing the blood armor, nor did he carry his trademark sword on his back. Were it not for May calling out his name, Annie might not have even known who he was. "Annie, you seem too young to have been born when I entered my sleep, but you might have already been born when all the other Punishers left this world. I am now unable to ask your mother these questions, so it falls on you," Arthur proclaimed as he came forward. "Does that mean he couldn't torture the information out of my mother?" Annie wondered, swallowing hard. Usually leaders had pride. They wouldn't let fear take over, and they would rather die fighting than to submit to the one threatening their death. However, there was one exception to this rule: the Punisher who could make them experience unimaginable pain. I will answer whatever you want." Annie quickly conceded, hoping that Arthur would at least give her a quick and respectful death. Susan might have been too prideful and tried to fight back, but the young woman had no hopes of leaving the place alive now that she had seen who it was. So her best hope was for a quick and hopefully painless end. Around 500 years ago, when the last king took over, Bryce had gone out on an expedition with a few of the vampire leaders. "Do you know about this?" Annie nodded. "Great. I'm going to name a few of the old leaders and current leaders, and I want you to tell me which of the leaders went on that expedition with Bryce." Arthur soon went over the list of names, starting with the leaders before naming vampire knights and those in the royal guard as well. Annie nodded to those that had gone with, and shook her head to those that hadn't. Arthur didn't expect her to know the names of all the vampires, but one would have at least known the leaders who had left at the time. "Thank you for cooperating so far. Now, as for the last name, Annie Topper." Arthur looked up from the list, staring at her with a hint of bloodlust. The tears were falling uncontrollably down her face. For a brief moment she considered lying, but the glaring eyes gave her the feeling that they would be able to see through it. Even more afraid of the consequences of angering the monster before her, she finally nodded. "Thank you for telling me the truth. I doubt you had much say on the matter, but you still need to be punished for your crimes. You're guilty of eliminating the Punishers and their families who only wanted to live a life away from the settlement," Arthur stated. When Annie heard Arthur speak, surprisingly his voice was soft and she could tell that he was almost in pain, as if it was something he didn't want to do, but knew it was something he had to do. When she heard Arthur talking about the Punishers, her mind went back to that expedition. Although it was true that she did take part, at the time she had merely followed alongside her mother, barely helping her. Still, that was no excuse for the lives she did take that day. "For your cooperation, you've earned a quick end," Arthur proclaimed next to her ear, already having shoved his hand through her heart, with it no longer beating. "Now I have a list of who to go for, and every single one of these will receive a punishment, but I will savor the ones that are most guilty." Arthur thought, walking off. A lifeless body slumped behind him on the throne. This time, it took a little while longer for the body to be discovered. For that day, 2 vampire knights, as well as the replacement leader, had gone missing. It wasn't until the vampires on cleaning duty had entered the castle that they spotted the massacre that had occurred and immediately called for the others. The room had been left untouched. Entering the room before any of the others was King Bryce, followed by Tempest at his side. Looking at the scene, Bryce's blood was boiling with anger. "This is my vampire settlement, and during my time he is doing this. If this continues, then the whole vampire settlement could be doomed. I will skewer him, twist his body, and drain the blood out from his bones," Bryce shouted in anger, turning around and breaking the door as he pushed it open. "Flashy," Tempest noted, looking at the broken door and then turning his attention back to the room in front of him. Looking at the wall behind the throne, a bloody message had been left behind. "I have a list of you all. Admit what was done to the people or all of them will be punished." Once more, an emergency council meeting was abruptly called between the leaders. Barely any time had passed since the last. Even stranger was the fact that it had been called in the third castle, causing some of the leaders to question its importance. Some were complaining, thinking that the castle had come into some sort of disagreement as to who to select as their new leader, and now they were to cast a vote. When the leaders arrived, they thought that they would head to the throne room, but instead they were led to one of the many dining rooms. The situation was getting odder by the second, and when they saw several royal guards standing outside, it didn't exactly clear things up for them. Mukka had just arrived, and when he entered, he found the other leaders already discussing things amongst themselves. Apart from Paul, who stood off on his own to the side, looking at the situation. "What in the—" Mukka was staring at the blood message on the wall, and Annie's body, which had at one point fallen to the floor, with nobody having bothered to pick her up. It might have been the first time in vampire history that the third family had suffered so much in such a short time frame. The king apologizes for being unable to attend this meeting, Royal Knight Kyle announced. However, His Majesty has tasked me to deliver a message on his behalf, based on what you see around you. The message is as follows. If any of you have doubted it, see for yourself what the Punisher has done. He has taken yet another life right from underneath our noses. His message on the wall is a clear sign that he wishes to challenge us all. A promise that he will be coming for us all. Not only us, but our children as well. Only he knows how far he will go. We have to put a stop to him now, or he will attempt to get rid of every vampire in the settlement. The majority of those attending clearly agreed with that statement. Annie hadn't even been officially made the third leader, yet she had met such a cruel end. However, not all of them were shocked and in fear as they tried to figure out just what was going on. If this really is Arthur's doing, why did he target the third family twice? Muka wondered. Could there really be something Annie knew that Susan didn't? No, that should be impossible. She was practically a shut-in. Still, this time he left us a message, telling us about him having a list. Did he intend to start with all those from the third family and move on from there? It wasn't really a meeting, the leaders were talking with each other freely, but with no real agenda set up and the king absent, the other leaders eventually left the place not long after the royal knights had excused themselves. Some walking more in a hurry than others. However, a few of the leaders had decided to stay to take a closer look at the murder scene. Aside from Muka, there was Sunny and Jean. Similar to last time, the room had no signs of struggles or fighting in it. There was the broken door, but it looked as if the guards were already in the middle of repairing it, while having left the rest of the scene untouched, making Muka think it was someone else's doing. It looked like apart from the message their only clue was the dead body. Does anyone else find it strange? Sunny asked. The way Susan was killed by Arthur? When we look at Susan's death, it was a clear fear tactic statement, and you could say this is the same again, but the message here, it was clearly left behind for us while the first had been for the public to see. Does that really matter? Jean questioned, unable to see Sunny's point. Perhaps Arthur had hoped for a certain outcome after Susan's death. But with us not reacting how he wanted, this time he left behind a clearer message? Jean walked up to the wall and looked over the message as if hoping it would reveal some sort of secret underneath. Or whoever these people are that he has annoyed. This list of his and the words after. I'm sure you have noticed it. Some of the other leaders are afraid, more shaken up by this than us and frightened. Surely they know something that we don't. Maybe Arthur wants them to tell the whole settlement what they did. Sunny stood up and walked up to the blood message on the wall standing by Jin's side. I think we all knew that from the beginning. Have you ever thought about how Bryce managed to get so many votes for himself? The ones frightened were the same ones who he had wrapped around his finger since day one. Sunny pointed out while she started to sniff the wall. Her nose was far more sensitive than her companions. You're missing my point. Look at the bodies as well. This time it was a single strike through the heart. A rather painless death. Now think back to how Susan was killed. Only one of those completely disrespects the deceased's body. To top things off, the blood on this wall smells slightly different from Annie's blood. He understood that things were strange. Otherwise Jean wouldn't have stayed behind in the first place to see if there was anything he could find. But he thought that Sunny was perhaps trying to grasp at straws too much. When dealing with murder and revenge, people couldn't really be expected to stay reasonable with their actions or thoughts. No, you're not the only one that thinks Susan's death was out of the ordinary, Muka stated, answering her first question. This blood. Sunny murmured to herself, closing her eyes so her senses were better. I have never smelt blood quite like what's on the wall. But there is one thing I'm sure about, it's not Annie's. If that's the case, then maybe this message was written in Arthur's own blood. I sense pain. Through his actions. Someone who doesn't even like what he is doing. However, the first body was different. You're right, Jean, perhaps they are the same actions of the same person. But if that is so, then the person would be in two different states of mind. At the 10th castle, before the meeting had been called for the vampires' leaders to attend again, Paul was busy sending off both Aaron and Leo. The teleporter needed to be activated by him, only once getting in touch with Logan. Then when turned on at the other end, they could go through safely. I hope you are able to contain the chaos, so there won't be too much for us to do when we come back. I'm getting old, Leo said with a smile. You may be blind, but you should at least know that I am the same age as you. Besides, what does age matter to us now? Paul joked, both aware that their bodies felt stronger than they had done even back in their prime. After stepping through the teleporter, Aaron and Leo found themselves in the familiar metal and white room. They both knew that they were finally back on the cursed ship. It felt like it had been an exceptionally long time, for Aaron at least. Every time I leave this place, I think it's only going to be for a short while, but it always ends up being longer, Aaron realized with a slight grimace. As for the one to greet them on the other side, it was none other than Sam. He knew how much the two meant to Quinn, so he couldn't just send anyone to see how they were doing. I'm glad to find both of you in great health. Honestly, I was half expecting one of you to come back with a missing arm or leg of some sort. Paul told me that you would eventually return to the vampire world. Unfortunately, Quinn isn't here at the moment, but the rest of the gang is. It would be nice if you both stopped by and talked to them. I'm sure you have a lot to chat about. I guess you haven't seen the video either. What video? Aaron asked, confused. The video Sam was talking about was the one that nearly everyone had seen. Of course, in the middle of the woods fighting, Leo and Aaron had no clue what Quinn and the others had been through during their time away. I guess we do have a lot of catching up to do. What brings you here anyway? Sam asked. Weapons, Leo answered. We were hoping to meet up with Alex and get him to forge a few new weapons for us. Ours might be a little dull for what we are about to face. Hearing this, Sam had the biggest grin possible on his face. Well, I was going to save this for later, but Quinn did leave me something in case you would return. I'm sure you will greatly appreciate his little gift. Aaron and Leo were very interested in finding out what had exactly happened while they had been away. Walking alongside Sam around the cursed ship, they noticed that there were many changes here and there. Certain parts had been remodeled, different areas had been strengthened, and more security systems had been implemented. Did the cursed ship suffer from an attack while we were away? Leo thought. I guess that much should be expected with the human race at war again. Have they gone out to help out other planets? I'm sorry, Sam. Aaron apologized, after noticing through her ability that there were far less people on the cursed ship than the last time they had been there. It looks like you guys have been attacked during our absence. If we had been here, probably less lives would have been lost. Just what happened that there are so few people left? Took a second for Sam to figure out what Aaron meant by this, but then he remembered that he had yet to fill them in. We have lost a lot of lives, but not as many as you seem to believe, Sam replied. The actual reason why there aren't that many on the cursed ship right now is because many chose to leave the ship. After we were attacked, our cursed faction temporarily made the Earthborn group's shelter on planet Kaladi into our base. Although the cursed ship is back and running again, many decided to stay there for the time being. As I said, a lot happened while you guys were away, but we pulled through. I'm sure the two of you were busy doing your own important thing as well. Heck, we even heard that we have you to thank for defeating a 4-spiked Dalki on Earth. The duo thought they had been quite careful at the time, but a blind swordsman wasn't exactly a common occurrence, making him easy for many to remember. With Pure seemingly having erased all of their traces, the public believed that Leo was the one to have finished the enemy on his own. Finally, the trio had reached Quinn's private training room where the surprise had been left for Leo and Aaron. Even before they entered the room, through the glathrium door the two of them could feel the intense energy inside, and the hallway feeling a little cooler. The closer they got to the door, the cooler the air felt. For Aaron, though, it was simultaneously a familiar and foreign feeling. Someone who had ice abilities was used to this chill, but it didn't quite feel the same as an ability. After Sam put in the code, the door slid open, and the two of them could clearly see what was in front of them. Leo, do you see that? It's the... Aaron was unable to speak normally as she naturally walked forward, drawn to the weapon. For even my own student to forget that I lack sight. Leo shook his head. I do feel it though. There is no other weapon that I have ever felt that comes close to it. This has to be a demon tier weapon. Leo and Aaron had not been present when Oscar had shown the demon tier weapon to everyone, so this was the first time the two were in its presence. Being near a demon beast item or weapon for the first time certainly had an effect on everyone. Its raw energy was calling out to the both of them, for them to pick it up and use it immediately. It looks like you like the gift Quinn left you then. Sam smiled from behind them. This is the gift Quinn left for Leo? Just what happened for something like this to end up in the cursed faction's hand? Why doesn't he want to use it for himself? Isn't this too much? Aaron was shocked that Quinn wouldn't use such a thing for himself, yet she couldn't keep her eyes off the weapon. As I said, a lot has happened while you guys were away. Quinn actually has his own demon tier item. To fully utilize the power of this one, he would have to incorporate it into his set of skills. However, Quinn has gained another special sword that he claims suits his fighting style far more than this one. Additionally, he doesn't think that it's a good idea for all our fighting power to be focused on just one person. With the war going on, and the enemy turning out to be far stronger than we could have imagined, it seemed wiser to give the weapon to someone better suited, and who could be better suited to use a demon tier sword than a swordsman? Walking up to the sword, Leo stared at it, sensing its powers. He certainly did have an interest in obtaining a stronger weapon. That was his goal of coming back here, after all, but Leo wasn't used to receiving gifts as big as this from others. He had always obtained things himself. The fact that it came from a student he used to teach didn't make it any less strange. This is no small surprise. Leo grabbed the hilt of the sword, and he could feel his whole body run with a cold shiver. He lifted it up with a single hand with complete ease. It looked strange from the outside since the sword was 3/4 the size of his body. Giving it a test, he started to swing it in separate movements. First a step forward, slicing it in an arc shape. Next from below, almost skimming the bottom of the ground, and finally from over his head, stopping before the large blade would hit the ground. To both Aaron and Sam who were watching, just these 3 simple strikes looked incredibly impressive. Even with a large weapon like this, he can control the flow of the sword so it doesn't feel unnatural. He is a master of all swords, not just the katana blade. Aaron thought as she watched him. A slight feeling of envy rose inside of her. This weapon, Leo said slowly, looking at it once more, giving it another swing to make sure. It does not suit me. Neither the size nor shape fit my personal fighting style. However, I agree with what Quinn said and his reasoning for wishing to give me the blade. I assume since he gifted it to me, it's mine to do with what I want, correct? First, Sam couldn't believe what he was hearing. Was Leo really going to reject the demon tier sword? Even if it wasn't what he was used to, the extra power from it alone would increase his strength, or he could switch between weapons. But after his question, Sam understood what he was planning. Of course. Sam smiled. You know what Quinn is like, and I'm sure he will be happy with the decision you are making. It was then that Leo started to walk over to Aaron. You needed 2 blades, remember? I remember one of the blades you used to have was similar to this one. With this weapon, I'm sure you'll not just be able to revive your family's swordsmanship, but bring it to new heights. With this, Leo handed over the weapon and Aaron held it firmly in her hands. The cold feeling enveloped her entire body, but it was nothing that she couldn't handle. She found herself naturally grasping the handle with both of her hands, and before even saying anything, she immediately gave it a few swings. When swinging it in a crescent shape, she allowed the blade to slightly take control, lifting her feet off the ground, going straight into the next movement. Her body was now a good 1.5 meters in the air, and striking down again, she spun her whole body a full spin, until finally landing on the ground and completing a final sweep strike on the floor. Seeing this, Sam was equally impressed with her sword skills, even though he was no swordsman. Being a vampire, he was able to track her movements very carefully, and he had seen his fair share of fights. He could tell that the movements were just as fluid as the ones that Leo had produced. Indeed, seeing her just swing the demon tier sword around, nobody will be able to complain about her having it, Sam thought. It was then that Aaron snapped out of her daze. She wasn't meant to accept the sword in the first place, but her body had taken over the moment she held it. I can't. Leo, this was your gift from Quinn. You need a weapon and it will be far better in your hands. Aaron said, bowing down and holding the sword out for Leo to take. Yes, and I believe I just said that since it's my gift I can do what I want with it. Remember, I still have a gift from that fellow from before. I'm certain that Alex will be able to make a fine weapon out of it. One that he can customize for my use. Leo stated. While I appreciate your sentiment, do you honestly believe a weapon that utilizes ice powers of all things would be better in my hands? I'm sure that you felt it yourself when using that sword, so you should know that answer. The moment you took it, I felt its power spike up, something that didn't happen when I took it. I would say, even if you didn't want it, that blade has chosen you. Combine it with the skills you've learned, and continue to improve the skills of the current you. In all honesty, Aaron was happy that Leo didn't want the sword back. She had just felt like she had been undeserving of it. She hadn't achieved any great feat nor fought against a mighty foe, and yet here she was receiving one of the strongest weapons in the world. But she had felt it. Just like what Leo had claimed, the moment she had touched it, it had felt so familiar to her. Perhaps it was because of her lost ice powers, and the purpose of the weapon. Nonetheless, now it was hers to keep. Thank you, Leo. Thank you, Sam. Aaron bowed to them both. I promise to prove to everyone that I deserve to use this weapon. Haha, no need to thank me. I'm just the messenger boy. If you want to thank somebody besides Leo, thank Quinn the next time you see him. Having improved in her strength by leaps and strides, she was just wondering how much stronger she had gotten. With the demon tier sword in her hands, she couldn't help but consider herself becoming almighty. But that also made her think of one other thing. That woman, the prophecy. Is it really okay for me to have so much power? What happens if what she said is true? What happens if at some point Gripping the sword tightly, she shook her head. No, I've never believed in any of that crap and I won't start now. I won't let it happen. After obtaining the demon tier weapon, Sam suggested for Aaron to wrap it up for the time being to keep it away from the eye of the others. He had prepared a basic blue-colored cloth which was placed on Aaron's back, but she planned to ask Alex to make a special sheath, so they could better hide the strong energy radiating from it. Before meeting with the forger, though, Leo and Aaron were both interested to hear just what exactly had happened to this place, since Sam had been vague so far. I don't plan to keep silent about this matter. I just thought it would be easier for you to see for yourself, Sam explained. Luckily for you guys, nearly the whole thing was caught on tape. Heading to the command center, on the way they stopped by Logan's office. There wasn't much for them to talk about, but Leo gave a few words of encouragement like a teacher would to their students, while Aaron couldn't stop staring at the robotic arm underneath, until she eventually spoke up. At least you didn't have to get turned into a vampire. You've always been a bit different and unique. This just makes it more so. Logan thought about her statement for a moment. It hadn't really bothered him that much, but he guessed she had a point. Thank you, Logan simply replied. An awkward encounter to say the least, from two students who had never really talked to one another. Next they headed to the command center. Using the big screen, Sam showed them everything, starting from when Quinn and the others had been attacked by Inu. At times he informed them about certain things not caught on tape. Of course, they already knew some of what was going on. Even when they had been tracking down Pure, they had kept up to date with things, but Sam wanted to give them the necessary context they might need. After all, they knew nothing about Supreme Commander Oscar's demise, the new member Shiro, the invasion of the Dalki, and many other things. At the end of it, Aaron almost felt tired just listening to the story, as she imagined herself being in each of the situations they had been through. They went through all of that. Aaron murmured to herself, her mouth left wide open. Now she felt even less deserving of the weapon on her back. Her earlier proclamation of wanting to prove that she deserved to wield the blade suddenly felt a whole lot heavier. Looking over the two, Sam could tell that they were deep in thought, perhaps feeling guilty that they had been absent at such a crucial time. Look guys, nobody blames you. All of us know that you were doing something important and you wouldn't just have left without good reason. Sam said, nobody knows what would have happened if you were here and we can't change the past. So there's no point mulling over it. I didn't show you everything so the two of you would feel guilty or so that you would stay here rather than return to the vampire world. Honestly, in my opinion, it would be better for you to go back. After Quinn received the news of what was happening, he was even debating whether to outright ignore the order from the council and get involved. With both of you there, I think it would give him a little peace of mind. Hearing this was definitely the type of encouragement they both needed. Even Leo, although wise in his age and experience, had never quite been faced with such a situation like they were currently in. He had his own agenda with Pure, his responsibilities as a vampire knight, a leader of the cursed faction, and his student Aaron, all to balance carefully. Thank you, Sam. If it weren't for the many reliable people the cursed faction has managed to gather, I don't think I would be able to achieve as much as I have done so far. With that, it was finally time for the two of them to head to the forgery room to accomplish their original reason for coming back to the cursed faction. As always, the sound of clanging was heard as they were approaching, and when the doors opened, they were expecting to see Alex hammering away with his other assistants on board. But the two of them were in for another shock. As expected, they could see Alex, hammering away freely with his wings out, but next to him. Did Quinn create another blood fairy? Aaron wondered. No, is he maybe another subclass? An evolution, perhaps? The surprises didn't seem to stop. She had never seen the giant guy next to Alex before, and she was remembering the troubles the cursed faction had gone through in the vampire world just having one blood fairy. There was no need for the two to announce that they had entered the room, for straight away, Andrew looked up and stared directly at Aaron. My word, I never thought I would see it back here again. Yet here it is. The large man spoke, as he lifted up his forging mask, and put his hammer down. His giant red wings started to flap about fast with excitement, walking towards Aaron. What is going on? Why is he coming towards me? Unable to make heads or tails of the situation, Aaron went to grab the weapon, but before she reached it, Alex noticed that Andrew had stopped his work. Looking over, he saw Aaron's actions. Hey, relax. Both of you. We're all on the same side, Alex exclaimed nervously, worried his wings could be sliced off at any second. The few times he had talked and dealt with Aaron, she hadn't exactly been the patient type of person. With both sides having calmed down, Alex introduced the returning duo, the giant forger, and told them that Andrew was the one who had worked on the demon-tier weapon that Aaron currently wielded. After learning of this fact, her whole demeanor completely changed. Thank you so much for creating such a masterpiece. Aaron bowed down several times. This weapon, the balance, everything about it is perfect for my use. This was something that Alex would have never imagined the old Aaron doing. She had certainly changed a lot since the last time he had seen her. Haha. Andrew started laughing, not really being offended by Aaron's prior actions at all. He was just happy to see the weapon again. Originally, I created it for a man the same size as me, so I find it a little strange you saying that the weapon is a perfect fit for yourself. Go on then, what do you want us to make? Alex smiled, knowing full well that the only time people came down here was when they wanted someone to make a weapon for him. Perhaps some would feel a bit sad at this, but making weapons was Alex's favorite thing to do, and the fact that people trusted him so much these days to personally make a weapon for them was a blessing that he had never thought he would be able to achieve in the past. I have obtained a demigod-tier crystal, but it is only one. I hope it will be enough to create a katana-like blade. You can use mine for reference. Leo stated his request, taking his off and handing it over to Alex. The second Alex touched it though, he immediately dropped it to the floor. Sorry, it must have been my butterfingers, Alex said, knowing this wasn't true. As a forger he had strong fingers, and when he went to pick it up again, he dropped it almost immediately as a strange feeling could be felt when holding the sword. No wonder this forger is special. Even he can feel that it's cursed, Leo thought. Finally, on a third attempt, Alex picked it up with both hands firmly. Tell me, this sword is important to you, correct? You have only brought me one demigod-tier crystal, so I don't know if it will be enough to create you a weapon of the caliber that is needed. But recently I came across an upgrade crystal, and with it I found out a few new techniques. If you are willing to test it out, I could try to use the demigod-tier crystal to upgrade your current weapon instead. No, sorry, that would be wrong. It would be a new weapon, using the current sword to give the demigod tier weapon a boost. Hearing this, Leo thought it was a great opportunity. Honestly, he didn't want to stop using his current weapon, for it carried the will of his former companions with him, but if the weapon could be used, would the cursed effect move on to the new weapon? What are the chances of success? Leo asked. 50%. Well, that's not completely correct. It's guaranteed that it will be a demigod tier blade, although it might be on the low end and closer to a legendary tier weapon. But if it works, please, I will put my trust in you. Leo interrupted him. After that, the two made 2 more requests for a blood weapon to be made from the many blood crystals that Aaron had gathered. For the blood weapon, the best crystals were selected while the others were given to Alex to keep and use how he wished. Meanwhile, Andrew would be making a special sheath to cover the demon tier sword's energy, a task he was most pleased to do. Of course, the weapons would take a while to make, so both Aaron and Leo were left on the ship for a while, and for the first time they could eventually rest. In doing so, and with nothing to do, Aaron decided that there was someone that she needed to visit who she hadn't done in a long time. While heading to the canteen, the two of them finally met again. Layla, Aaron called out. Aaron? Layla called out back, dropping her plate of food out of surprise, but Aaron caught it before it could touch the floor. Leo, who was with them to grab some food, noticed something with his ability almost straight away, that by Layla's waist she had a sword. Hey, when did you get a new sword? I knew you had the old one, but you hardly used it, Aaron asked. Looking at the energy surrounding the sword, something was incredibly off about it. Usually beast weapons gave off a red color which Leo could perceive through his ability, the same as beasts themselves. In the same vein, vampires gave off a purple energy, so what was up with this weapon that looked to have black flames spiraling from it? After each of them grabbed something to eat, they decided to sit down together to talk a bit more. Aaron acutely didn't have to consume blood and could eat a regular diet similar to humans. This was the same for Layla. However, Leo had just grabbed one of the juice boxes with a small amount of blood inside. Drinking such an amount of blood no longer troubled him when trying to control himself since he was so in tune with his senses, but if a vampire were to deprive themselves of blood entirely for too long, they would feel tired and a little weak. As for the reason Leo decided to sit beside them, was because he wanted to find out a little more about the sword. He was sure that Layla didn't know how unique it was, and would bring it up to her once he found out more. The two of them got to talking and how exactly a particular sword had gotten into her hands. Even though the match against Bernie was televised, the whole saga of what happened with the second pure leader was not. I'm sorry, Layla, Aaron said. If I was there, maybe I could have helped out more, but it sounds like you turned into quite the fighter. You managed to unlock the 4th form and summon all of that chi. She wasn't used to getting compliments, so Layla's face was appearing a little redder. I mean, I can't really summon my 4th form at will, and my body is too weak to handle the chi in my body without it. If I summon all of the chi in my body, it hurts, and besides, the chi in my body is not even mine in the first place. It's my mother's. Honestly, both Leo and Aaron were a little disheartened after hearing Layla's story. They had gone searching for high-ranking members of Pure and never ran into them, and yet, Layla did and had to go through such a troubling experience without them there. It was clear that what happened with Agent 2 was a sensitive subject. When Layla explained what he had said about her mother, she had choked up a few times. Your achievements are still your achievements. Leo finally spoke. The weapons we use to aid us, the chi that we use, is an energy that is borrowed from the outside, and the food we eat helps us to grow. Without our parents, we would have never been born in the first place. All of these things could be considered help from other forces. So don't downplay what you did. Even if someone had the same chi as you, they wouldn't have been able to control it as well. If one thing, me and Aaron can sense the strong chi in your body, and for you to handle it so well is a feat in itself. Thinking about things like this, Layla was a little happier. She had spent some time with both Leo and Aaron before they had left, and it was good to have them back again. Leo, I know you wanted to know some stuff about Pure. I don't know how much you found out, but an agent is on board the cursed ship as a captive. With the influence skill, we were unable to get things out of him, but if you like, you too could try as well, Layla said. The two were thankful to find this out. Leo had found out the information he needed to find out he was on the right track. Now all he needed to do was find out where Pure was, or more importantly, where Agent Zero was. "Thank you," Aaron replied. "About your sword, I guess since you discovered the fourth form, you've been practicing a little bit more with it. Why don't the two of us have a little spar? We can show each other a few things." Immediately, Layla started to shake her hands. "Aaron, what could you learn from me? I am far weaker than you. It would be no contest. Stop being so humble. It's okay to brag once in a while." A voice from behind said, soon pulling one of the chairs back, and he sat down with the others. The one that had arrived was Nate, who had brought a slab of raw-looking meat with him on his plate. Nate was concerned about his body since he used it to train in martial arts. He made sure he always got the right amount of protein in, but he wasn't sure if it mattered anymore now he was a vampire. Still, the only thing that he could still taste and not throw up was lightly cooked meat, which in a way was perfect for him. "I know how strong you are," Nate continued to say. "In that video, a lot of people give me credit for being the main person to defeat Bernie, but that's not true at all, and you know it. You managed to transfer your chi into me, and without that sword of yours, those flames would have hurt even more. Remember, he was one of the big four, so if you call yourself weak, you are also calling him weak. And well, me who couldn't even beat him without your help even weaker. On top of that, you nearly beat Helen, the leader of Daisy, in a one-on-one duel, and that was before you knew how to use your crazy powers and was just starting to learn how to use chi a little better. Those on the ship were used to Nate exaggerating a little bit, but at the moment he really wasn't." Listening to what they said, Leo paid closer attention to the video they had watched not too long ago. In particular, he was thinking back to the fight they had seen with Bernie. Was Layla really able to transfer chi to another and form a distance? It makes sense what Nate is saying then and adds up in the video. Is it possible that she was also able to combine chi with her ability? If that is true, then what she has is even better than the third stage of chi. She could power items from a distance and others. This is an incredible ability and power to have. Leo imagined just how he would use such an ability and the many ways one could utilize it. Layla was perhaps unaware of how valuable such a thing was, and if he could push her in the right direction, she would become a strong force on the Cursed Faction team. "I think it would be a good experience for the two of you to fight each other," Leo eventually said after gathering his thoughts. "It sounds like there are many things the two of you can learn from each other. Also, I would like to see the passive skill of the sword in action. The one that was capable of blocking even the fire powers of one of the Great Four." Reluctantly, Layla eventually agreed to the request, and they were in one of the many training rooms on the cursed ship. She always found it hard to say no to people, and it was even worse when an elder like Leo asked her. Nate had also decided to come along since he was interested in seeing the match between them. "Layla, before the match starts, I want you to use everything you have," Aaron said, as she placed the cloth-wrapped sword down on the floor away from where the two were about to do battle. Using a demon-tier weapon she didn't know how to use would be dangerous. On top of that, Aaron didn't really think it was fair. "That fourth form you spoke about, you said you can't freely bring it out, but I want you to try." Nate was smiling in excitement. He knew Aaron was strong before but thought they probably had no idea how strong Layla had gotten, and the two of them would be in for a surprise. They drew their weapons. Aaron's shaped like a katana sword, while Layla's was more similar to a standard longsword. The fight had begun, and Aaron was the first to strike, giving out a quick slash from a distance, striking out a line of red aura. Seeing this, Layla stayed calm. The sword had done her well so far. This sword can even block the energy of chi, so it should be the same for the vampire aura as well. Layla thought as she struck the red aura, making it disappear as the sword hit it. As expected, the blade had negated even the vampire aura. Aaron was a bit lost at what to do next. She had combined her chi with the red blood aura to create quite a strong attack, similar to what Quinn and Leo did. She was hoping, based on how much Layla would have struggled with the attack, she would have adjusted how the two of them would fight from there, but the way the black sword had gone through the red aura was effortless. Now knowing her sword worked well, Layla decided to go on the attack instead. She pulled out her bow from her back and fired 3 chi-filled arrows towards her opponent, and started to control the direction they were going. But that wasn't the only thing Layla had done. Controlling the 3 arrows with one hand, she charged forward with the blade in the other. With the first arrow, Erin's sword struck against its head straight on, and to her surprise, there was resistance until eventually, she was able to cut it in half. Is this the strong chi in her body? My body has improved. I know my strength and my chi is strong, yet I still couldn't cut her arrows cleanly. Erin thought, Layla, you really have gotten a lot better. Ha ha ha, and you guys haven't even seen her transform yet. Nate said out loud like some type of cheerleader for her. Both of their growth is impressive. Perhaps before we leave the ship, the 2 of them can complete that, Leo said. That? Nate asked, not sure what that was referring to. There is still a way the 2 of them can improve their strength quickly in a desperate situation. If we can, I would like for Erin and Layla to unlock their soul weapon before we leave. The fight between the 2 young women continued. Layla mainly used her arrows as a type of distraction while also throwing out her black balls that when hit would summon the spiritual chains trapping her for a few seconds. But since Erin knew what they did, she was able to avoid them easily. Surprisingly, Layla had become the aggressor in their training fight. Erin had remained on the defensive, attacking her with a few simple blood swipes and with her sword now and again. However, those attacks proved to be ineffective in front of the black sword. Despite the speed the attacks were coming out towards her at, Layla had enough control to power her body with chi, allowing her arms to move at a faster speed, if she were to attack with sword itself, though she didn't have much options. Afraid that, in her regular form, she would be outmatched in strength in a head-on clash. The downside of the black sword was that it negated anything it came into contact with, including Layla's chi, if she tried to empower it, or her own telekinesis ability on the blade itself as well. Without transforming, the only thing she could do was use her arrows to attack. Erin has become far more patient, Leo noted from the side. After realizing her first attack had been negated, she is now testing out the limits of Layla's capabilities. Leo was commenting on the fight, pointing out the good points and bad points of both sides. Nate, who was standing by his side, was wondering just who the words were exactly meant for, but his thoughts were also on something else. Since he could just listen to the analysis of the fight thanks to the blind swordsman, Nate kept staring at Leo's eyes. Is he really blind? His pupils are white and everything, but then how is he able to tell so clearly what's going on in the fight? Well, that much he might have been able to feel, but just how the hell did he manage to watch the video of us fighting then? Nate wondered, but he didn't consider it proper to ask the other. There were only a few people that had experienced the vision that Leo could see through his ability, that being Erin, who had the same ability, and Vorden when he had once borrowed it. The ability that both Leo and Erin shared was called Dragon Eyes. It allowed the ones who had this ability to see everything in a wireframe-like view. Leo could actually see the people in front of him, the room around them, and if a leaf were to fall down he could see that too. Only from his perspective it would look like a small object made up of small white lines. What this also meant was that Leo was actually able to see through objects and walls and what was over on the other side. However, he was unable to see the natural color of things. The amazing thing about this type of view was that it allowed him to differentiate between different types of life energy by their respective colors. He could see this energy in such detail that it would often move before the person themselves moved as well. However, these colors that represented different energies when using his ability were different too when he was sensing them using his chi. For example, Dragon Eyes showed vampires as a mass of purple energy, humans as a yellow energy, and beast as a red type of energy. But if Leo was to use his chi to sense energy, the vampire internal energy would appear red. Because of how his ability worked, Leo was able to watch the videos on the screen just fine. It just looked different to how others would perceive it. He was unable to tell from the first glance who was who on the screen and had to guess from the wireframe shapes. Also, due to it being a video, he couldn't sense the energy coming off them, but thanks to the commentary and Erin by his side, he had managed to figure out certain details along the way. The fight was starting to heat up, as Layla had transformed into their second form, where she now had the speed and strength of a regular vampire, and with her added chi she would be even stronger. This body can handle a bit more of the chi that's in my body, but not as much as the fourth form, and I can't use the abilities of any of the other forms. But this will have to do, Layla thought, charging in, but suddenly before she could even swing her sword in a full motion, Aaron went on the offensive. The suppression chains came off and she swung them out, wrapping around Layla's arms to the side. The first form, Leo commented, recognizing the movements. The suppression chains when wrapped around Layla's arms also made her feel slightly weaker, and with Aaron's strength, she was able to yank her arm away, pulling her sword and strike to the side so it had hit nothing but the floor. Straight after, Aaron was already directly in front of her, and the damper thrusted her sword forward directly into the other's stomach. At the last second, she turned the sword so only the guard of the sword had hit her, and Layla was sent flying back with the chains released. Now for the second form, Aaron thought as she pulled her chains back. That's enough, Leo declared the end of this fight. Hearing that, Aaron took a second to look over Layla's condition. The other still hadn't recovered from the attack. Layla, I asked you to fight me at your full strength. Where was your fourth form? Aaron questioned, disappointed. She had been looking forward to testing out the new swordsmanship style she had created against someone other than Leo. But after the first form, Layla seemed unable to fight for a while. After recovering a little bit, Layla finally answered, fidgeting a bit towards the end. I tried, but the first time it happened I ended up losing control. I just haven't been able to transform into that again. Ever since. Not even back then during the fight. Even though we could have really used it. Walking over, Aaron gave her hand out and lifted her friend off the ground. Are you afraid of using it? Trust me, I understand. The whole reason why me and Leo needed to leave this place was because I needed to find a way to control myself. Thanks to Leo, the first managed to do it, and if I can manage to suppress my condition, I just know you'll be able to as well. I'll look forward to the time the two of us can fight again. In all honesty, it had been the fact that Layla had been so impressive at the beginning of their fight that Aaron had believed that there was more to come. For this reason, she had gotten swayed up in the flow of the fight, and when she had seen Layla's second form and her opponent holding the sword like that, it had been her chance to act. Nate couldn't quite believe it. He had only seen one of the forms, but was trying to imagine what he would have done differently to deal with the situation. His fighting sense was far better than Layla's, but he could tell that a lot of thought was put into linking an attack with the chains and sword after. The best thing to do is to avoid the chains. I wonder what the second form would have looked like? Excellent. Leo walked over, clapping his hands to congratulate the progress of the two of them. Layla, I was able to see the chi you added to those arrows. Not only did you supply them with chi when you were touching them, but you managed to also supply more to them after they had left your bow. I think there is great room for improvement for both of you. I've decided that while me and Aaron are waiting for our weapons, I will personally train the both of you. For the next week, we will focus on you two learning what your soul weapons are. In the cursed faction, Layla hadn't been the only one that had been mulling over her weakness. For there was one other that had felt like he hadn't been that much help during the Blade family's attack. In the research room, Logan was currently working away from the other, creating another anti-jammer device to be sent to another one of the planets. The cursed faction's planets had been the priority, but now they had also been requested to help the Greylash group as well as the Earthborn group as well. You don't understand, Logan. He just slapped me. It was a single slap, and because of his stupid ability I was unable to retaliate. I didn't even manage to get so much as a single punch in. A freaking slap, Peter shouted, getting more and more annoyed at himself as he remembered his fight with Hilston. Pausing his work, Logan looked over. One of the reasons he and Peter had been getting along so well had been that both had been rather emotionless. Yet if one were to look at the white, this was hard to believe. Aware that if he didn't comfort Peter, this could go on for a long time, Logan spoke up. I think you are being a bit too hard on yourself. Remember who you were up against. He wasn't considered the strongest human in the world for nothing. We all saw what that man was capable of. If I had been the one to fight him, my whole body would have most likely been crushed by that single slap you keep mentioning. With that, Logan went back to his work, believing that to be the end of this argument. But even he wasn't enough. Peter added, Even he lost the fight against Slicer, and if he didn't have his demon tier armor, he would have been doomed. I know I keep getting stronger based on Quinn's growth and I can feel that, but then how am I meant to help everyone if I'm just a weaker version of Quinn? Letting out a sigh, Logan stopped his work again, facing Peter once more. Although you may get your strength from Quinn, you and him are not the same. Your fighting style, your experience, your weapons and such are all different. Just focus on those differences between the two of you and use them to your advantage. Peter started to consider Logan's advice. Let's see. I heal quicker than Quinn does to the point I can practically regrow limbs. I eat human flesh instead of blood. But none of these things have ever helped me in a fight. Isn't there one more thing that you can do that you haven't really fully utilized? Logan asked with a raised eyebrow. That's when it clicked in Peter's head. There was one thing that he could do that was different from Quinn. The whites. I can create other whites. It seems like you got it. From what I have learned from watching Quinn, vampires are still able to evolve, especially their skills, and at a much quicker rate than humans can. Perhaps there is something else you can do other than just creating whites. If it was me, I would keep them and run tests to check if they could evolve into something else. Since you should have roughly the same power as Quinn, just imagine if they could match up to you in strength. Logan encouraged his friend. And with that he got back to work. Whites, huh? But I would need dead bodies to create them. Where would I find dead bodies on the cursed ship? And who? Peter thought to himself. Using his head during a fight wasn't really Peter's strong point. Ever since he had turned into a white, he had strong emotions that would lean one way or another. These were to be aggressive or protect. Anything that would make him angry, Peter would act on. If Quinn in particular was ever in trouble, he would risk his life without a second thought to protect him. Still, Peter himself had been noticing that his thoughts were becoming more natural as he started to experience more things. The aggression was still within him. Even the most minor things would annoy him, such as people leaving their food behind in the canteen without putting it in the trash. Images flashed in his head of picking up the tray and whacking it across one of the members' heads, teaching them a lesson so they wouldn't do it again. However, as he got more like his old self, it was as if his old personality of what he was like before and his new character were mixing to create something else. Who am I kidding? I'm just an angry person that started to think more, Peter thought as he was currently in the medical bay, hoping to find some dead bodies. On the ship itself, there were even emergency caskets and some dead bodies that were kept just for Peter, but for some reason he just couldn't bring himself to turn one of them. His hand was held on one of the handles for a while now. I can't disrespect their bodies like that, Peter thought as he walked off, trying to come up with some other idea. Logan's suggestion was to make whites and explore what exactly he could do with them. In the past, Peter had often relied on his strength so much that he never bothered making whites from the enemies he killed because they just wouldn't be much help to him. On top of that, even if he killed strong enemies, they just didn't seem helpful because what made them strong in the first place was their abilities. The two whites he controlled would also constantly follow him around, which was a pain to him, and was why he would either use them as meat shields or forget about them. Muttering to himself was just hurting his head more when suddenly he stopped in his tracks. Wait, did I ever try to? That might work. With the idea running in his head and not wanting to lose this momentum, Peter was seen running straight to a particular room. When he arrived, he could see all of the teleporters in sight. Hey! Which one of these teleporters head to planet Kalati? Peter asked the 4 or so guards that were in the room. All of them gulped as soon as they saw Peter. He already had a reputation for having a bad temper, one of the leaders they shouldn't get on the wrong side of. It's this one over here, sir. One of the men pointed. Seeing it, he smiled while walking over to the teleporter. Sir, do you have permission from Sam to use dash? Shut up, were Peter's following words as he placed his hand on the man's face and pushed him away. I'll be back soon, so there's no need for me to get permission. With that, Peter had already gone into the teleporter and soon found himself in the shelter on planet Kalati. When arriving on the other side, the people there were also part of the cursed faction, and they were also shocked to see Peter there. I know, just tell Sam I won't be here long, Peter said, and next, using his amazing speed, He was running off in the distance and soon found himself out of the shelter and in the desert standing on the sand. Where is it? Where is it? Peter kept searching as he twisted and turned his head. Realizing that just looking wasn't exactly going to help him out, he decided to just use his body's instincts instead. This should work. Following naturally where his body wanted him to go, Peter eventually found the place where the cursed ship had crashed on planet Immortality, where so many people lost their lives. But not only humans had lost their lives. The area looked mostly cleared, with the human bodies taken away. Still, as for the Dalki bodies, they had remained, letting the sand cover them up or for the beast to take them away. Eventually, Peter started to dig in the sand at a specific spot and saw something dark and black. Grabbing onto it, he used his great strength to pull it out of the sand, and a mostly intact Dalki was seen. Its arms and limbs were broken. When Quinn told us what the Demon Tier amulet did, how he was able to control the Dalki and take down those motherships, it gave me an idea maybe I can do the same. I can't bring back beasts. I know that much, but my powers let me turn vampires and humans into whites. Dalki are half human, so there's a chance this could work. Placing his hand on the Dalki's chest, soon something was felt leaving Peter's body. The veins on his arm were showing as the energy passed through his arm. They quickly popped out and went back in again once the energy passed. At that point, the Dalki's body started to move again, its body slightly healing from the lesser white's effect, and soon it stood tall in front of Peter. Yes, it worked! Peter cheered and was so excited that he slammed his fist into the Dalki's chest and punched its head clean soon after. It fell back in the sand and was unmoving again. Ah! Well, I didn't want that one in the first place. Now realizing his ability worked on Dalki, Peter started to dig through different parts of the sand again, repeating the process as if he was looking for something, but not only was he looking for something, he was testing the limits of his ability as well. As a white, Edward, the ex-vampire knight of the 10th family, told him that he had to protect his head at all costs. He could heal any wound as long as his head was kept intact. When he was turned by Quinn, Peter was on the verge of death but not dead, and as a ghoul he still wasn't quite classified as an undead creature. Only when he turned into a white did his heart stop beating, so it made him wonder just what the lesser whites he created were. In the first place, they were only able to be created from dead bodies. They were unable to use the abilities they had when they were alive but kept the same strength. They seemed a lot more like the typical zombies that one would know about from films, but did it really matter about their brain? Peter soon found out his answer that it didn't at all. For things had changed since the last time he had used the ability. Although he hadn't gone through an evolution, it seemed like the effects of his lesser whites were more dependent on him. It's just like Logan said, even my white powers are evolving with me. Peter was looking at a Dalki that had lost its head which was now standing perfectly fine. It was a little strange and Peter soon found out its limitations. The Dalki was able to heal wounds to a certain degree, just like Peter, but it couldn't regrow parts of its body that it had lost before it had been turned. On top of that, after enough damage to the body, unlike Peter who could restore his regenerative abilities through eating flesh, they could not, and they would finally die again. Essentially, they were like an item with durability but one that couldn't be repaired, so eventually, he needed to replace it with a new one. After many different tests, Peter still didn't give up, and that's when he finally found what he was looking for. Pulling out of the sand was a long sharp tail, meters long, and at the end of it were a pair of legs. However, the top half of its body was completely missing. This Dalki took way more of a beating compared to the others, but the bitch deserved it, Peter thought, hoping it would work. It only took a few moments for the smile to appear again. As he saw the legs standing there and the Dalki tail, they were all afraid of swinging about. Your name was Slicer, right? I guess your bottom half belongs to me now. Peter smiled as he quickly started to run back to the base, with a half Dalki body running after him, keeping up. Of course, the lesser white Peter had created using the bottom half of Slicer's body wasn't as strong as her. For one, it didn't have its whole body, and none of the Dalki Peter had tested on before grew stronger the more blood they split. So it was similar to having half a Slicer with no power up, but the important part was her tail which was still intact. Entering the shelter, the two ran straight back for the teleporters. Screaming was heard throughout the shelter as people spotted the pair of legs and giant tail. "It's all right, she's with me. The legs, I mean," Peter shouted, still smiling. Because now that he knew that a head wasn't needed for turning those into a lesser white, he knew exactly who the next person he was going to turn would be, and no one would care how he disrespected this body. Thinking about what he was about to do next, Peter had a grin on his face that went from ear to ear. He was so pleased. But for those that did manage to catch the look on his face, it looked like a creepy smile rather than a pleasant one. His deep dark black eye sockets and pale skin didn't help for that matter. Peter ran through the shelter with the legs and tail following behind him, causing quite the scene. The problem was, there really was no one who could do anything about it since they were moving so fast. The teleporter that Peter had come through could be seen ahead left on, and jumping through, he was back on the cursed ship and soon to follow after him were the pair of legs. "What the hell is that?" the guard shouted. "Those scales and that tail, it's a Dalki body, I'm sure of it. Attack! Attack! Don't attack!" Peter shouted right after. "Am I going to have to explain these legs everywhere I go? I mean, we have vampires and all sorts of things in the cursed faction. Heck, Logan has a Dalki arm. I thought this wouldn't be too strange." Looking at them again, though, even Peter had to admit it did look a little out of place. A Dalki was relatively large compared to a human, so even though it was just Slicer's legs, it nearly was as tall as a human itself, and a lot of the cursed faction looked scared looking at the tail. "Legs there is with me," Peter calmly said before everyone came raiding the room any second now to take on the Dalki. He could just imagine even Bonnie and Void appearing out of nowhere. They always seemed to be around when the most interesting things were happening. A slight smirk appeared on his face as Peter imagined the news reports. "Actually, do you mind doing me a favor? Report to Sam to come meet me, and then this way he can inform everyone to not be alarmed. Otherwise, all my hard work might be for nothing if everyone started to suddenly attack it." The guards looked at each other, thinking that Peter must have had a screw loose or something. The reason being, although they knew that Peter was most likely a V, they had no idea of his powers, and this was something that they didn't know they could do, due to them not knowing about the subclasses within the vampire race. In the end, they decided to call Sam to the teleporter station immediately. They listened to Peter just because it looked like the legs and tail weren't attacking them or anything in the room. A little while later, Sam was seen appearing in the room, with Linda by his side. The only reason why he had brought her was because the men on the other end sounded a bit afraid and had told him to bring some backup with him. Come on, what could have Peter brought with him that would be just so dash? He couldn't even finish his sentence, as his eyes were set on the pair of legs in the room, which at this moment was sitting down, but the large tail could be seen swinging up at a height taller than a human. "It's cool, right? I spoke to Logan, and he made me rack my brain a little, so I came up with this," Peter explained. For Sam, going through all the possibilities in his head, he had figured it out. It was clear that this was the bottom half of Slicer's body. The fact that it wasn't attacking anyone and Peter was the one who had brought it, the most likely reason was it had something to do with his white abilities. "This is good news," Sam said, carefully shuffling towards it, and stopped the second he had got within the range of the tail. When he saw Peter showing it was fine to get close, Sam moved forward, and Linda did the same. Her tail was the greatest strength of the Dalki. It was even able to cut through Hilston's demon tier armor. This has to be a gold mine. We don't know if its strength is the same or its sharpness, but I would guess it has to be at a similar level. Hearing this, Peter had one more surprise for Sam and started to whisper in his ears. After listening to what Peter had to say, his eyes lit up even wider than before. 1A is the number, Sam said, and straight away Peter was running off again. "Legs follow and listen to Sam," Peter ordered. Using its tail, it gave off a salute by its waist since it had no head. "I guess I'm going to have to prepare an announcement," Sam thought, looking at the thing. After getting the okay from Sam, Peter found himself in the ship's morgue. A very cold room, but for Peter he felt no difference. There were several what looked like file cabinets with numbers in the corner of each of them. In the very corner of the room, Peter could see the number 1A. Unlike before, without hesitation, Peter was able to pull on the handle, and a body in a glass tube-like container was seen coming out. This was Peter's next turning target. The only thing was that it had no head, and the reason for that was Syl stepping on it, eradicating it. I can only create 2 lesser whites at a time, so why not have the 2 strongest we have ever seen before? Peter thought. For the next person he was ready to turn was Hilston. No one, not even Syl, would care what would happen to his body. In fact, the reason why it was in the morgue in the first place was so Peter could feast on it. I'm going to have to explain to those guys when they come back. Although, without your head, I'm not sure they will recognize you, Peter thought, placing his hand on a healthy part of his chest after the glass container covering the body went away. He knew turning Hilston, he wouldn't be able to use his abilities like the others he had turned before, but Hilston was supernatural. Even without his beast gear, he had the speed and strength to match a low-level vampire lord. It was an amazing feat, something that seemed impossible. At the same time, if Hilston turned out to be somewhat weaker, then he imagined it was no loss on their part. Peter would take pleasure in using his body as a human meat shield. A few seconds later, after repeating the process, the body rose from the table it laid on. "Ha ha!" Peter chuckled. "Oh, how I would love to punch you right now for that slap you gave me, but there's no point. I know it's better to use you." With both pieces he needed, Peter was ready to put them into action. Just like Quinn. Peter needed to figure out the best way to utilize his 2 lesser whites in the middle of a fight while also using his powers. Still, for sure, Peter had now become a formidable foe that nobody would want to face. This was exactly what Sam was thinking as he was looking at Slicer at the moment. Quinn, Leo, Aaron, Layla, Syl, and now Peter as well. These will be the key members of the cursed faction in the future. Perhaps if Vorden and Ratton evolve into demon tier beasts as well, we might have a chance at winning this war after all. On Blade Island, currently Vorden and Ratton were trying to do just that. They were going around hunting for strong beasts, improving their skills, and gathering their crystals. There were also the beasts that had been captured that were at the legendary level underneath. Vorden and Syl were helping as well, but Syl not too much since the others didn't want him to help. As for Vicky, Pi, and their mother and father, the 4 of them had decided to leave the island and do as they had said they would. To hunt down those chained that had strong abilities and a chance in the future to disrupt and ruin the flow of everything. After all, without Tordream present, these were the type of ability users who had chucked the world into chaos before. For Eno, he was in his favorite spot, looking out from the castle at the whole island staring into space. All the preparation he wanted to do and needed to do was done. "Sometimes I think of the past," Eno said. I thought after all these years that I would learn to forget about the past. Yet here I am." "Brock, do you think I'm evil?" Eno asked. "Evil, sir, is subjective," Brock answered. "You should know that much by now, sir. We have both seen how history books from the humans and the vampires have been written. Sometimes people often put things in categories of good or bad, black and white, while others will say that there is a gray area. For me, I believe that there is just one color. There is no right and wrong, there is just what people want to do, and you have always just followed what you wanted to do." After Brock's answer, there was silence from Eno until he finally spoke. "It looks like he is finally making his move. We should prepare to call the others back." Lately, Quinn seemed to have been traveling on a number of different surfaces, from hard barren rock to unknown metals, snow, sand, and even more. Right now, Quinn was experiencing yet another new terrain, as his 2 feet were in a swampy texture. The water rose up to the ankle of his boots. If he was to stay in one place too long, he would feel like his body was sinking on the spot, so he was constantly on the move. He also needed to be careful not to apply too much pressure, for that would make him sink deeper as well. In a way, he found fighting on different terrain to be a form of training in itself. He never knew when and what terrain he would be fighting his enemies on, so it was good to have experienced all the differences. Fortunately, this planet also had a few places where the land was more solid, allowing him to rest. This was exactly what Quinn was currently doing. Around him were several trees that had long green vines dangling from them, so it was hard for one to see into the distance, not that there was anything nice to look at in the first place. However, Quinn was not alone either. Surrounding him were the marked Dalki. Thanks to the power of the Dementir amulet, Quinn now had a total of 4 Dalki under his control. 3 of them had 2 spikes on their bodies, while the last one, who had been the most recent captive, had only 1 for now. Quinn had considered marking a beast instead of a Dalki, but all the beasts he had encountered in the area were far weaker than even the 1-spike Dalki, which made it seem pointless, especially since the amount of energy required to open up another slot was incredibly high at this moment. Failing to mark something meant he would have to regather that energy once more. They had been killing beasts and Dalki for a while now, but the 5th slot still hadn't opened up. Quinn was starting to wonder if 4 slots were its limit, but the vampire lord believed the system would have said something if that would have been the case. Additionally, he didn't mind the process taking longer, since all this fighting was bringing the Dalki closer to evolving as well. Thanks to his controlled Dalki, Quinn had discovered what incredible beings they actually were. Their bodies had similar healing capabilities to vampires. As long as enough time passed, their wounds would naturally heal by using up their body's energy. Alternatively, they were also able to eat the beasts in the area to acquire more energy and to speed up this healing. However, if their bodies healed this natural way, it was also a sign that their strong energy they would get from being harmed had gone away as well, unlike when their wounds healed from bleeding out, which was something Quinn still couldn't wrap his head around. Losing blood, yet still healing from fatal wounds. No wonder the Dalki were so hard to kill. Maybe it's time we move again, Quinn contemplated. We've been on this planet for a while. Quinn had chosen not to stay on one planet too long. Neither did he want to attempt to take down another one of their mother ships for fear they would retaliate or send someone after him. The problem was moving from each planet took time, and as Quinn moved to each one he was spending more and more time on them. The Dalki seem more spread out on this planet compared to the previous ones, so I think you should be fine to stay here a bit longer. Vincent shared his opinion. Besides, I think things have calmed down a little. That being said, this also feels like the calm before the storm. Looking at the Dalki next to him, Quinn was looking at one of the 2 spikes, and all 4 of the Dalki standing still as statues around him like bodyguards, while he was sitting down with his back up against a tree. Hey, I was thinking, you have been a big help when fighting with my body, but you're still not the best when it comes to making the most out of it. Quinn said, in an emergency I will have to flee by using my Shadow Link skill, which might mean I'll be forced to leave the marked Dalki behind, or I'll probably have to drain their energy. I won't be fighting with the Dalki body like last time. I'm hoping there is a point to you saying all of this, rather than just telling me my skills are bad in your body. Vincent replied. What I was thinking is maybe we can put you in a Dalki body. We could use Shiro's power. Quinn suggested. Originally, Quinn wanted to put Vincent in another humanoid beast, but with the Dalki owning most of the beast planets now, that seemed quite improbable. I don't think that is a good idea, Quinn, Vincent replied after a while. We know Shiro's ability basically places one consciousness inside the body of another being, but the original still remains. Even if these Dalki are under the amulet's control, I doubt their consciousness is completely gone. It only worked so well for your friends because the beast's minds inside had agreed to help. Perhaps Shiro has a skill that can eliminate one of the minds, but even then, if my mind is in the body of the Dalki, were you thinking of using one of your marked? We don't know what will happen to me. I might also end up under the amulet's effect. Or think about what happens if you need to flee, and you might drain that body. I'm also partly worried that moving me will disrupt the system. Even if it doesn't, my existence might have been a coincidence, so moving me out means there is the possibility that I might not have no way to return to the system either, if something has to go wrong with it. I know you mean well, but I just think that if we act now there are too many risks. Let's wait until this is all over. That was the problem. Quinn honestly didn't know when this would all be over, especially with things happening in the vampire world now. Would it be when Jim was defeated? When Arthur no longer was a threat? Even then he still needed to worry about the Dalki, the Dementir beast and Bryce. Not to mention his unresolved issues with Pure, who he was sure would eventually come to him since he had eliminated Agent 2 as well now. I'm getting a little tired just thinking about it. Quinn sighed, which was the first time Vincent had heard him say such words. Eventually a week had passed on the cursed ship. As promised, Leo had been training both Aaron and Layla, helping them use their chi, as well as trying to unlock the soul weapons in both of them. What Leo didn't know was that Layla had also been doing her own separate training alongside Nate following their training sessions. After her loss with Aaron, she had been more determined to work harder. Her training with Nate had mostly focused on her being able to access those emotions again and unlock the fourth form. What Nate hadn't realized when offering to help her was that their training had been more on the lines of a therapy session rather than using one's fists, which was what Nate was good at. He had asked Layla many times if she was sure that she wouldn't rather speak to someone else, who she might perhaps be closer to than him, but she had insisted that he was the easiest to talk to, for she felt like he would never judge her. According to her judgment, the only thing Nate cared about was girls and getting better at martial arts. Someone else might have been offended by that, but Nate had just shrugged it off, even going so far as to make a joke about Layla having seen right through to his core. One of the things the two had discussed was the warning that Leo had given on that first day. It was strange, but all he had said was to be careful with the sword she was using. However, after learning that Quinn thought it would be fine for her to have the sword, Leo thought that it would be fine for now, especially since she had already been using it for a while with no apparent problems. In the end, though, Aaron and Leo were soon to leave the cursed ship. Their equipment was finally complete. Arriving in the forgery room, Alex and Andrew had naturally done their classic covering of the items with a cloth trick. "You do know that this is pointless for me," Leo said. "For one, I can already see what they look like underneath the cloth, even though I do not know the colors, not that it makes much of a difference to me." After hearing that, Aaron had decided to lift the cloth to reveal the items that they would now be using. "Hey," Alex pouted. "How could you steal the best part of this? It's like opening up a package that you ordered online. Imagine coming home and finding out that someone else had opened your package. Or opened your presents on Christmas to still give you the present. It just ruins the feeling." Still ignoring him, Aaron first went to look at the giant cover that had been built for her demon tier weapon. It was designed to be strapped around her waist, and had straps over her shoulders while being placed on her back. The large piece was the perfect shape for the large sword. The 3 holes that were in the blade, the cover also had indents to show where they would be, not ruining the design and beauty of the demon tier weapon. "After seeing you, I chose to go with a black and yellow design for the cover," Andrew explained. "I was pretty sure the last time I saw you, you had black hair, so I decided to go with that. But now I see you have blonde hair." Andrew thought his eyes were playing tricks on him, but thought Aaron must have just dyed it while she was staying on the ship, not realizing that it was part of Aaron's abilities, although she could control the change at will now. "Thank you, it is excellent." Aaron was more than pleased with it. When placing the sword in the cover, she couldn't even see its energy with her ability. The suppression powers were more impressive than the chains she was wearing. "If the urge ever comes back in the future, I should seek out this forger to help me," Aaron decided at that moment. On Alex's table was Leo's weapon and Aaron's katana. It was time for Leo to find out whether or not his sword had been put to good use. It had been a while since Leo had received a new blade to use. He had trusted his cursed sword for so long and had always had it by his side. Although it wasn't the best blade for hunting beasts, he didn't need it to be, thanks to Leo's skills and his power of chi. The main reason he kept the blade was due to the curse that had been left behind in the weapon. He could feel the power of the sword rise with energy whenever he fought against the Dalki. If he had ever outright told people this, they would think he had gone mad. No one had heard of such a thing happening before, but it worked similar to a passive skill only when going up against the Dalki. Which was why he also knew that it might be impossible for Alex to pass on this sort of thing when creating a new weapon. "I think it's best if you picked it up," Alex said smiling, and Leo did just that, and when he did, he could tell instantly. "I'm sorry to say, but if I picked that thing up myself, I think I wouldn't be able to work for the rest of the day." Alex chuckled. He was proud of his accomplishments. Although he didn't have the same ability as Leo or was as in tune at sensing different types of chi, he could tell that when creating the weapon with the demigod tier crystal, something had happened. Everything changed when he had melted down Leo's old sword. The power was still strong from it, and adding it to the new demigod tier weapon, he had created something he had never done so before. Leo picked it up, and it was nearly an identical weight to his last sword, But just as Alex said, the curse didn't weaken. Instead, it was enhanced. The sword had a complete makeover in color, as the hilt was black, and the sword had a wave pattern going along the metal. The bottom half is a dark purple with a bladed edge. I wasn't able to really touch the sword after it was complete. I wasn't joking about what I said earlier, so I'm not sure if it has an active skill or not. Alex said. Leo placed the sword away in the sheath he had. Since the blade was identical to his last one in size and shape, it fitted perfectly. He wouldn't test if it had an active skill or not for now, for he didn't know what it could do and would be afraid it could hurt others. There was no Quinn here, where one could use their inspect skill to find out weapons' active or passive skills. Finally, Leo had a demigod blade that could rival any weapon out there, and with his strength in chi, he was sure he wouldn't lose out to demon-tier weapons either. The next blade that was placed on the table was also a katana-style blade. It looked pretty regular for a blood weapon. Just leak a katana blade one would see any forger make. Though there were differences. If one was to look closely, in the middle of the blade was a single line that went all the way to the tip. It was clear to see through like glass. That's when Aaron noticed there was something similar at the bottom of it as well. The details are due to it being a blood weapon, Alex explained. The sword fills up as more blood is inputted into the sword, and then as you use its powers more, you will see the blood draining down from the tip. Not all blood weapons have this, but I got the idea from seeing Fex's blood weapon. I think it's a good idea in a fight to know when you need to refill it, a bit like a car. It made Aaron wonder. The sword worked from being filled with human blood. They were informed that it also worked with Dalki blood. However, it did not empower itself with vampire blood. What about her own blood? After all, she was considered only half vampire, perhaps her blood was different, but she had decided not to test that out in front of Alex. Not that she didn't trust him, but she just didn't want to feel different, even amongst the other subclasses on the ship. Even Alex now has another blood fairy by his side. Yet I'm the only damper? What would happen if I tried to turn someone? Shaking her head and placing the sword in her own scabbard, she tried to let such thoughts go out from her head. Having collected both of their weapons, they thanked Alex and Andrew for their creations. The two of them headed back to the teleportation room to finally head back to the vampire world. Are you sure you don't want to say goodbye to Layla before we leave? Leo asked. No, Aaron said. I see no point in saying goodbye because I believe we will be returning soon anyway. Well, let's just hope that not much has happened in the vampire world while we were away. The fact that Paul has allowed us to travel back there should be a good sign. Leo commented, although he was thinking it could be a bad one as well, as it also could indicate that he needed their help. The two of them stepped through the teleportation heading back to the vampire world. A short while later, and Sam had learnt of the two of them having already headed back. He felt a little bad, for he had just missed the two of them. If they had stayed a little longer, they could have come on board for what he had planned next. For he had just received a bit of good news. I guess the two of them will be okay without it anyway, and perhaps they are needed more over there, Sam thought. Still, he would deliver the news to the rest of the cursed leaders, as a meeting had been called in the command center for all of them. Everyone arrived promptly, compared to how they would usually. With how things were, every one of them was prepared for an announcement that a fight was about to set off at any second. Sam could see this as everyone had a serious look for once on their face. Wow, I wish you guys were like this every time. You can relax. I guess you could say this is good news for you all. Sam smiled. As you know, Quinn had ordered all the high-tier crystals to go to those that were hunting on the front line. Because of this, the Daisy faction had used most of the crystals for themselves to create beast armor and more. Next, Quinn wanted the forgers to also create equipment for themselves to protect themselves if there was another attack on the cursed ship, just like there was one recently. On top of this, there is a crystal shortage, so nearly all crystals gathered have to be stored and rationed out to the other shelters. Because of all of this, the cursed leaders have been lacking in the equipment department. So far, everything Sam had said just made it sound like there wasn't any good news at all. But the best news was to come. I just got a report from Vorton, who is on Blade Island at the moment. Apparently, Hilston was keeping some pretty interesting things underneath his castle. It's been a long time since you got anything, so I thought it would be nice for all of you to upgrade. What I am suggesting is for the leaders of the cursed group to head to the Blade Island and get first pick on the equipment there. Hearing about this, there were some large smiles on some of their faces, particularly Nate and others. They didn't really use beast weapons, so having a strong set of beast armor and items was vital. The beast equipment has already been forged. My guess is he properly also stripped some of the chained and threw their equipment in there. So no one can complain about us keeping using crystals to make items. This is the best use for it, and then with the remainder of the items we will hand them out to the rest of the crew. Certainly was good news for them all. Even Layla was pleased by this. She had a great weapon by her side, and her training was bearing fruit. If she had a new set of armor on top of this, she would grow even further. I do have one last thing to mention, Sam said before everyone got too excited. Everyone here will be going to the island, while Megan will be left in charge of the place. So you will be coming as well, Sam? Nate asked, thinking back to the last time the two of them could hunt or fight together side by side. Yes, including me, but there is a reason for this. Richard Eno believes that an attack is bound to happen soon, which is why I have also decided to send all of us to the island. With the teleporters back online, we can travel from there to here, but we also have to make sure that no one gets through those teleporters. If everyone understands, then let's get to it, Sam said with a smile, happy to finally be leaving the cursed ship after a long time. Before they left, Peter cleared his throat. Ah, that's right, Sam said, struggling to get his words out. I do have to make everyone aware that you might be seeing a pair of legs and a headless man around. The cursed leaders were pleased that for the first time in a long time all of them would be traveling together. It was usual for large parties to go out on expeditions, but in the past Sam had always asked for a team to stay behind, so they could protect the cursed ship from attacks like the one just recently. However, Sam was predicting that something big was very likely going to occur on Blade Island in the near future, and with most of the cursed ship's former crew left behind on Kaladi, it was no longer much of a target for their enemy. On top of that, Sam wanted to reward everyone's hard work by granting them first dibs on Hillston Blade's secret stash of treasure, so that everyone could find something suitable for themselves. Going through the teleporter, the group arrived. Unfortunately, the location of their arrival had already been set, and it didn't take any time at all for everyone to freeze up. DDD. Dragon. Webnovel sniveled as he was pointing at the beast, his teeth chattering by the second. By Eno's will they had all arrived near the tablet, which also meant that it was next to its protector. Not all of them had the pleasure of having met with a demon-tier beast. Webnovel and Linda had been there when Quinn had fought against the giant pink tree, but this one had a completely different feel to it. Sam wanted to tell them to calm down, but as someone who was still shaking at the mere sight of it, it was a hard message for him to convey. Eventually, after staying in the dragon's presence without any incident for a while, the members of their expedition started to carefully move again. It helped that the beast appeared to be sleeping. At one point, probably reacting to their movement, it had briefly opened one of its giant eyes to take a quick look at the newcomers. Even those who had come here before froze up when faced with the beast's attention. Fortunately, after taking one big sniff with its large snout, it simply closed its eye again. In total, it had only paid attention to them for a few seconds, before it had chosen to ignore them. Still, it had been enough for many of them to see their life flash before them. Okay, Sam exclaimed, happy that he hadn't just ended up as a snack. However, he quickly turned around to the beast, afraid that he had just disturbed its rest, after realizing that he had just shouted. But fortunately, it just let out another snore. In a lower voice, he said, "Let's do a count to check that everyone is here." There were Peter, Layla, Logan, Fex, who had a large box on his back that looked similar to a coffin, Nate, Webnovel, Linda, and of course Sam himself. Additionally, following behind Peter were Hillston's large muscular body, which still had a hole in its chest and was missing his head, as well as Slicer's bottom half, which Peter just referred to as legs. It caused the others to naturally step away from Peter. When they had learned about what he had done, even the other leaders had regarded the White's action as more than a little crazy. All of them were worried about the consequences if Slicer's bottom half could at some point overcome the loyalty she was placed under. It would be a disaster if she would turn on them at some point. The reason for Peter's confidence was that he knew that he would never do anything to harm Quinn. So he was sure that his lesser whites had to share the same feeling towards him. Still, the others couldn't shake the uneasy feeling they got from Legs, afraid that he might have put too much trust in his ability. Peter, you might want to be careful when Syl and the others see that. Linda pointed at Hilston's body, trying to caution him. Yeah. I wouldn't be surprised if they attack your new creepy friends straight away. Fex agreed, keeping his eye on Leg's tail moving back and forth. It reminded him of an excited dog that was happy to be by its owner's side. He was only seeing it from the corner of his eye, but it was so annoying that the vampire just had to grab it to make it stop. But to his surprise he grabbed onto nothing but air. What the? Did that stupid tail just dodge me? Even more annoyed by his failure, Fex attempted to grab it again and again, but each time the tail moved faster, to the point the vampire got ready to use his string ability to slow it down. Stop that, gel boy! Peter growled at Fex. Legs belong to me now. I can't get another one, so don't ruin it. Alright, everyone settle down please. We're all here now. But where is Dennis? He was meant to be meeting us. Sam wondered, looking around the place. While they were waiting for their pickup to collect them and take them to their destination, Webnovel and Linda found another interesting thing when they walked towards the center of the open space. Hey, isn't that? Webnovel was still feeling uneasy because of the sleeping dragon. But now there was another thing that he felt he should be worrying about. Yeah, I'm sure of it. It looks almost identical to the demon tier beast that was on the Greylash planet. Linda gulped down hard. The two of them were too afraid to get too close, but they did notice that it was far smaller than the one they had seen. Eventually, a gust of wind was felt on all of their faces from a distance, and quite a large one at that. And that's when they could see a black-furred creature arriving in front of them all. It's good to see you again. Vorden greeted them. Currently sitting on his back was Dennis, who quickly climbed down, holding a hand to his mouth. How could those kids like this type of ride? I think I'm going to through ... Before he could even finish his sentence, he hurled over. Poor Dennis hadn't accounted for the fact that Vorden had played with the kids before his evolution. As a legendary tier beast, his wind powers and speed had improved dramatically. Unless he held back, Vorden was sure that the kids would also be unable to handle the kind of speed he used to get here. At first, Vorden was all smiles as he looked at everyone, until his eyes landed upon the headless body. What is that? Vorden questioned, his eyes turning to slits. You're going to have to be more specific. You want to know more about Legs, or the headless one? Peter asked casually. While Sam was explaining the situation to Vorden, Layla, who was at the back of the group, was more concerned about something else. Ever since she had set foot on the island, the black sword by her side had been violently shaking. What's wrong with it? Is it reacting to the dragon? Or is it because of the strange tree? Layla wondered. Putting this to the test, she started to walk towards the two. But the second she stepped towards the demon tier beast, the shaking of the blade lessened. She was pleased that the sword wasn't reacting to the dragon, because truth be told, she didn't want to get closer. When walking towards the tree, she expected something to happen as well. But there was nothing on that end either. Then, heading back towards one last thing, she finally noticed. So it seems to react to the tablet? Will something happen if I touch it? Layla thought, unsure whether she should test it out or not. While the Cursed faction were busy on Blade Island, Owen along with his Greylash faction were currently the busiest of the three groups in the war against the Dalki. Although they had agreed to not go on a full-force attack, Owen and his people were successfully winning every single skirmish they were coming across. This was mainly due to the planet they were on. There were dark clouds above them, which would pour constant rain on the planet. More importantly, with these types of conditions, it tremendously boosted the elemental powers of lightning. On the ground, there had been news of another small camp having been set up. Owen could see it up ahead, and he didn't have the others by his side. Any Dalki we take down now will be one less we will have to worry about later on, Owen thought as he struck thunderbolts into the clouds above where the Dalki had set up, and soon lightning started to strike down at the Dalki in their small camp. It looked like there were 20 of them in total. With this first attack, he soon charged in like a lightning bolt himself. But he wasn't alone. He and his partner entered the sloppily built small camp and immediately got to work, firing off their powers, aiming at the Dalki's vital points, finishing them with their great strength. The Dalki in the camp didn't even have time to react, and after 10 minutes, all 20 or so Dalki had been defeated. If I counted correctly, you got 12 while I finished 8. You really have improved, little Owen. An old man dressed in white robes said. I'm happy that there is someone in the family that can challenge me a little. Owen happily accepted the praise. After all, it came from Grim Greylash, his grandfather and the previous leader of the Greylash family. I'm happy that my genes seem to have merely skipped a generation. When your father grew up and didn't show much promise in regards to our ability, I was worried for the Greylash family, for what would happen when Hilston would take me away, but I see I didn't have to worry at all. It looked like Owen now owed Quinn another favor for returning someone who was important to him. With the two of them, they were able to take out camps and scout groups just by themselves, a feat that was giving a massive morale boost to those in the Greylash family. It was then that the two of them received a message. Sir, this is Hermes reporting. We have spotted the one you were looking for, not too far from the shelter, and it looks like the Dalki are ready for a full-force attack. Please come back immediately. With their powers, the two of them could move fast, so getting back in time wasn't a problem, but the message hadn't ended there. Sir, a warning. The Dalki you fought before seems to have returned. However, it appears to be a 5 spike now. At the same time, Eno, who had been doing nothing but waiting for the cursed faction's arrival, finally stood up. Brock, it's time for you to call Quinn. Tell him to come back immediately. Jim is making his move. Vorden led the cursed group to the underground storage place that was located underneath the castle. Surprisingly, the beasts that would usually be loud as one would go down the elevator remained silent. Coming down, nobody else was present at the moment, which Vorden took as a good thing, because he was hoping to explain things to the other three before they reacted to seeing a certain headless person. When walking through the dark tunnels, they went past several large cells that used to have beasts inside them, but instead they were filled with other things. Whoa! Are all of those beast crystals? Didn't Sam say that Hilston didn't keep any in his storage? Fex asked, amazed not just by the number of them but the quality as well. Truth was, Sam was also curious about that. He had just told the others what he himself had been told. That's because those aren't Hilston's crystals. Those are crystals all of us have collected from the beasts we've killed. Vorden explained. Now Sam understood a bit more since he knew that both Ratton and Vorden could evolve. They must have been gathering the crystals to use them when they had enough to evolve. If I remember correctly, after consuming each crystal there is a waiting period for the beast body to evolve. This is also when they are at their weakest and most vulnerable. I guess Vorden and Ratton decided that they would take all the crystals in one go to minimize this risk. But I wonder if that means the time to absorb all the crystals' energy will be longer as well. Sam thought to himself. When they finally entered the main room, they all stood there for a few seconds as they looked over heaps and heaps of beast equipment. Just a small percentage of all those weapons, armors would be enough to make the other factions go crazy. But here they were, just sitting there like piles of trash. To their collective surprise, the first person to make a move was Fex. He ran over to one pile and started to sort through it. Hey, what is he doing? Linda asked. I can't believe he was faster. Wevel mumbled as he activated his transformation, turning his body partly into the tiger beetle, which focused on speed. Remember what Sam said? Everything is first come, first serve. Before Linda could say anything, Wevel was already on top of another pile of equipment and started to search for the best one there. Sam just began to shake his head, elated that neither Bonnie nor Void were here for this scene would severely damage their reputation. Why are they behaving like this? They should know that all of them specialize in different weapons. Is this really my fault for believing they would act better than wild animals? Sam wondered, as he watched Wevel and Fex both pull on the same armor, both of them wanting to try it out. Ultimately, he let out a sigh and decided to join in looking for new equipment as well. During the following 30 minutes, all of them were busy testing out the loot. Even if it wasn't their weapon of choice, many would be swinging swords, bashing other items against each other, checking for active skills and more, until a few more people had entered the cave. "All of you're a bunch of kids," Ratton shouted, after watching them uncontrolled. At that moment, Vorden and the others stopped what they were doing. Only Peter and his two helpers had completely ignored who had just entered. "Peter!" Linda called out. Hearing his name, he turned his head, and his two helpers did the same. What the Ratton was about to curse, but he too quickly turned his head, thinking that another person would have a worse reaction. All eyes were looking towards Syl. Strangely, Syl had almost no reaction at all when looking at the body and just greeted the others. "It's nice to see you all." They wondered if Syl hadn't registered Peter's lesser whites, but it seemed impossible. Syl had even looked over at the body a couple of times, but there was no anger, no aggressiveness or anything from him at all. "Syl, are you all right with this?" Vorden eventually asked, coming over to him and looking in the direction of the headless body. "Although that thing looks like Hilston, I know it's not him. He's dead. I've made sure of it." If anything, seeing his headless body walk around, taking orders from Peter of all people, I feel relieved. "It's further proof that Hilston will never come to haunt us," Syl explained. Ratton and Vorden looked at each other, both feeling the same thing. Their little brother had really grown up. For the first time, Syl was the most reasonable out of the three, his words alleviating their own doubts. The group continued to look through the equipment, their former fervor cooling down as they began to help each other out by looking for some treasures underneath. Borden, who was in his small form and had great strength, was especially well suited for this task. Eventually, Sam, who wasn't too picky in this department, decided on a mismatch of legendary and Emperor tier equipment, at which point he stopped looking. It was tiring trying all the equipment out. Sometimes it was hard to tell what tier they were at without wearing them, so Sam had just chosen the ones he had felt had granted him the best stats, rather than something with strong active skills that suited him. While getting out of everyone's way, he suddenly received a call coming from none other than Satch. "Sam, I don't have much time to speak, but I'll be sending you a file that will update you on all the information," Satch informed the other as soon as the call had been answered. "In essence, the Greylash faction is about to be attacked by a Dalki army led by a 5-spiked Dalki. What's more, it seems like One Horn is finally making his moves as well. This is not a message asking for your help. I trust you will do whatever is best, but I also remember Eno's words during the meeting that he was relying on us to defend Blade Island. Unfortunately, I'm afraid we won't be able to while being tangled up in this." Hearing all of the information, Sam had one question on his mind. What about the cursed faction planets? How are Helen and the others coping? So far, theirs is the only side that shows no signs of movement, Satch reported. For further details, please read through the reports. "I'm sorry, but I have to go now." Satch ended the call. "The Dalki. They have started to attack the other sections but haven't attacked the cursed faction yet. There are two things I can think of. Either one of the Dalki leaders is on their way here to Blade Island while the other two are busy, trying to hold up our forces, or that Slicer was originally meant to lead the attack but her death ruined their plans. Either way, Sam thought at least they still had time as Blade Island was in no such trouble at the moment. This did make him feel bad for the other groups, wondering if each one could handle a 5-spiked Dalki on their own. Should I inform Quinn? This seems like a decision he should make, whether we should help one of the two groups. Sam hesitated. It was then that one more person entered the cave. Hearing the footsteps, Sam immediately turned his head, only to find Brock walk in with his hands behind his back. "You appear to have just been updated on the current situation outside," Brock noted. "I can guess what you must be thinking, but it's not a good idea to decrease our own force at this moment. Remember what Eno said. If they get their hands on the demon tier beast, this war is basically lost. Think, why would they have started attacking those places but not here yet? If I were them, I would let some time pass, pressuring my enemy to send over some help, and the second they do, that's when I would strike this place." Sam didn't like it, but Brock's argument made sense. In the past, they might have doubted the Dalki's strategic capabilities, but them attacking all the planets at once had proven that humanity had been wrong to underestimate them in this regard. Nevertheless, Sam felt bad knowing that lives were being lost while they were just waiting on Blade Island, protecting what felt like an almighty beast of all things rather than their fellow people. The only good news was that their cursed faction weren't under attack. If they were, then they would probably have to move at least some of the group that was currently with them. I have come here to tell you that Eno claims we need Quinn. Please contact him and tell him to come back to the island right now. Brock delivered the message needed. Sam also didn't like the way he was being talked to, but for the greater good he swallowed his displeasure down. Even with all of them there, Richard Eno still seemed to be worried, and knowing that old man, there had to be a good reason behind that. So Quinn, that's all the information I have. Eno wants you to return to the island now, and by now I think he means straight away, but it's up to you to decide what you want to do. Sam reported, leaving the decision for Quinn to make. Quinn felt like it was a good thing he was relaxed and still sitting by the swampy tree when he had received the message, because it certainly was something he wanted to take his time to think about instead of rushing overhead first. Fortunately, although Eno seemed adamant for Quinn to come as soon as possible, according to Sam nothing had happened on Blade Island yet. Right now, only the other two groups were involved in fights. There are two actions I could take next. Quinn started to list his options. I could go back right now by using my shadow ability. That way I'll be by their side. Could help them make preparations and could also find out why Eno wants me back so badly. Alternatively, I could just continue training here with the Mark Dalkey until the last second. If I'm lucky, it will allow me to open up a fifth slot from the Demon Tier amulet, so I can be as strong as possible when they do need me. It was troublesome since both options had their upsides and downsides, especially when thinking back to how strong the 5-spike Dalkey were. Quinn just wasn't sure if he was ready yet. Nevertheless, Quinn leaned towards heading back now, yet he didn't exactly enjoy being on Eno's call. It made him feel as if he was just another one of Eno's chess pieces in this entire war. If you want my opinion, I also think we should go back now so we can prepare with Eno and the others. I don't like him either, but there is a reason behind everything he does and his goals coincide with our own. Vincent reasoned. Mulling over it for a little while longer, Quinn eventually stood up as he had come to a decision. You're right. I'll head back to Blade Island, but not because of what you said. Quinn insisted. I can take the Dalkey with me, by putting them in my shadow space, and then use my shadow link. I doubt even Eno knows that I am able to do this, so I'll keep them as my trump card for now. I will need to use their strength and drain them anyway, if we run into something like another 5-spike Dalkey after all. Besides, Sam said that nearly everyone is already on Blade Island. If I delayed my return trying to get stronger, and anyone were to die, it would be solely my own fault. Of course, Vincent was happy with Quinn's answer. Honestly, both options seemed fine, but he was happy that Quinn still had kept this part of him, the one that cared about his friends more so than anything, and he hoped that would never change. It was finally time for Quinn to return to his friend's side. Using his shadow link, he looked for someone he could connect to. While doing this, though, there was something else Quinn noticed. His shadow is activated at the moment? Does that mean he's using it as well? Quinn could feel someone else's shadow being used, and it wasn't anyone from the cursed faction. This was a big distraction for him, but he decided to shake it off for now and stick to the task at hand. If anything, it meant Quinn needed to be more cautious. After connecting to Dennis, Quinn's body started to sink in the shadow. I should train the shadow link skill more and level it up. Maybe then I can bring others with me as well without having to use the shadow lock skill. Quinn thought as he could only see darkness around him. One moment all he could see was darkness. The next he was greeted by a bright blue sky, with white fluffy clouds and a certain clean smell. It had been a long time since Quinn had been on Earth, and the other beast planets just didn't have the same atmosphere as their home planet. Closing his eyes, Quinn sniffed the air, taking in the smell that he had missed. I see you are as relaxed as ever. The voice that spoke up immediately soured his mood, and when Quinn opened his eyes he could see Eno in front of him. Next to him was Brock, and it looked like they were all standing on top of the castle wall. Quinn, you look good. Welcome back, boss. Hey, there he is. Turning around, Quinn acknowledged the greetings from the cursed group with a nod. To his surprise, nearly all of them were wearing beast gear he had never seen before. Quickly using his inspect skill, Quinn could see the impressive gear that was on all of their bodies. That's when he also noticed that some of them weren't there as well. "Where are the blades?" Quinn asked, looking around. Sam was the first to go up to Quinn, hoping to catch him up on what was happening so far, and what they were about to do. "Since you didn't reply back straight away, we thought you might have decided to arrive some time later," Sam explained as he looked towards Eno and Brock, who waited for the two of them. Yet the old man's tapping foot made it clear that he wanted them to hurry up. "So I kinda gave them the go-ahead to start Eno's plans without you. Although Eno insists that the attack will happen soon, we have no clue when exactly. That's why we made the decision to send Sil back so he can gather the powers he needs. We will call him as soon as the fighting starts here." The big downsides of the blade ability was that it required people with abilities and that the copied abilities only lasted for 24 hours. Unfortunately, vampires didn't count, yet one thing they wanted to avoid was bringing people over who could act like the chained for Sil's usage. Taking anybody to Blade Island would just be too dangerous. As for the other two, knowing what is about to come, Ratton and Vorden are in the middle of consuming the beast crystals. You know about their bodies getting weak after doing so, which is why Borden is protecting them underground in the storage place just in case anything is to happen. Sam explained. With Sam having told Quinn everything, Eno came forward, cleared his throat to say his piece. "This time I have no master plan. I don't even know who exactly our foe will be, whether it will just be Dalki, vampires, or perhaps a mix of both. Naturally, I don't know their exact numbers either. I could give you some estimations we have, but if you rely on that, it might just backfire. As such, it seems better to not share any flawed information and just prepare for the worst, which is what I will be doing now. What we need to concentrate on is the things we do know. The Dalki are after the demon tier beast. Prefers to stay near the giant tablet. At all costs we'll have to protect these three things in order of priority. The dragon, the tablet, and finally the teleporter. All three of them are located at the center of the island, close to each other. However, this is a good and a bad thing. Good, because our last line of defense will be here without the need to split up. Bad, because it also means that before that we can be attacked from all directions. In essence, the whole island will be our battlefield. Look at the people who are here right now. I know we have requested help, I have even called for help on my side. But it's quite possible that we will have to deal with everything with just the people who are here right now. Keep that in mind. Another thing we can't really influence will be the dragon's reaction when it senses so many invaders coming here. If the situation arises when you'll have to ask yourself, do I sacrifice my life for the demon tier beast? I want your resolve to be, yes. If the demon tier beast gets taken, then all of the human race is doomed. The others heard this and looked at each other. They knew of the importance of this task, and every time they had fought they had done so with their lives on the line, but usually they could see the faces of the people they were protecting. As for Quinn, he didn't agree with this at all. What the hell kind of pep talk was that? Eno, I understand that we should do everything we can to stop them from taking the demon tier beast, but how is us dying going to help anyone? If it comes down to it, we should live to fight again another day. If that's really your resolve, then they have practically already succeeded in taking the demon tier beast. Eno sighed. How can you still underestimate the significance of this thing? You might not be ready to give it your all, but I can guarantee you, at least the Dalki will pay any price they have to make sure they get it into their hands. Then what about you? Do you have that resolve? Are you prepared to risk your own life for once? How dare you ask my people, my friends, to risk their life if you aren't prepared to do the same? Quinn shouted. Who says I'm not? Eno replied, as he placed his hands together and a red glow could be seen. Quinn wasn't quite sure what was about to happen next. The red glow in between Eno's hands started to get brighter and brighter, until it was as bright as a flashlight, blinding them all. They had no choice but to look away, especially the vampires whose eyes were far more sensitive to the change in brightness. Is this it? Has Eno finally snapped and revealed his true colors? Quinn was ready to protect his friends. Activating his shadow, he was ready to summon the Dalki as backup. There was one thing that Quinn worried about, He had yet to see Ino's full strength, and given his powerful ability that was free to do so many things, he had to be cautious. However, the only thing that happened was that the light started to fade, revealing Ino. However, he looked completely different compared to just moments ago. His whole body was covered in a dark red armor, and on top of his head there was what looked to be a type of crown. It was a thin band that went all the way round through his hair, yet it had 3 red spikes sticking out. The one in the middle was the largest and resembled a horn with the way it pointed upwards. Is that the blood armor? Was Quinn's immediate thought. In the past, Quinn had seen Arthur in blood armor when he had fought Hilston, although back then the Punisher hadn't used it against his foe. How? Wasn't there only meant to be 2 sets of blood armor in existence? One that belongs to the King Dash, and the other to the Punisher Arthur. Ino cut Quinn off. I'm surprised you're that knowledgeable about our history, but there are still things that you don't know about this world. I was the first king of our vampire society. I was the one that decided that the Punishers should be created, and I am the one that is prepared to act. If no one else will put their life on the line to stop this vampire, then I will. Ino proclaimed strongly, his aura having taken a regal tone thanks to his new outfit. Quinn had been paying close attention to the other's heart rate ever since he had donned the armor, studying his facial expression to see if there was any hint of hesitation. But there had been no signs that Ino had been lying. The thing Quinn still couldn't understand was why someone so old was prepared to risk their life more than he himself was. Not only had Ino apparently told them the truth, but he hadn't even shown any hesitation whatsoever than he had claimed to be ready to lay down his own life for the cause. Nevertheless, Quinn couldn't help but be suspicious. For someone who has lived for as long as Ino had, it wouldn't surprise him if he had either learned or come up with some trick to hide all these signs. Years to become a good enough actor, to control his heartbeat so it wouldn't flutter, or perhaps lying on the spot was something that was just second nature to him. A 3rd blood armor set. I never heard of such a thing. How I wish I could have studied it in my time, Vincent noted. As a former researcher whose passion it had been to look into things, his passion about the vampire's past had blessed him with great knowledge. Yet even he had never heard of such a thing. Say what you will about Ino, but I have to admire his ability to have a backup plan for everything. Point in case, Quinn had never been part of Ino's equation in the first place. The vampire lord was someone completely outside his expectations who had continued to defy common sense and any expectation the original vampire had for him. He could have easily left everything to Quinn and the cursed faction, something he had done often enough in the past, yet Ino was now ready to risk his own life. Still, Quinn couldn't agree with the words that were said before. I'm sick of it. I'm tired of it. Quinn shouted again. I'm tired of people who think they know better, who are stronger, making decisions for others. We have our own lives, the people we care about, our own decisions. Ino, you might think differently because of how long you have lived. You look at not just humans, but even me who is a vampire like a child. A child who is naive and hasn't lived through what you have, so they need to listen to what you have to say. I won't deny that. Ino shrugged, before shaking his head. How can I not? When after all this time that has passed, everyone keeps making the same mistakes. It's my job to correct them. Not having any more words to say to Ino directly, Quinn decided to leave the area to calm down. He could tell that there were no amount of words that would change how the other would think. At the same time, he didn't know why he had gotten so frustrated. Was it because he was tired? Quinn felt like not just him but the whole cursed faction had already been pushed to their limit far more times than should be reasonable. Or was it the fact that Ino was right but he just didn't want him to be? Eventually walking away, hoping to calm down, no one knew what to say. They had felt Quinn's frustration many times during the war. Quinn, Sam murmured, but decided that now was not the right time to approach him, and wanted to hear if Ino had anything else to say about the enemy or this plan. However, there was one person that hadn't thought about her actions, instead chasing after Quinn as soon as he had left, and that was Layla. Following him through the castle down to the top floor, and was now in the throne room, she could see Quinn up ahead mumbling to himself under his breath. Quinn, wait! She shouted, yet the cursed faction leader seemed to be in his own world. He continued to go down the floors, making his way out of the castle. Quinn, you can't be the perfect person all the time. You have to let your frustration out sometime. Vincent tried to pacify his grandson. I was frustrated for many years, living in the vampire society, seeing other people not acting, thinking everything was okay when it wasn't. But you are not that type of person. You never have been, that's why you decided to act. I think your frustration comes from seeing no end in sight. But trust me, all of this will be over at one point. Eventually, Quinn had left the castle. Without any plan where to go, he just headed straight. Vincent's words helped. But Quinn didn't know why Eno was just able to rub him the wrong way. It's that look in his eyes whenever he speaks to us. Like he doesn't care about any of our lives. Does he not care for anyone, but then why? Why does he risk so much for humans if he doesn't care? I just don't understand. Quinn thought. Quinn! Layla called out again. And this time he had heard, turning around, seeing her slightly out of breath from chasing him. Luckily Quinn wasn't really running, otherwise Layla would have never been able to catch up to him. Finally, Layla stopped next to him, huffing and panting. I just wanted to say, thank you, Layla said, once she had caught her breath back. I know you said those words because you care about us. You don't want any of us to risk our lives, and trust me, we don't. I'm not sure about the others, but I'm sure their thoughts are along the same lines as mine. Even though we are tired, even though we don't want to risk our lives, at the end of the day, we decided to pick up our feet and continue on. Because if we didn't, then who would take our place? If we don't protect Blade Island, then who else is there? These words were exactly the thoughts that Quinn had time and time again, after making his own faction. It was what kept him going in. If he didn't change the way the system worked, then who would? Who could take his place, and who could stop the Dalkey race? Thanks, Layla. Quinn smiled. You know, from the very beginning you have always been there for me. Even when I was scared after just having turned into a vampire. Sometimes I need help, and not just with things to do with fighting, and you seem to be there at the right time to pick up the pieces. Layla smiled back as she started to remember those days. Things seemed so complicated even back then, but now they looked like child's play in comparison. She would have done anything to go back to that time and just spend some leisure time with each other at school. As the two of them looked into each other's eyes, the scabbard that Layla's sword was in started to rattle. It did so much that Quinn could even see it shaking. That sword! Quinn looked at it. He then remembered something. When he had used his inspect skill on the sword, it had triggered one of the quests. Ah, this thing. I actually want to ask you about it. Layla remembered, taking it off her side and holding it in her hand. She then pointed it in the direction of the tablet, and the sword started to shake even more. It seems to be reacting to the tablet. That's right, the tablet and the words both activated the quest to learn more about the Talon family. What will happen if I bring the sword to the tablet? Do you mind if I borrow the sword for a second? Quinn asked. Seeing no problem with that request, Layla handed the sword over to Quinn, and the two of them headed towards where the tablet was. Hopefully, Quinn would learn more about his Talon family, which he still had no clue about. He knew about his vampire side, but what was so special about the Talon name? However, when Quinn had reached the area where the demon beast and tablet lay, he saw something else that shocked him even more. What is that from the little seed I planted? Seeing the tree, the amulet around Quinn's chest started to react. When Quinn had defeated the demon tier beast, he had not only received the crystal from the beast but also other rewards alongside it. One of them had been a little seed. Unfortunately, the system hadn't told him what the seed was or what it could be used for. Due to the lack of that knowledge, Quinn had been cautious about the seed. His first association had been that it was very likely a seed of the tree itself, hence why he had refrained from planting it where there were plenty of people, such as on the cursed ship. Calm down. Even if that really is a sapling of that damn tree, that's a good thing, right? Quinn tried to stay positive just like the last time. Although I'd rather not have to go through such a tough fight again, I have become stronger since then, so I should be able to defeat it. With another demon tier crystal, we'll be able to make another demon tier item. However, looking at the dragon that was snoring not too far from the tree, a horrid thought entered Quinn's mind. What if the tree was already marking beasts around the island? The parent tree had the ability to further enhance the power of those marked. What if it could manage to mark the dragon? The demon tier was already strong, and with the power of another demon tier, it would practically be unstoppable. Come to think of it, could that really happen? I'm sure the dragon's power is far stronger than the tree, and if it tries to take over, wouldn't the dragon just destroy it? Quinn wondered. Regardless, at the end of the day, Quinn had planted the seed on the island, and whatever was to come would be his fault. The tree itself was currently around the same height as two humans stacked on top of each other. It was nowhere near as grand as the original, so Quinn was confident of being able to get rid of it, in case it showed any signs of making trouble, before it would fully grow. And there was one more concerning thing, the amulet around his neck. Moving forward, Quinn walked out towards it, and just like Layla's sword that would rattle now, his amulet was shaking as well. Before I get any closer, I should do that. Inspect. An incomplete roseous tree. No other information found. Other than the name of the tree, it looked like the system wasn't going to help him out now. But he had learned one thing, that it was incomplete. Why does the system classify it as incomplete? Can't just be because it isn't fully grown. It has to be missing something. Has it yet to grow a crystal, perhaps? Wait. Could it be that it's somehow unable to? Having warned Layla to stay back for now, Quinn handed her the sword back, while he himself inspected the tree from top to bottom. Unable to find anything, he went forward. But since nothing happened, Quinn eventually placed his hand on the tree. At that moment, the amulet was no longer shaking. Rather, it lit up. Using his chi energy, Quinn tried to sense its energy. Unsurprisingly, it had the energy of a beast running through it. It was clear this was a beast like the last one, yet he could sense no beast crystal inside. The amulet is reacting to it pretty crazy, but maybe it's just because they both came from the same source. Quinn contemplated, yet there was another thought in his head. Shouldn't this be a reward for killing the demon tier beast? This tree came from the seed I planted, and up until now the system has never given me something that could harm me directly. Thinking things through, Quinn used his inspect skill again, only this time he did so on the demon tier amulet. It gave him the same information about the skills and its uses as before, but there was one additional line that hadn't been there previously. The demon tier amulet can also be used as a key. It had only come up now after discovering the tree. Putting this and the fact that the seed was meant to be a reward, Quinn took off the amulet and was ready to press it against the tree. When it was a few inches away, his hand stopped. What if I can't get the key back after putting it in the tree? What will happen to the Dalki in my shadow lock? Will I no longer be able to use its abilities? Considering that scenario, Quinn also thought about the 5-spike Dalki that had defeated him. Even if he were to suck all the marked Dalki dry, the power boost alone would not help him defeat that one. As impressive as Ino appeared in his blood armor, Quinn doubted that teaming up with him was enough, either. With these thoughts he pushed the amulet in, and soon he could feel the amulet being sucked out of his hand, and burning into the tree. Letting go, the amulet started twisting and turning and lighting up with the tree, and the leaves on the very top started to sprout even more. In front of Quinn's and Layla's very eyes, the tree was growing wildly. The ground cracked underneath as its roots were digging in, but the amulet could still be seen. Damn it! I seem to have made a mistake. Quinn bit his bottom lip, but finally the growth spurt stopped. The tree had doubled in size to what it was before, yet it was still inferior to the original. Turning around, he was worried about the dragon's reaction. It had apparently woken up, but for now he just curiously looked over the tree. The dragon! I woke up the dragon. Do I have to deal with that as well now? After its curiosity was sated, it laid back down and started snoring once more. Is that all that thing does? Quinn thought. Thankfully the tree had stopped growing and the dragon was no longer interested in it. Inspect. Complete Rosesis tree. Linking with amulet is now complete. Amulet may be removed. Seeing the last message, Quinn felt relieved. Jumping up, he reached halfway to the tree and grabbed onto it with one hand, before pulling out the amulet with the other and jumping back down to the ground. With the demon tier amulet back in his possession, he noticed that it was radiating with even more energy than before, and a system notification on the screen had popped up. The demon tier amulet has successfully been linked with the Rosesis tree. The Rosesis tree has become a permanent marked. Permanent marked? Does it mean it's different from the marked Dalki? Straight away, Quinn activated the powers of the amulet and he could feel it. Just like with the Dalki, Quinn could take full control of the tree in front of him. In doing so, he was witnessing a view he had never seen before. The tree itself had roots that had been implanted not just in the ground beneath them, but the roots spread through the entire island. Using the power of the amulet, Quinn could feel what the tree could do. He could control these roots so they would sprout up on the island. Controlling those roots, Quinn made one of them sprout somewhere in the jungle. He had chosen a thin one which sprouted from the ground in what appeared to be a basic tier beast's burrow. Slowly creeping up to the bunny-like creature, the root quickly wrapped around the beast. This was a completely different feeling from controlling the Dalki, as they had at least been humanoid, yet for some reason it felt easier to Quinn. However, controlling several at the same time proved to be a completely different story. The vision of the tree itself was as wide as its roots would go, but to focus on small details was a headache, as he had to try and ignore the rest of his vision, which wasn't something easy to do. With the roots wrapped around the bunny, Quinn was about to let the beast go, until he could feel something else, that it wasn't the only thing the tree could do. No, this feels the same. It feels just like when I marked the Dalki with the amulet. Putting it to the test, Quinn attempted to mark it, and a surge of energy went through the bunny. A few seconds later, the same marking appeared on the rabbit's underbelly. Through the tree, Quinn could control the marked just how he would when he was using the amulet. In a way, it was like having a second amulet, only better, for there was no need to store energy. It was using the energy of the tree itself. After a few more tests with the tree, Quinn realized something else. The tree could do essentially everything that the demon tier beast had been able to. Mark beasts, send energy from them and take energy away. The beasts wouldn't die either when energy was taken away. Still, he had quickly noticed that with every marked beast, the energy of the tree would lessen a little. The way this worked, it would have never been able to take over the dragon. Not that Quinn would ever dare to do so, afraid of its retaliation. Eventually, Quinn returned to himself, having discovered that the tree worked pretty much the same way as all his other marked. The only downside he had found was that he couldn't use the amulet to directly control those that the tree had marked. However, he could still give the bunny basic instructions like he did with the Dalki. For now, he just gave the tree the command to try and take over as many strong beats as it could on Blade Island. Whoever comes here will now be in for a huge surprise. Quinn grinned, as he imagined the invaders having to face an army of wild beasts. Underneath the Blade Castle, both Vorden and Ratton were sitting inside one of the cells. At the moment, the two Blade siblings were busy consuming crystals, one by one, impatiently waiting for the energy to be consumed by their bodies that would hopefully allow them to evolve to the next tier. Both of them were sitting on the ground and had a small mountain of crystals next to them. According to Muddy and Tails, the easiest way for their bodies to absorb the energy inside those crystals was just to eat them. However, the downside was the drowsy feeling they would experience as their body was using that energy to grow. This was why they had decided to do it underground, away from any distraction of beasts or others, and even if someone did come down, they would have to go through the cell doors first. To do that, they would have to pass Borden, who acted as a bodyguard for the two of them. Since there was no sign of anybody, Borden had just watched the show of Vorden and Ratton seemingly competing in an eating contest. After consuming a crystal, both had their eyes closed, making it seem as if they had gone to sleep after overeating. Technically, evolution wasn't the only way for the two of them to get stronger in their current form. Although beasts were unable to activate most beast gear because of their body, there were some special crystals that could be made into beast gear for beasts. Unfortunately, they were so rare that the group hadn't come across any so far. Still, around Tails' waist there was a pouch that would allow Vorden to carry a few things around. The only thing currently inside was the green injection for little Borden to use his full strength whenever it was needed. It was almost impossible for Borden to carry them himself, so he did need to rely on others for that part. Still, he was happy that he could help out. Walking up to Vorden's pile of crystals, Borden grabbed onto one of the crystals. Dalki are half beast, right? So if I eat this thing, will it help me grow stronger as well? Borden wondered. He quickly disregarded this thought, despite how much he wanted to take the bite of the crystal, for two reasons. The first was that it was his job to protect the other two. If the crystal worked on him in a similar fashion like it did for the two before him, then he would enter a weak state like them, so now wasn't the time to be testing things. The second reason was just common sense. If crystals really helped the Dalki race evolve, then they should have already been consuming them by now. Borden was sure they would have done the test for it. I better just give this crystal back to them, Borden thought, as he went to put the crystal in Vorden's hand, so he didn't have to grab another one from the pile. It was at that moment that he could see something coming from above the cave slowly moving. Most wouldn't have noticed, but Borden did. What is that? Borden thought, and immediately started to go for Vorden's pouch, carefully grabbing the injection. What's going on? Vorden asked in a sleepy tone. Injecting himself, the green energy was rising inside of him, and his body started to grow until he was as big as his sleepy brothers. Reaching his full size, Borden quickly threw out both of his hands and grabbed onto the objects that were moving. What are these? Hang on, are these tree roots? Borden was confused. Surprisingly, the roots were not only durable but also very strong. Borden had only just finished his transformation, yet they were easily able to lift him up, swinging him to the ground right into a pile of crystals. This caused both Rattan and Vorden to come to their senses, and they both stood up. You little twerp. I thought you were meant to stop anyone from coming inside, Rattan shouted in anger. They're coming from above, Borden shouted. As the two looked up, they could see several roots hovering in the air, yet Borden noticed that they seemed to be ignoring him. Instead, they seemed focused solely on the direction of his siblings. Quickly, Borden jumped up and grabbed on to two of the roots again, hanging like a monkey on the vines. Using his strength, he tried his best to pull on the roots as hard as possible, but no matter how hard he was pulling, it didn't seem like it was breaking. What the hell kind of tree is this? Meanwhile, Layla had just handed over the black sword to Quinn once again, who stood a few steps away from the tablet. Before he could reach the tablet, he suddenly felt the amulet around his neck connecting again. I can feel the tree. Is it struggling with something? Quinn wondered, curious what could have happened. Quinn decided to take full control over the tree again. Since the tree was busy in more than just one place, it took the vampire lord a while to find the reason for his amulet reaction. Crap? Stop. Stop. Quinn thought to himself. The underground roots retreated as he made them go elsewhere. Exiting his full control, he went back to partial control and made sure to convey that the two of them were their allies, forbidding the tree for marking them. Well, that was definitely a big mistake on my part. Quinn blamed himself as he put on a guilty face. It was his own fault for giving the Rosesis tree the simple command of trying to take over as many strong beasts on the island as it could. With the dragon next to it, he had kept in mind to exclude it from that list, but he had forgotten about Vorden and Rattan. Look, I didn't do it on purpose. It's just because I never saw those two as beasts in the first place. I just always thought of them as people like the rest of us. Quinn thought, speaking to Vincent, who he imagined was judging him at this point. Just to be on the safe side, he also designated Layla and the others as allies to prevent something like that happening in the future. Putting this short episode to the back of his mind, Quinn walked the last steps forwards, until he stood directly in front of the table, the black sword in his hand. Layla wasn't too far behind him, curious to see what would happen. Unafraid of the tablet, Quinn pressed his hand against it. Hey, are you there? You can still hear me, right? Last time you just stopped speaking to me. But I know something is up with this sword. It seems to be reacting to the tablet, or probably you, and I know that it's also somehow connected to my quest. Quinn continued to mumble, in the hopes of receiving an answer. The tablet started to light up brightly once again, just as it had done in the past when Quinn had touched it before. Finally, the voice inside said something. Yes, I can hear you. It appears that you have brought something that is quite troublesome with you. The voice didn't seem too pleased about the sword in Quinn's hand. As for Quinn, he wasn't in a position to overly care about yet another disembodied voice. He just wanted to complete the quest, if only to learn more about his Talon family line. A quest, you say? Now, that's something I haven't heard in a long time. What type of quest are you on? Who has told you to bring this sword to me? I mean, with the way I am now, I can't exactly do anything about it. Was it that damned woman again? The voice on the tablet started to ramble. When learning that all of the abilities came from the tablet, and it was from this great being that lived in the tablet, Quinn thought that perhaps he was some type of god. But the more he listened to him, the more it sounded like a normal person like everyone else. He also thought there was a simple misunderstanding. Quinn was referring to the quest his system had given him, but it sounded like the one in the tablet thought someone had sent him on a quest. Look, I really don't know how long I can speak to you for. Last time we were cut off before I could even ask you the questions that only you might be able to answer, so we need to hurry this up. I can tell this sword isn't a beast weapon, so just what is it? What does it have to do with my Talon family? There was silence from the tablet for a while. Quinn was starting to worry that the connection had disappeared once more. Can you hear me? I need to know more about the sword, or at least about my family. Please, you might really be the only one to help me with that. Quinn pleaded, since that person had been the only lead he had in that direction. Yes? I know about the Talon family, and I know about the sword as well. I suppose it's better if I start from the beginning. My original name was Senior. Quinn was happy that the voice agreed to his request, but he didn't have time for any long-winded life stories. Not when he was worried that any second now the connection would break off just like it had done the last time. To be frank, Quinn could care less about the name of the one inside the tablet. He just needed to get answers to his questions, so why start from the beginning? I say my original name, because my story is a bit special. To be more precise, I was reincarnated into a human and I bore the name given to me by my parents. A name that reminded them of a ray of sunshine. Come on already. Quinn was about to shout in anger. They gave me the name of Ray Talon. Layla was left standing there not really knowing what to do as strange things were happening around Quinn. One moment she saw the amulet light up around his neck and the next second the tree started to grow in size, without him explaining anything to her. However, judging by his reaction, it was only because Quinn was just as surprised by the consequences of his actions as she was. The next moment, Quinn seemed to be concentrating extremely hard. Don't worry about Quinn. He's just playing with the tree for a little bit and should probably be back soon. Vincent turned around, informed Layla. It had become a natural thing for the two of them to switch whenever Quinn would use his full control. There he is again, the same person as last time. I can tell that's not Quinn. But then just who is it? I doubt Shiro planted someone else inside Quinn's mind. So does that mean there has always been someone else inside his body? That thought saddened Layla. Not because it would mean that Quinn was in a situation similar to that of Vorden, Ratton and Syl, but the fact that he had decided to keep it a secret even from her. Even though she couldn't have helped him in any way with it, it would have been nice if he could have confided in her. Layla was about to ask that mysterious person who he was. But then the real Quinn appeared in front of her asking to borrow the sword once again. Not having any reason to refuse him, she handed it over and without explaining anything he started to walk towards the tablet. Quinn, why do so many strange things happen around you? There are many people who believe the world revolves around them, that only their life is important. But when I watch you, it's as if I realize how unimportant my own life is in comparison. At the moment, the whole world really does seem to be revolving around you. Layla thought, as she rubbed her elbow up and down with her hand. A few moments later, the watch around her wrist started to vibrate, indicating that there was an incoming call. Hey Layla. Thank God you answered. Sam said from the other side. It was clear he was worried about something, making Layla think that the attack might have started, which would probably be the worst timing with Quinn out of it once more. Are the two of you okay? Have you been attacked as well? Sam asked. Huh? No, we're both fine, we're just by the tablet at the moment. What's going on? Who was attacked and by whom? It's the Blades. They came back to report that while they had been underground they had been attacked by some roots. I tried to get in contact with the others, but fortunately they seem to be the only ones who have been attacked so far. When hearing the words roots, straight away Layla's mind went to the giant tree in the middle. The timing of the attack, and when Quinn was messing around with the tree seemed to be quite similar. Are they okay now? They're not being attacked anymore, are they? Layla asked. No, but they have decided to move away from the underground cells and into the castle. So their session has been delayed a little. Sam explained. I think it might have something to do with Quinn. Layla sighed, thinking back to the time before the tablet. There should be no need to panic, but I'll ask him once he's done. Layla said, hanging up the call there. Layla's answer had only added to his confusion. When he's done. When he's done with what exactly? Listening to the voice in the tablet speak, Quinn was sure of it. It had just claimed that its name used to be Ray Talon, the same family name that Quinn currently had himself. Now, the quest was starting to make sense, but the only thing was nothing else was making sense to him. Ray Talon. So that means we're related, right? But how? I thought you were some sort of god that gave all the world their abilities? How is that possible? Is my father a god? Does that make me a god as well? But I'm a vampire. Quinn's reaction to this sudden information was to blurt out a bunch of questions. In all honesty, he had been through some pretty crazy things before as he learned about his vampire side of his family, learned about Eno's past, learned about Arthur and Vincent, but this information was one thing that made no sense in his head at all. In the first place, his family carried the Talon name which had come from his father. Not the Eno family name, which most likely meant that Quinn's vampire side had come from his mother, but he had no clue that his non-vampire side would also be so special. Calm down, boy. Has it been so long that you've forgotten what I said to you last time? Ray questioned him. I was a being that was even more powerful than the gods. Still, the fact remains that before I reached that point, I did live my life as a human. My parents, although I carried their blood, my own existence and powers continued inside of me. My body changed and I eventually passed that on. It must have eventually reached you. When I asked your name last time, I realized that this had to be the most likely reason as for why the two of us are able to talk. Please take note that we are talking about a few 1,000 years between my generation and yours. So don't ask me if I know your mother or father. I can already predict your next question. If Quinn and Ray really were related in some way, then it would make sense why his family also had no clue about this. His mother or their mothers for so much time had passed. Still, there was one thing that was on Quinn's mind. If this person wasn't a god, then what was he? What exactly were you? It's already hard for me to even imagine how great a god would be. But then what is greater than that? Quinn asked. I was once feared all over the land. Humans would tell their children about me. The unstoppable great red dragon Sen. Ga. Ray started to let out a weird laugh, one that sounded as if it belonged to a beast more so than a human. What the hell is going on, Vincent? Quinn asked, hoping that he wasn't just going crazy. Unfortunately, I'm as lost as you on this one. Perhaps you should ask Ray for a bit of context. Vincent suggested. So, you were something above a demon-tier beast? Should I picture you like a red version of the dragon guarding this tablet then? Quinn asked. Please, do you really think I was that weak? Ray replied in disdain. Not to belittle my scaly friend on the outside, but do you really think someone like that could grant nearly all the abilities that exist today? Alas, as powerful as I was, I had been tricked. I was taught a harsh lesson, you see. Someone had wished for me to help the humans, but as Sen I had remained stubborn. So they made me live life as a human, and through that I learned to care for them. Ultimately, I ended up doing just what was wanted of me, and to my shock I did so out of my own volition. I am happy to hear that even so many years later one of my descendants is also helping out the human race. I fought hard for this planet, and while I know how heavy that burden is, I'm happy that with you humanity should be in good hands. For all his newfound enthusiasm, a lot of Ray's words went right through Quinn, who he was busy trying to wrap his head around what he really was. If he had dragon blood and vampire blood inside of him, did he even have any human blood running through his veins? However, as crazy as everything sounded, Quinn felt like the tablet had no reason to lie. Dragons, just like vampires, were things that should belong in fairy tales, yet they had to have come from somewhere. If the existence of vampires were real, then why couldn't he believe in real dragons as well? Not just some demon-tier beast that stood behind him. He just never thought that he would be related to them. So about this sword. It definitely is not a beast weapon, but did it belong to you? Quinn asked, trying to change the topic to something easier to understand. No, Ray answered, and this time his voice became more concerned and less playful. That sword belonged to a dear friend of mine. It helped us on our journey, and it looks like it found a way to help you out on yours as well. However, that sword doesn't have anything to do with our family line. Truth be told, I do not know much about it, but I do know that there is someone who might. There is a being that I knew back in the past during my time. She should still be prancing around even today. You might have even met her since she loves to meddle in things. During my time she went by Bliss. Seek her out, or wait until she seeks you out. Since you have my blood, it should happen sooner or later. I'm sure she will tell you more about the sword. New quest received. Meet with the divine being. Divine being. Is this the Bliss person he was talking about? The light on the tablet started to fade again, and Quinn could tell that the time to speak was running out. It looks like our time is coming to an end. You have my blood running through your veins, and if you really are a Talon, then the Dalki won't even be worth your time. Just continue to grow, get stronger and evolve. As one of my blood, there will be no cap for you. The Talon family is able to go even beyond anyone's expectations. Trust me on that. Hearing these words, Quinn thought of another quest he had received. Become something beyond a vampire lord. For some reason, after his little talk with Ray, Quinn was feeling more confident than ever. The tiredness he felt before, the defeats he had suffered, he realized that a small part of him had started to give up hope. It had started to doubt if we could manage to get strong enough to stop them. But now there was a new ray of hope. The light from the tablet started to die down, and Layla could finally see Quinn removing his hand from the tablet. She expected Quinn to look half defeated as so far he had been, especially based on the faces she had seen him pull while his hand was on the tablet. But instead, she saw a smile on his face. Did he find the answer he was looking for? Layla wondered. Seeing Quinn smile gave a warm feeling in Layla's heart as well. My emotions. They are all over the place. Is it because of the subclass? Her vampire subclass caused her emotions to be more heightened than usual. She had experienced this before. Sadness, anger, and happiness. All of these emotions would be multiplied compared to before she was turned. But it was also what allowed her to evolve into her other forms. The stronger the emotion, the more strength she had. On top of this, she also noticed that the sword she had given to Quinn was no longer rattling. When she was next to the tablet, Layla had attempted to touch it herself. While holding the sword, there was no such effect for her. You are a special one, aren't you? Layla thought, and before she knew it, Quinn was directly in front of her, handing the sword back over. I didn't really find out much about the sword, Quinn said. Just that it used to belong to someone else a long time ago. It looks like you can keep on using it with no worries. Speaking of, have you ever heard of anyone named Bliss? Quinn asked. He knew it was a long shot, but Layla and the others did live a life before him, and there was a time when she was at Pure for a good while. Perhaps she had met this person at some point, but soon seeing her shake her head, Quinn realized that this wasn't going to be an easy task. Maybe the divine being? Quinn asked again, referring to the name the system had given her rather than the one Ray had. Still, Layla shook her head. Layla found it a bit strange that Quinn was looking for someone after touching the tablet, and she wanted to ask why. Still, he seemed to be in deep thought. He was thinking about how to complete the next part of the quest, while also a little annoyed that he hadn't received anything for finding out about his Talon family bloodline. Is it because I received another quest straight after? Maybe this is like a chain, and I won't get the real reward until I complete the whole thing. Quinn wondered. More importantly, he needed to figure out how to find this person. Although Ray said there was a chance she would come to him, why hadn't she done so far? Everyone knew who he was. The blades could get to him, so he was sure if someone was looking for him, they would have been able to find him. You know, if you're looking for someone, maybe she should ask Logan, Layla suggested. He has access to military files and more information than we can imagine. I would guess he could find whoever you are looking for, but with just a first name like Bliss, I don't know how much it would help. It was a good suggestion to make, and Quinn certainly would ask Logan, but he had a feeling it wouldn't work either. I have never heard of this Bliss character either, Vincent said. But you have to remember, the person in the tablet said he had lived 1,000 years ago. If this is a friend of his or someone that knew him, then maybe many don't know who this person is. However, there are those that have also lived for 1,000 of years that might know the answer, and one of them is on this very island. Please, Quinn almost begged Vincent, hoping that he wasn't suggesting what he was suggesting. After his mood had just picked up again, was he really telling him to see if Ino knew who Bliss or the divine being was? All right, I guess I can't help it, and I need to talk to him at some point anyway. Quinn sighed. Even if our views or morals are different, our goals are the same for now. Layla, I just wanted to say thanks for being by my side this whole time. Why don't you meet up with Sam, catch up on whatever plans he has at the moment, and then come back to me? There's something else I need to do, Quinn said. Not wanting to waste any more time, Quinn ran off, heading towards the castle's direction. Judging by the fact that Quinn was heading that way and not speaking to Sam himself, Layla could tell who he was going to talk to. I just hope nothing happens between the two of them, Layla thought, making her way towards the castle herself. It didn't take long with Quinn's speed to find Ino, and it wasn't hard to find him since he had remained at the same place Quinn had last seen him, on top of the castle. His back was facing away from Quinn while Brock was looking towards him. He knew that Ino knew Quinn was there, yet still didn't turn around, and seeing the red blood armor, Quinn had many thoughts running through his head. The blood armor, Ino had it all this time, and the other vampires didn't even know about it. I guess this is someone who even tricked Arthur, someone who he allowed to call him friends even knowing what he did. I also can't help but think that this isn't the only thing that Ino is hiding, Quinn thought. What stood out to Quinn as well was the crown-like figure on his head. He hadn't seen that before, not even on Arthur's set, and he was sure it wasn't just for show. I hope you haven't come back here to give me a lecture because if so, you are better off continuing what you were doing before, Ino replied. From the castle, Ino had a clear view of what Quinn was doing, and perhaps he had even figured out what was happening. But Quinn knew that he couldn't hear the conversation he had just had. Otherwise, he would understand why he was here. I wanted to ask you something about Dash. Just as Quinn was about to ask his question, he saw Brock turn around and look the other way. Quinn also stopped mid-speech because he could hear it as well. He quickly ran to the edge of the castle wall and looked out far in the distance, where the vast blue sea could be seen. Large giant circles were opening all over the place. They looked similar to the portals that everyone used, but there was no device to activate them. Seemingly they had just opened up out of thin air over the ocean floating there. Not just one but around 20 or so. The real worry was that they weren't small portals for humans either, and before they knew it, several spaceships, around 10 from each portal, had come through the teleporters. There were so many ships that Quinn couldn't keep count of them, and they were now all moving towards the Blade Island. What stood out about them was they didn't look like Dalki ships. How many have they sent to this island? Quinn said. I had a feeling he would go all out, Ino said, looking out still unmoving, but his fist was tense. Jim, why do this much? Vincent thought. Those in the castle weren't the only ones that had reacted to this. Unexpectedly, even though the ships had yet to reach the island, the demon-tier beast finally looked like it had decided to wake up. Its heavy feet hit the ground, shaking it slightly as it stood upright. Then looking to the sky, it opened its mouth wide before letting out an almighty roar. Beasts in the trees and birds flew out, scared of staying on the island, and everyone who didn't know what was going on now knew something was happening. The roar was so loud that Quinn had covered his ears, and when the sound had calmed, he looked over at the beast. No, 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 Quinn thought. Looking at the teleporter, Quinn could see that it had been smashed into small pieces. He didn't know when, but he could see the giant dragon's tail moving back and forth next to it, but still a little distance away. He could only imagine it had collided with the teleporter near the tablet. That was not what I expected. The beast has never gotten within a certain range of the tablet before, so I thought it was safe even from the demon tier beast. Ino said. However, it just means that there is no retreat for any of us. If we want to survive this, then we have to fight all out, with our lives on the line. There was something inside Quinn that believed, after hearing those words, that the teleporter being destroyed wasn't accidental at all. Ino wanted to end it here whether the cursed faction wanted to or not. In the grand universe where the beast planets were located, the cursed ship was currently making its way towards the cursed faction planets. They had been informed that the Earthborn group as well as the Greylash group were already under attack, so they were worried that the cursed faction would be next. Unlike in the past, when the Dalki had owned one half of the beast planets circulating around the solar system's sun, while humanity in the other, the balance had shifted to the point that the latter were down to a total of 9 planets. It was hard to decide where it was exactly safe for the humans to travel. In one half of the solar system, the planets that the humans used to own were split into the 3 sections belonging to the 3 groups. The Earthborn planets were situated directly in the center between the planets of the other 2 factions. The cursed ship had left from planet Kaladi, which was located in the Earthborn section and was now heading over to the cursed faction section, but would have to go past planets that had already been taken over. They strayed widely from the other planets and wanted to make it so they were a reasonable distance both from the cursed faction planets and the Earthborn planets. However, not too long after setting off on their journey, the cursed ship had been put to a halt, as it had received some devastating news. "Miss Megan, we have terrible news," one of the cursed members shouted from inside the teleportation room. "The teleporter you told us to keep watch out for, it has gone offline. It's not activating at all. We have performed all the tests to check if it's something on our end, but the result was that whatever happened to the teleporter had to have occurred on the other end. Worst case scenario, judging by how abruptly the signal has cut off without any prior warning, the most likely scenario is that it was destroyed. Just as the cursed faction member had reported, the teleporter had gone offline. Just seconds ago, it had been glowing brightly as the portal had been designated the highest priority. Everyone had been instructed to do everything in their power to keep it active, so they could use it as soon as the fighting would start. Hearing this news, Megan was biting down hard on her nails inside the command center. "What do I do? What can we do? Does it mean those guys are in trouble? I'm sure Sam will give us an update on their situation any second now. Let's wait for his response before we decide on what to do next." Chucky tried to calm Megan down, while Shiro nodded in approval. The 2 of them got on with each other since they had seen each other around the school, and they were also currently the ones helping out Megan take care of the cursed ship while the others were away. Even if their teleporter is broken, aren't there other ways to reach them? Like maybe we could ask to use one from the Earthborn group? They should have one that leads to Earth, and then we can fly to Blade Island from there. Shiro suggested. "No, we can't." Megan shook her head. "Supreme Commander Satch has put out an executive order that no one is to use that one. Even though Logan had created the jammers, he deems it too risky. Right now, no one is allowed to have active teleporters leading to Earth. The one on Blade Island was meant to be the sole exception to that rule. The only way to head back to Earth is through the space station, which is offline. Even though they might be able to reason with Supreme Commander Satch under normal circumstances, right now he was busy with his own set of troubles. This was also the reason why Megan hadn't called Sam straight back. After all signs pointed to the teleporter being destroyed, she couldn't risk distracting any of them if they were in the middle of fighting. Still, Megan did send out a message, and if all things were still okay, then Sam should hopefully be giving her a reply soon. "What about Sergeant Nathan?" Chucky asked. "He used to be a head general, right? Don't you think he could perhaps still pull some strings for us and get that Earth station working again? Besides, depending on how large the forces are attacking Blade Island, we could use Nathan's and his group's help anyway." It was a good suggestion, so Megan got ready to call Nathan, but one thought passed through her head. What about the cursed faction planets? For now they had working teleporters on their planets, but who is to say the Dalki didn't find a way to outright destroy those teleporters? Wasn't there a good chance that whatever happened on Blade Island would happen here again? Would it really be alright to have the cursed ship head to Earth? It would be a long time before they could arrive. The decision is up to you. Sam trusted you, so we will go with whatever you say. Shiro tried to encourage her and Chucky also agreed with that. After the almighty roar from the demon-tier beast, everyone was already running towards the top of the castle. It was the perfect vantage point to allow them to see where exactly the enemy was coming from and how many of them there were. To everyone's surprise, their numbers far surpassed even their wildest speculations. I thought that we might have had some time to prepare more. Sam sighed, looking out into the distance. The ships were far away and moving slowly towards them, but it just meant they would soon face an organized and coordinated attack. Everyone had believed that things would go down just like it had happened on the other planets when the Dalki had invaded, namely that a mothership of some kind would have appeared and sent down Dalki. However, there was one person who was not with the group. Mona stood far out on the sandy beach of the island, looking into the sea. Thanks for the little warning. Mona grinned, as she lifted up her pointy hat a little to be able to have a better look. Finally the ships were starting to make their way towards the island. These guys really seem to think that taking over Blade Island will be that easy. She smiled, soon throwing off her hat to the side, revealing her long braided dark purple hair that almost looked black, apart from when it moved in the sunlight. Running out on the sand, Mona looked fearless and not for a second did she slow down her pace. Eventually, she leapt into the air, jumping several feet, a height no regular human would be able to reach without top-tier beast armor. After she passed the shoreline, there was only the sea below her and it looked like she would crash into it at any second. But then a dark shadow from underneath appeared. Moments before her toes could touch the water, Mona landed on a solid white surface. In the giant sea of water, a small white piece of land had suddenly appeared, and it slowly started to rise higher and higher, and that's when those from the castle could see what it was as well. That looks awfully similar to the giant creature that attacked us when we first arrived here. Only a little different? Logan did not remember the beast having white skin, and at the same time its eyes were almost glowing blue. Not only that, but now that it had revealed itself, its overall size seemed to have increased a little as well. For ships that were headed out front tried to quickly avoid the giant octopus and attempted to go around the side of it. Soon though, they could see large tentacles in its view. Two of them were slammed out of the air, and their ships sank into the sea. One of the other spaceships had managed to fly out further to the left of the beast, allowing it to notice the creature before the others. Being further back, it had managed to avoid the attack, but soon a jet of water that spiraled out and shot out like a laser hit the ship, blowing it up on the spot. The final fourth ship, seeing this, was thankful that the beast had chosen not to use its attack on itself, and was hoping to land upon the planet soon. However, that's when he noticed at the last second, running on one of the tentacles was a female-looking human. When Mona got to the end of the beast's tentacle, it soon grabbed her and threw her towards the fourth ship. Using her great strength, she grabbed on to the back and lifted both her hands. Activating the power of all her beast gear, she slammed down, causing an explosion by the engine, and quickly jumped back off, allowing the octopus beast to catch her again and place her on the head. Unfortunately for you, I owe that cursed boy and his grandfather a favor. Mona spoke seemingly to herself. As the only one of the former Big Four present, I will make sure that you pay a heavy price if you intend to reach that island. It was at that moment Quinn used his inspect skill, noticing the octopus had clearly demonstrated a speed, strength, size and skills surpassing its former self, yet it looked too similar to the last one to be a different beast. Inspect. Allah Kraken Demon Tier Beast. Did you really think you were the only ones that knew how to evolve beasts? Quinn didn't need to turn around to be able to imagine that smug smile that was sure to be on Ino's face. Quinn couldn't quite believe what he was seeing. Another demon-tier beast had appeared on the island, or more accurately in the sea. What's more, it seemed to be a beast he was all too familiar with. When first coming to the island, he had run into it and it had ended up demolishing Logan's precious submarine. On their second visit, Quinn had seen Mona tame the beast, a feat so amazing that she might be the only one able to achieve such a thing, with the exception of Syl perhaps, but he clearly remembered that the Kraken had not been a demon-tier beast at the time. The confusing part was that Mona had once claimed that she didn't think it possible for her to be able to control a demon-tier beast, due to the way her ability worked. She only had enough MC cells to control a demigod-tier beast, with perhaps a few lower-tier ones on top of that. After learning that beasts like Muddy and Tails could evolve, it wasn't out of the realm of possibility that the Kraken beast could evolve as well. However, Quinn would have thought that in that case it should have broken free from Mona's control. Fortunately, the one beside him decided to solve that mystery for him. Mona's role in this war had always been bigger than she could ever imagine. Ino proceeded to explain, while they all continued to watch her fight off the incoming spaceships. I took her in to make sure she would be able to fulfill her role. The only thing she really needed was some guidance. People often believe to know everything there is to know about their own ability, especially one passed down in a family, but those are usually the ones who lack creativity. When it comes to abilities, it never hurts to try and think outside the box. For example, once a beast has been put under control using the taming ability, a link will have already been established between the tamer and the beast. No matter how strong the beast gets or how weak she would grow, there is no getting out for the beast unless the controller either wills it so, or dies. In most instances, it's easier to capture a higher-tier beast to grow stronger than to evolve one. On the other hand, how many could claim to be able to get a demigod-tier beast under their control in the first place? Once captured, it was worth the investment to make it evolve. Ino finished his explanations. The others hearing this were amazed that they had an actual demon-tier beast fighting on their side. Even faced with the large number of enemies in front of them, they now felt some confidence that perhaps they weren't as doomed as they had come to believe. Losing the teleporter had been a bitter pill to swallow, not only because it had cut off their path of retreat, but also because they could no longer expect any backup from Syl, one of their strongest members. They all knew how much of a blow this was to the team, so the realization that Ino had prepared something none of them had ever considered was very reassuring. Unfortunately, despite Mona doing her best to get rid of as many of those ships exiting those portals, there were just far too many for her and the Kraken to deal with on their own. It didn't take long for a number of them to make it past her. Seeing this, the others were preparing to use their abilities to knock the ships out of the sky, or block the incoming energy blasts that were able to be shot out from the ships. At the moment, the group could see two different types of ships they could make out, one larger but slower, the other faster and more mobile. The former seemed to be dropships similar to the ones the Greylash group had used when they had gone up against the Sunshield family. Unless modified, they should have around 24 people inside. The latter were obviously ones meant to attack, fast and agile with 1 or 2 pilots inside. Although Mona had concentrated on taking them out, currently a group of them was heading straight for the castle, their energy blasters ready to fire. In total, 6 ships had managed to get past the Kraken. Their blasters could be seen charging up, but before any of the cursed faction could make their move, a gust of wind could be felt, and the next second, a large shadow was cast over them all. The dragon! Layla called out. She had her bow ready but quickly put it down when she could only see its back. The small ships fired their energy blasts, but the demon-tier beast didn't even show any signs that it had noticed being hit. It seemed indifferent to the attacks, and once it was close enough it opened its maw wide to reveal an orange light from behind its fangs. The next second a stream of fire came bursting out, engulfing 2 of the ships in flames. When the dragon stopped its fire breath, the small ships could no longer be seen. Normally, at least a few parts would have fallen to ground, yet it was as if it had just disappeared, not even leaving behind any ash. The dragon didn't stop there. Using its large tail in lightning-fast manner, it struck 3 other ships down, and with a flap of its giant wing, one of the ships was thrown off balance before it crashed into it with its giant jaw. The 6 small spaceships were no match at all for the giant demon-tier beast. After getting rid of the little flying annoyances that had entered its flight space, the dragon seemed to have calmed down, returning to its apparently favorite location. When it landed, it shook the whole castle that the cursed group were on. "Well, it looks like as long as we have him on our side, we won't lose this fight," Vex exclaimed, in amazement. It was nice knowing that a beast they had once run from with their lives on the line was now on their side. As quickly as things had started to look up though, they also started to look down again. Having learned from the mistakes of their predecessors, most ships had made the smart decision to fly around the area of the Kraken's current location. At the same time, due to the dragon's performance, instead of flying over the island and angering the beast, the dropships had decided to land on the outer edges, allowing the people on board to safely get out. However, the forces didn't stop there, as several underwater boats that had been hiding also came onto shore. They were in the sea as well, Nate shouted, seeing as one of the ships opened, and several people were seen coming out from the ship. From a distance, the others couldn't tell if they were human or vampires, but Quinn could use his inspect skill, and he was quite surprised about the outcome, for there were a mixture of vampires and humans among the attackers. All of the men that had come out were wearing a black mask that covered their faces, with only slits over their eyes, so it was impossible for anyone but Quinn to tell at a glance. There seemed to be one human for every 20 or so vampires. How have they managed to gather this many forces? Wasn't Jim supposed to be a vampire who broke off on his own? Even if he somehow managed to take control over all the spies sent out by the vampires, would they really amount to this many? Quinn thought. Something wasn't adding up, and he knew the one who would know the answer. In the first place, where were their own reinforcements? Sure, the teleporter had just been destroyed, but what about all the clones that Ino had spread around the place? Their forces are far larger than what we had estimated. We need to proceed with the plan instead of just looking at what is happening. Sam rallied the cursed group, trying to knock everyone out of their daze. They are attacking from all over the island, and will slowly be coming forward. We need to stick to the plan and start it now. How are we meant to proceed with the plan when there's only us? Linda questioned him. We need to come up with another idea, otherwise their numbers will simply overwhelm us. There has to be thousands of them while we number less than 20, and I'm sure they have some strong ones among them. Gritting his teeth, Sam had to admit that their plan wasn't looking too feasible right now. If only they could somehow coordinate their attacks with the dragon. Unfortunately, if that would have been that easy, Ino wouldn't have had to work together with the cursed faction, in hopes of still taking control over the demon tier beast. Without him, not only was it impossible but also risky. What's more, if their enemies were attacking with this many people, they surely had to have some trump card that would allow them to deal with the demon tier beast. So while it was in the center of the island, they had to stop anyone from getting close. I might not have a way to overpower them, but I have something that should be able to slow them down. Quinn said, Do you think that will be enough for the rest of you to proceed with the plan as you originally intended? I'm sorry that I wasn't there when you were discussing the plan earlier, but I was doing something important. Quinn said, holding onto the amulets and closing his eyes, before he mumbled, I'll leave this side to you then. Taking full control, Quinn saw everything that the rosiest tree did, making it easy for him to lead the army of beasts where they were needed. As for the one controlling his body at the moment, it was none other than Vincent. Opening his eyes, Quinn now gave off a different vibe. Tell me what I need to do, Vincent requested. It's that other person again. Layla noticed, but she wasn't the only one to have noticed something. This person isn't Quinn right now. But why do I get a familiar feeling from him? Ino wondered. Something that Quinn had never thought about was the changes that happened each time Vincent would be in control over his body. The fluctuations in one's voice, the energy that surrounded them, the rhythm of their heartbeat and more, all would be determined by the person who was in control of a body. The human mind was far more incredible than many might think. Noticing those changes, Ino could tell almost immediately that someone else had taken over Quinn's body. On top of that, the old vampire had also heard the words his grandson had mumbled just before that. Finally, when Vincent spoke, Ino was convinced that he wasn't Quinn. Tell me what I need to do, Vincent requested. Sam and the others had already grouped up, ready to head off into their positions. They had decided to split up into 4 different groups covering each side of where the enemy would come from. Linda, Wevel and Peter as one group, Sam, Nate and Layla as another, with Dennis and Fex as the third group. The fourth group would be the Blades, but judging by the fact they had yet to arrive at the top of the castle despite everything happening outside, they seemed to be busy. If they're still not here, it should mean that Vorden and Ratton are still not done with their evolution and Borden must be staying by their side to guard them. Sam thought, trying to think of a way to make up for the loss of the blades. Wait, maybe Peter would be a good replacement. After all, he has those two by his side. But when Sam looked up, Peter was nowhere to be seen. Peter? Where the hell is Peter? Sam questioned, and realized that he had never come up with the rest. Now he had to come up with another idea. Honestly, he was worried that if they thinned out any of the three groups, especially with Peter gone, it would be too much for the groups to handle. I suggest the three groups cover the east, west, and south sides. Sam spoke up. At the moment, Mona is doing a great job stopping those at the north side, so we should be able to leave it be for now. Hopefully she can hold off long enough for the blades to reinforce her. If that wasn't the case, then Sam would have to try to act while on the ground. Whichever group was doing best, they could shuffle one person to try and help. What about us? Vincent asked. What will the three of us be doing? Us three need to make sure that thing is under control, and we will be staying by its side at all times. Brock answered, looking down at the dragon. Vincent quickly understood. The enemy would have to send out their strongest members to deal with the demon tier beast. Perhaps they would ignore the rest of the cursed faction and head straight for the beast, which was why supposedly the three strongest members had been told to keep guard. I have a suggestion to make. I can help out with protecting the north side. The rest of you focus on covering your sides. Vincent spoke as he lifted his hand to open the shadow space. Soon four Dalki could be seen appearing out in the open. The only thing was when they appeared they just stood there in place. Ah, right, Quinn needs to control them, Vincent thought. Well, he said he shares his vision with the demon tier plant thing, so hopefully he can direct them where to go on the whole island, so I hope he can see this and come back soon. Dalki! Some of them shouted in surprise seeing the beast. Even Eno looked a little bit shocked. I see, the boy has been really busy. What a powerful item he has at his disposal. Once again he has surpassed my expectations. Eno complimented the real Quinn, instead of the whoever was in his body. What about Syl? Layla asked. Can't Quinn travel to Alex with his shadow and get Syl? Sam shook his head, as he released the mistake he had made. He was so confident in the teleporters he thought something like this wouldn't have happened. Alex decided to head with Andrew to one of the Earthborn group planets. Apparently Andrew needed to create a few things for their group to help in the battle that was coming up, and Alex asked to go along. He has already done so much for us. I thought we could grant him this favor and help out Andrew. I don't know where he is at the moment. The only thing I can do is ask for someone in the cursed ship to try and locate him and head back to the cursed ship. While Sam was delivering the news, it didn't take long for Quinn to notice the presence of the Dalki. So he switched with Vincent for a second, and gave the Dalki simple commands, to head just a little out into the north jungle, and to attack whatever came their way. Straight away the Dalki moved. I've sent the message, all we can do is wait. But we need to act as well, Sam said, and the rest of the groups were now moving. Switching, control back, Vincent was in Quinn's body once again, and only the three of them now remained on the castle roof. Vincent was ready to act, to follow along with these two. But before he could take a step forward, Eno appeared in front of him with his blood armor and looked him directly in the eye. It's apparent that you're not Quinn, so tell me who you are? Why does it feel like I know you? And you better make sure I like the answer, Eno demanded. Now in full control of the rosiest tree, Quinn could feel all of the beasts that had been marked over the island, and in the short time he had given it a command, he realized that it had done a far better job than he realized. Quinn had an army of beasts at his disposal. Thank you for all dressing the same. You've just made my job a lot easier, Quinn thought as he gave all the beasts a simple command, to attack the people who were wearing those strange black masks. The beasts soon were seen coming out of the jungle, and onto the sand, jumping towards the people in black masks. Instantly, they attacked using their blood powers, throwing out their red aura. Some beasts were dealt with quickly, while others were strong enough to ignore the first barrage of attacks, charging into their opponents. What is going on? Why are all the beasts suddenly attacking us? This has never happened before. One of the men shouted, as he punched to slice a beast in half with his red blood aura. But soon a strange thought had come out from one of the trees wrapping around his neck. Just like with the amulet, Quinn was able to use his energy to strengthen the marked. Instead of using his own energy, or the one of the tree that was already pretty tapped after taking control over so many beasts, the vampire lord had started to drain the lower tier beasts who were close to dying. Those that were higher tiers Quinn had decided to give this extra energy he had taken, especially with more difficult opponents. It seemed like there were vampires and humans at all different types of levels on the island. Sam, Nate, and Layla were the first ones to reach their position on the east side. It was not too far from where the demon tier beast was, and they were meant to stick together. That's when Nate had spotted a masked person come out from the trees towards them. Nate and Sam both were ready to use their blood powers, and Layla also had readied an arrow. But soon they saw a gorilla-like beast jump towards the masked invader. The beast grabbed the poor man's legs from underneath, pulling him onto the ground. And immediately with its large hands it started to pound at the masked man over and over until he was dead. The gorilla beast looked at the three of them, and then quickly looked away, heading back into the forest. What the hell was that? Did that beast just help us? Nate asked, rubbing his eyes as if to check if something was wrong with them. Layla was the only one who had an idea of what had possibly happened, and it looked like Wevel and Linda, who had witnessed the same thing, already had figured it out. After all, there was one thing on the island that should be able to control beasts aside from Mona. Does it actually belong to us this time? But how? Wevel asked. I don't know. But if I was to guess, my bet is it's something to do with Quinn. Linda shrugged. After a brief conversation, Vincent, Brock, and Eno jumped down from the castle, landing in the empty center where the demon tree, beast, and tablet were. I see now. So the tree was incomplete before. No wonder. I could tell that it would do us no harm. It looks like I was right to keep it here. Eno mumbled to himself as he walked past the tree and started to head towards the dragon. As for Vincent, he still had complicated feelings when thinking about the conversation he just had with Eno. Quinn, I'm sorry. I don't know what will happen after this fight, but I hope you can forgive me for telling him that. It was the only way to make him trust us. It was then, when Eno had taken one step too far, that the demon tier dragon's beast had turned around and looked towards the three of them. Its eyes stared at Eno, Brock, and Vincent, and it didn't look friendly at all. You three need to get out now. The demon tier beast is no longer listening to me. Somebody's voice shouted in all three of their heads at the same time. Both Richard and Brock didn't recognize the voice, but Vincent did. It was Ray's, and it appeared as the three of them were in for a far tougher job than they had signed up for. Using the power of the rosiest tree, Quinn was able to coordinate the marked beasts to help out the cursed faction in holding off the enemy. However, at the end of the day, they were just beasts, whereas nearly all of the enemy forces consisted of vampires who had access to super strength, great speed, and blood powers. It also didn't help that thanks to a certain family that had been on the island for a while now, the strongest beasts that the tree had been able to mark were at the king tier. Quinn could use the power of the tree to make them somewhat stronger, but even that could only do so much against their foes' teamwork. Then there were also the stronger vampires who were able to ignore the beasts in the jungle and were heading straight towards the demon tier beast. It was the second line of defense's job to intercept them. The group stationed at the east section consisted of Sam, Layla, and Nate. Although he was the weakest of the bunch, just barely being a noble vampire, Sam stood at the front. Nate was also a strong vampire at the noble level, and despite being turned by Sam, had grown to become stronger than him. This was why Sam had decided to stay a bit at the back. As for Layla, she had scaled one of the trees and took the high ground. Looking carefully, she noticed some of the trees moving, and quickly held up 5 fingers on one hand, signaling the 2 from below. You haven't learnt how to use blood hardening yet, have you? Nate asked. Sam shook his head, a little embarrassed. He had only ever learned the basics of using his blood skills. While the rest had continuously trained whenever they could, he had been left to deal with the administrative tasks for the cursed faction, keeping it running. It was also the reason why their teams consisted of 3 members, instead of 2 like the other groups. The first to attack was Layla, as she placed 5 arrows in her bow and fired them all at once. Each one of them had been embedded with chi. As they reached the vampires, one of them had attempted to grab onto the arrow, but it was too powerful for him to hold onto and went straight through his head, killing him on the spot. Another of the vampires managed to move in time, letting the arrow hit the tree, but seeing this, Layla tried out her new skill. Using her telekinesis powers, she made the arrow spin, also adding another surge of her chi. My body still can't handle the amount of chi I have, but somehow it's easy enough to share my chi when I use it in tandem with my telekinesis powers. Layla's thought distracted her for a brief moment, and she ended up putting in a little too much power. The whole width of the tree exploded, and the arrow carried on, heading towards one of the black masked men. The masked man was lucky. Due to the arrow shaft exploding with the force of chi, the only thing that had managed to hit him was the arrowhead. Still, there was one person who wouldn't miss this opportunity, and that was Sam. He had been patiently waiting for an opportunity to help out. The masked man managed to parry the arrowhead, yet 3 blood swipes followed closely behind it, hitting him and finishing him off instantly. My blood powers aren't any weaker than theirs. I can still help, Sam thought. As for the other arrows that Layla had fired off, their targets seemed to be more skilled, as they had been able to strike down the arrow at the right time, or hit it with blood attacks of their own, swaying their path. Looks like there are some strong ones in the group, but there are some strong ones in our group as well, Layla thought. She quickly moved from her position onto another tree. She knew from her training that if she was going to support the group as a marksman, she couldn't afford to stay in one place for too long, otherwise they would find her. On top of that, from the initial 5 that were joining in the fight, more people in the distance could be seen creeping through the jungle. For now, she would do whatever she could to injure them as much as possible. I can do this. The 3 that managed to get through all ran forward at once, and one of them had gone straight for Nate. The masked man had its hand clawed and wrapped in blood aura, something Nate hadn't seen before, nor did he know it was something they could do. Too slow, Nate shouted. At the right time he stepped forward using a flash step to avoid the strike, and with a fist punched the masked person directly in the face, continuing the contact until the fist and his face were touching the ground beneath them. The other vampires soon came to attack him from either side, but he had blood hardening on his arms, and managed to stop the attacks. However, they were faster than Nate had anticipated. He was hoping to get rid of 2 of them so he could pick off one of them on their own, but now he was forced to block their attacks. You guys should be ashamed. Nate smiled, as he continued to block hit after hit from the vampires. You've been vampires from the beginning, right? That means you must have lived far longer than me. You had all this time to train your skills. Yet this is as far as you got. At the right time, when one of the foes was ready to attack again, a shadow appeared in front of him, stopping his attack, meaning Nate was able to freely go after the other vampire. Quickly, moving his head, he avoided a punch and grabbed the masked man by the back of the head, before pulling the head down and slamming it into his knee. Before they could recover, Nate made sure to use a strike he had been practicing from someone he had seen so many times before. Throwing out a fist, with a blood spray, Nate slammed a blood hammer into the vampire's stomach, making sure he would never get up again. Turning around, Nate placed his shadow down, expecting to have to deal with one more. But to his surprise he saw Sam there as well, and the other vampire already finished off on the ground. If their backs are turned and distracted, I can do something on my own, Sam stated. You don't have to look after me that much. Besides, there's something I realized. Something that these guys don't have compared to the vampires inside the vampire settlement. It might just have been the ones we have fought so far, but I have a feeling it will be true for all of them. What do you mean? Nate asked. None of them have any of the vampire abilities that we've witnessed over there. They're just using their blood powers, Sam answered, still unsure what the reason for that was. Still, they only had a moment to catch their breath, for there were more they needed to deal with. Inside the castle, both Ratton and Vorden had moved rooms after the Roots had come down to attack them. They ended up choosing one of the many regular rooms, one that would have been used by the maids. Just like before, Vorden was guarding both of them. Yet this time they were in an even worse state. Previously they had been consuming crystals one by one, This way, after each crystal was absorbed, they could still choose to fight if there was a need, albeit it weakened. However, after the attack they had experienced, they started to experiment with consuming many crystals. They both found that although the time to absorb the crystals was longer when consuming more than one, it was shorter than if they were to do so separately, one by one. Which was why they both had decided to consume all of the crystals and were in the next step. How long it would take them to get out of it, and whether they would evolve or not, they didn't know, and neither did Borden. While watching over the two of them, Borden heard the castle shaking from below. It was clear that something had hit the castle, and he was wondering what it could have been. He looked at the two of them. No one will suspect that someone is in this room, right? Borden tried to convince himself, but he quickly changed his mind. No, I have to stay in place. I can't disappoint them again. Choosing to stay, Borden believed he was doing the right thing. He reasoned that it might just have been a stray attack from somewhere that had hit the castle, or maybe something else. After waiting a while, several bangs could be heard throughout the castle, and each time they were getting louder and louder. What is going on? This can't all just be coincidence. If something is in the castle, I have to make sure it won't disturb these two, Borden thought. The banging and crashing was still heard, and as Borden made his way through the castle to try and locate where the noise was coming from, it was getting louder and louder. Eventually Borden realized that the sound was coming from the dining room. Still in his large, adult-sized form, Borden decided to form his spikes on his back before entering, listening to his Dalki self. Now ready to fight, Borden opened the doors confidently. As for what he could see was in the castle, it was a huge surprise to him. There were 3 figures in the room that were breaking and trashing everything they could see in the castle. They destroyed every room they had entered, but what was most surprising about them was that they were Dalki. That one is the one that attacked Slicer. One of them pointed at Borden. Borden knew he couldn't hold back, because all 3 of them were 3-spiked Dalki. Quinn only had a short amount of time to test the capabilities of the rosiest tree beforehand, but now, forced into this real battle situation, he was quickly picking up new tricks and skills that were helping out with the fight against their enemy. For example, while using full control on the demon tier tree itself, he could still continue to give it simple commands as if he was giving someone partial control orders. What this meant was that the vampire lord could focus on certain parts on the island to help boost creatures and fight against the enemy. The masked vampires were getting frustrated as more and more beasts had been coming out of nowhere, since the tree's roots had been marking new one whenever one died off. Another difference between the tree and the demon tier amulet was in regards to the energy transfer. The tree actually never seemed to run out of energy. It seemed more like it was allowing the beasts to borrow its energy. At first, whenever one beast was close to death, Quinn would drain their energy. But before discovering the ability to delegate some tasks to the tree, he had been unable to drain every creature before its demise. However, this did lead him to the realization that whenever one of the marked beasts died, the energy inside them would automatically return to the rosiest tree. Essentially, the beasts that did remain were able to grow stronger as Quinn continued to give them energy. No wonder the original demon tier tree had been so difficult to deal with. I've been wondering how Robin got so strong, even after it had marked all the others, Quinn thought to himself. Surprisingly, while checking around the island, Quinn discovered one of his fellow comrades who seemed to be on his own. Only there were actually 2 tagalongs behind him. Damn it! Peter shouted. I thought I could get a head start and head to where all those ships were to deal with them before they came to the island. But now I have no clue where I'm going. I'm lost. However, even if Peter was lost, he still managed to run into his fair share of opponents as well. The only problem was 6 masked men had been running through the jungle. They had easily spotted a large pale body from a mile away and had designated him as a target. All of them chose to attack, throwing out their blood swipes through the trees. They thought their attack was sure to hit, but the pale body avoided all of the strikes. Seeing this, the masked men thought it would be best if they attacked head-on instead. Using their physical strength and vampire powers, they charged in. That's when they noticed Peter as well next to the pale body. He had a strange smile on his face as if he was excited. Peter crashed his knuckles and cracked his neck, turning it side to side. Finally 6 of them, maybe these guys will be before Peter could finish his thought. He heard something similar to the sound of a whip. The masked men didn't quite register what had even happened. As they carried on moving forward, soon finding their upper bodies sliding off from their legs, and eventually falling to the ground. "Damn it!" Peter shouted. "Legs, you keep killing them all before I even get to hit them. I know you're just trying to protect me, but I want to have a little bit of fun as well. You know?" Quinn couldn't believe what he had just witnessed. Slicer's legs with the tail were still just as strong as before. Not even vampires could match up to it, and Hilston's body was also faster than they could react. Seeing this, Quinn thought that maybe Peter really wasn't someone he had to worry about, and decided he could leave him be to do his own thing, while he continued trying to slow down the masked. Inside the castle, Borden had just entered the dining room, only to discover a trio of 3 spiked Dalki already inside. "It looks like they recognize me from that video. Should I feel flattered that Dalki watched it as well?" Borden thought, as he was about to turn away. "There goes my plan to pretend to be one of them. Not that I was going to do that for long anyway." Currently, Borden was a 3-spiked Dalki, just like the ones in front of him. At the time he hadn't noticed it, but during the fight against Slicer he had been so filled with anger. Seeing his brother in trouble, he had managed to summon a 4th. Unfortunately, he was unable to do the same at this moment. He didn't understand why he was different from other Dalki. He could take on a human form while others couldn't, just like he could hide the number of spikes on his back. But it didn't matter, he was different. Still, when his body was about to turn around, he heard a voice in his head speak to him. "Are you going to just run away?" The voice was clearly his own, yet somehow just the mere idea of running away annoyed him. "No," Borden decided as he turned back around, just in time to see an incoming punch from one of the Dalki. Moving his head, he avoided it, only to counter with a punch of his own, delivering a devastating uppercut to the Dalki's chin, sending it up in the air. "I can't run away, because I am going to protect them. I'll kill these guys." Borden let out a scream. He was able to hit the first one, hoping it would be enough to kill the resilient Dalki, whose resilience rivaled zombies at times. Borden moved forward hoping to finish off the Dalki, but 2 more fists came towards him. Borden lifted his arms up, blocking the attack. He could tell that although they were all 3 spikes, their strength was not on par with his, as he was only forced back a few inches from where he had stood. Still, there was a crucial problem. There were 3 of them and 1 of him. Before he could do anything else, the fist from the second Dalki connected with his stomach, causing him to drop to his. Then the third Dalki used his foot to kick him in the head. The first one had also recovered and jumped up to join his companions as Borden gritted his teeth. When it was close enough, Borden surprised them all by lunging at the first one, both of them landing on the floor, only to receive 2 more hits from the others, now damaging the scales on his body. This continued. For every hit Borden was able to get in, he would be hit 2 times back himself. At the same time, even though he was getting stronger with each hit, so was one of them. "I have to do something, otherwise I won't last long against 3 of them. Unless I manage to get to my 4th spike like back then, I'll lose this fight." His worries started to distract Borden, and the Dalki who had realized that their opponent intended to turn this into a slugfest were smart enough to all start aiming at the same location, the side of his ribs. One of them had even decided to claw at it, rather than make a fist, ripping some of Borden's scales off. Green blood was now spilling from his side, and he was pretty sure his ribs were broken. "Arg!" Borden screamed, ignoring it and charging in again. He latched onto the Dalki that was injured the most. This whole time Borden was aiming for something. He had purposely decided not to hurt the other 2 as much, and whenever he got the chance to attack the first one, he had used his full strength, judging now was the time. Leaving the others alone had been to weaken their powers, and hurting this one was to put him on the edge. Borden then lifted the Dalki into the air, and over his shoulder, planning to slam it into the ground, but he could see 2 fists coming his way. "They're going to hit me right after I beat this one, and it's going to hurt," Borden thought, but continued with his attack anyway. Slamming the Dalki down, it had made a hole in the floor, cracking the ground beneath them. They were on the bottom floor, but what they didn't realize was that there was a whole cave system underneath. Now the Dalki had been lost. Wait, why aren't I getting hurt? Borden thought, as he had expected to get hit by the other two any second now. But it had never come. Looking around the room, he saw a large black-furred creature with giant black wings on his back, and a snout-like face with devastating fangs. On his forearms, there were also what looked like smaller wings, only folded, giving them a strong and sharp look. In front of him on the ground was Dalki that was blooded, while another had been hid away into the wall. Borden, you evolved? Borden asked in amazement. Yeah, but I'm not the only one, Borden replied with a smirk. His appearance had changed once again through evolution, but Borden was unsure whether Borden was now inhabiting the body of a humanoid beast who had evolved into a demigod-tier beast, or whether the crystals they had gathered had been enough to allow Tails to reach the demon-tier level. Borden looked over at the two struggling Dalki to get an idea just how powerful Borden had grown. The Dalki that was now covered in green blood was standing up, and the other that had been blasted through the wall was also returning. Thankfully, it seemed like the one Borden had thrown through the floor wasn't getting back up, which hopefully meant that it was dead. Ah, I guess I'm still not strong enough to take out a 3-spike Dalki in one hit. These guys are super tough, Borden stated calmly. His wings on his back started to move slightly, getting ready to be used. Jumping back, it looked like Borden's body was floating for a few seconds as he landed gently by Borden's side. Even as a demigod-tier beast, it won't be easy for me to match up against this trio of 3 spikes. Borden, I'm going to need your help on this one, Borden requested. Fortunately, their opponents were on the weaker end among 3 spikes, so as long as Borden teamed up with his brother, the two of them felt confident in taking them. What about Ratton? Borden asked. Is he still going through the evolution process? With the two Dalki getting closer, Borden was getting ready to attack, opting to answer Borden's question later. But it was at that moment that a smile appeared on his face, as he realized there would be no need for him to do anything. Just see for yourself. The two Dalki were a little shocked by the sudden entrance of a beast. However, on their way towards the castle, they had run into many beasts that had attacked them, so they assumed this one would be no different. Nevertheless, they remained cautious because this was the first beast that had managed to draw blood on their hard-scaled bodies. Because of this, all of their attention was focused on the Dalki and beast in front of them, that they had failed to notice that both of them could no longer move. When they attempted to move their feet, they suddenly felt stuck. Looking down, both of them could see that their feet had been encased in some type of mud. What is this? Why can't we move? One of them shouted in anger. But with no momentum and just their power alone, they were unable to break through the substance that had appeared below them. This was a first for the two Dalki, who used their strength to break through everything. Just how strong is that stuff if it can stop even 3-spiked Dalki from moving, and where did it come from? Borden wondered, as he hadn't been paying much attention either. The next second, a human figure could be seen dropping from above, and at the same time, 2 large blades were being formed in seconds. A liquid mud-like substance could be seen changing shape and forming into the 2 blades at the last second, until it had pierced right through the top of both the Dalki's heads. Like 2 meat skewers, both of them were no longer moving. Now standing in the middle of the 2 Dalki was the mud-like beast. Ratton, you killed them so easily. But how is that possible? Unless you're a... Borden wasn't too sure about the evolution, since Muddy's appearance hadn't changed as drastically as Tails. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. This is great. Ratton loud enough that he risked attracting any nearby Dalki, and that was because he didn't care about this possibility. In fact, he was so confident in this new body that he would welcome any to come over to him. Yeah, your guess is right, Borden replied. Muddy managed to evolve, which means right now Ratton is controlling the body of a humanoid demon-tier beast. I was worried that even after hunting that many high-tier beasts we would lack in crystals, but fortunately Muddy had done a good job on his own. We were also lucky that Tails' body needed far less crystal than we had estimated. Since it seemed impossible for me to evolve into a demon tier, I handed my remaining share over to Ratton. Borden started to explain. After we finished our evolution, we noticed that there were Dalki in the castle. The first one actually entered our room and Ratton dealt with it before I could even help. We then split up, he eliminated other Dalki we could hear, and I came to you since I was worried. According to Muddy, even though his form hasn't changed too much, he now can use a number of different skills he couldn't do before. His body can form into a type of soft mud, but when it's hardened it's just as strong as the weapons or shield he made before. He can even change his whole body into a mud-like substance, even his real form, and can practically transform into whatever shape he wants right now. If he wanted to go under doors as just a pile of mud he can, whereas before he could only transform part of his mud and was limited to his human-like appearance. Although it didn't sound too impressive, Borden, who had been fighting the three-spiked Dalki, had just seen it in action. The mud hardening was able to even restrain their strength, making it extremely useful. It was then that the mud surrounding the Dalki's legs had joined up with Rutten's body that Borden could see a slight change. The sheer size of Ratten was now bulkier, but he soon dispersed the mud, making small little daggers by his side, and started to mold the mud more and more, putting detail into every little indent in his body, until finally something had happened that not even Borden had seen coming. Both of them were completely shocked by the change. "Why, you now look completely like a human," Borden stuttered, still in disbelief and honestly a little jealous. Before, Ratten with the beast body just had a human-like figure, but one could still see that it was just a beast. Now there was so much detail in his appearance. Were it not for the strange color, as well as some missing parts of the human body like lips, Ratten could be mistaken for a human. He had even molded himself a pair of eyebrows. After finishing looking at Ratten in awe, the three of them knew they needed to do something. They were sure that things must have gone horribly wrong on the outside if the Dalki had managed to infiltrate the castle. They were still lacking the whole picture due to staying inside the whole time. Borden was quite hurt, and Borden had offered him an injection, but taking one meant that his body would fully heal, and he would lose access to all the strength his injured body granted him. "I think it might be best if we save that for later. I can still fight, and we don't know who else is inside this castle." Borden rejected his offer. Before leaving the place, the three blades decided to scout the whole area to see if there was anyone else inside. It was then that they had found their first vampires that tried to attack them, but dealing with the vampires was a lot easier than the Dalki. Going up through the floors they were encountering more, and eventually they had stumbled upon a whole group of masked men who used the red aura powers of the vampire, while another had used an earth ability. Borden found this strange, as it was the first ability user they had come across. Borden wanted to test a few things out, for he didn't seem to have super strength or speed like the others either, but Ratten had killed the masked man before they could ask him anything. Dalki, vampires, and now even humans, all of them are working together to take over this island? Just who is our enemy to be able to gather these three different groups under one banner? Borden wondered. After clearing out the castle, not finding out much in regards to why those people had come here, they decided to head outside, where they could hear the fighting taking place all over. "We should go to Sam and see if he needs our help with anything?" Borden suggested. "Sure. But do you happen to have any idea where Sam currently is?" Ratten replied sarcastically, since none of them had a way to contact the vampire. In the middle of their small argument, they could feel the ground underneath them shake, followed by a loud roaring not too far from them. "This has to be the demon tier beast," Borden pointed out. "But why does it sound so angry?" Both Ratten and Borden looked at each other. Although both of them were inside the body of a humanoid beast, to them it had just sounded like a beast's roar, so they were wondering how Borden could tell how it was feeling. However, Borden considered that Borden wasn't quite like them. He wasn't just half beast, but created using one half of the demon tier beast that was on this island, so perhaps he shared some connection to it, at least enough to be able to pick up on its emotions. "If it's angry, maybe we should go see why," Borden suggested. Brock, Eno, and Vincent were standing mere meters away from the demon tier beast that looked like a dragon. Initially, they had been unsure if it was going to attack them or leave them be, as it had just continued staring at them. But once it had let out that almighty roar, they all understood that none of them were welcome anymore. When Quinn had gone up to the tablet, Vincent was unable to hear the voice on the other side, but he could hear what Quinn was saying. It sounded one-sided, but he could guess the words that were being spoken, and Quinn often updated him on what was happening as he wanted a second opinion. However, for the first time, Vincent had heard the voice, and knowing that it didn't come from the other two with him, he was certain that it had come from the tablet itself, meaning it had come from the one that Quinn had called Ray. Could it be that I can hear the voice because I'm in Quinn's body? Vincent theorized, however, looking at the two in front. It was clear from their confused looks that they too had heard it. Noticing this, he looked past the dragon to see that the tablet had lit up, just as it had done when Quinn would speak to it, even though at the moment no one was touching it. Please, get out of here. The voice insisted once more, but it started to fade away, and so did the light of the tablet, indicating that it could no longer help. Just when the tablet's light had faded, the dragon started to charge towards the three of them. With its mighty legs, each step caused the ground to rumble. The beast opened its maw wide, revealing the orange light at the back of its throat. We have to get out of here. That Ray guy wouldn't warn us if this wasn't serious. Right now, none of us are a match for it. Perhaps even the enemy has underestimated the strength of the demon-tier beast. Vincent thought as he went to grab onto the one closest to him, Brock. The fire was ready to leave the beast's mouth and Eno was a few fingertips away. Seeing this, Vincent had no choice but to use Quinn's shadow to travel, placing both him and Brock in the shadow underneath to move away. Yet the ancient vampire stood there unafraid. When the flames were about to touch him, the middle spire of his crown started to light up, and soon the rest of his armor did so as well. The fire crashed into Eno, yet somehow none of it touched him. The flames spread as if they were hitting some type of wall, and when looking at Eno, ripples of red aura could be seen in the air constantly moving. There was no need for you to do that, Brock stated without looking at his rescuer, his gaze fixed at Eno, who was blocking the attack. Excuse me for wanting to help you. How was I supposed to know his blood armor could do that? Vincent replied. Blood armor wasn't exactly common. In fact, it was rare enough to see someone so much as wear it. From his limited experience, he was sure that the set of armor should have great defense, so he had considered the possibility of Eno surviving the attack, yet he had never thought about it being able to create something like a force field. Granted, you couldn't have known. The Vampire King's set, Arthur's set, every blood armor set has a different skill, just like some blood weapons. Brock nodded. Vincent was thinking back to the fight with Cindy. How the blood armor had been powered by not just human blood but vampire blood as well. To this day, Vincent still wasn't sure what the king's blood armor did, other than radiating a part of the armor, and a strong force being exerted from that area. However, he was sure of one thing, that each of the blood armors required blood for their ability to activate, yet Vincent could see none. As long as we stay behind Richard, we are safe, Brock repeated. Noticing that its flames didn't have the intended effect, the dragon stopped, but the trail of flames continued. So Eno continued to stand there waiting for the attack to end. The demon-tier beast turned around, swinging his gigantic tail at a speed that even a vampire would struggle to keep up with, much less the ancient vampire who was rooted in place. It went through its own flames like it was nothing. The tail was also coming from the side rather than head-on. Seeing this, Brock's facade changed for the first time to a look of worry. Is he limited to blocking only attacks from the front, or is it because he is still blocking the flames? Vincent wondered seeing this. The next second, the giant tail slammed into Eno and his armor, sending him flying. A blur was seen passing through the jungle, and the sound of several trees were heard breaking as he crashed through them one by one. It appeared that Eno, who always seemed to have some type of trump card up his sleeve or some secret backup plan, came up short for once. In fact, Vincent wouldn't be surprised if he might even be out of this fight altogether. It looks like it might have been a good thing that me and you were in this shadow after all, Vincent cockily noted. We have to check if the master is okay. Let me out of this place, Brock demanded, not in the mood for any jabs. Hold on. Vincent held him back. Now wasn't the time to lose their temper. Not when there was still a giant and angry demon-tier beast in their immediate vicinity. The two of them had traveled out of the open area, and were looking at everything that was going on from the outskirts of the jungle. The dragon hadn't done much. It had only breathed a single breath of fire and swung its tail, and not even Eno could face something like that with his blood amour. It was clear that the two of them stood no chance. Perhaps by using the shadow powers I could block one attack. Wait, isn't Quinn's shadow overload skill the answer? With the soul weapon active it gives him an unlimited amount of MC cells. As long as he can move the shadow fast enough he could block any attack. Still, that wouldn't help them defeat the dragon, they would still be lacking in the firepower department, not to mention their primary goal was to defend the beast, not to defeat it. Alright, it seems the dragon has gone back to its usual spot by the tablet. It's no longer sleeping like it was before, but I think as long as we stay out of its way, things will be fine. It seems to attack anyone that gets too close to it. Vincent noted. Brock found Vincent's conjecture convincing, but right now he couldn't care less about that overgrown lizard. He just wanted to hurry up and check whether Ino was okay. Since they didn't have to fear the wrath of the beast any longer, Vincent let go of him. I'll stay by the dragon's side. Just go and see if the old man is okay. Well, I guess we're all old-timers, huh? Vincent chuckled to himself, as the two of them left the shadow to travel and were back in the jungle, not too far from the open area. Just don't get too close to that dragon on your way back, Vincent stressed. Brock nodded and was already running off into the direction Ino had been sent to. It was easy enough to follow him, given the line of destruction he had left. Meanwhile, Vincent remained, waiting to see just how the enemy was planning to capture such a wild beast. All blood armor that had been created was strong beyond belief. Even Quinn had been unable to put so much as a dent in the blood armor while Cindy had been wearing it. He had only managed to damage her body through it, and this was exactly how Ino felt right now. To his luck, he had been hit into a cave behind a waterfall, but on his way he had crashed into several trees. Eventually recovering mid-air he had stopped himself before hitting any of the walls in the cave he was in. I knew it would have been better to stick to my original plan of moving the demon-tier beast. If those brats had only listened to me, we could have simply focused on fighting the enemy in front of us. Now we have to worry about the demon-tier beast as well. I hate it when I'm stressed out. Ino thought, standing up, letting the blood flow out of his mouth. But he soon made a circle motion with his finger, opening up a small portal that looked similar to the ones the ships had come from. Putting his hand inside, he pulled out a flask and started to chug down on the blood inside. Surprised, Ino could hear sounds beyond the wall of water that was crashing down in front of him. Ino decided to walk towards the cave entrance that was covered by the wall of water falling from above and eventually jumped through it, landing on a large rock around the edge of the river. There he could see a certain person, calmly walking through the jungle, with two large Dalki by his side. Jim! Ino shouted out. There was one more member of the cursed faction that had arrived with the group, but hadn't been part of any of the plans so far, nor had Ino given him any direction. This was because the moment he had arrived, rather than to go through the hidden stash of beast gear Hilston Blade had accumulated, he had been told to do something else. While the others had been gleefully searching for treasure, Logan had headed for Blade Island's so-called temple. It was a place where the Blade kids had been forced to learn how to fight and use their abilities. As for the reason why Logan was here, it was all because Sam had given him a special mission, a task that only he could do. Sam's intellect might not be as vast as mine, but his foresight sure is impressive. Then again, sending me here was also the obvious choice. Logan thought, as he was walking through one of the hallways, searching for the best location to start on his little project. Just like Richard Eno himself, it never hurts to have a backup plan, especially since that man can't be trusted. The temple was a large building that was shaped like a square. The center of it was an open field, which the Blade kids had used to practice. The other parts of the large square were used as classrooms, filled with all sorts of resources. This classroom should do, Logan decided as he entered one. He placed a circular disc on the floor which had a red light in the center that lit up. Once he was done there, Logan also went to the roof of the building and started to set something else up. While he himself was busy with the tools he had brought along, he had made sure to instruct his spiders to be on the lookout throughout the jungle. The temple was considered a relatively safe area, away from beasts, but the journey was not. However, thanks to Logan's little spiders, he had been able to avoid any trouble, especially since the Blade siblings had done a good job culling their numbers. The few times he had ended up running into a beast, though, Logan had easily been able to fight it off or just outright kill it. That's the fourth one done. Now it should be covered by all sides, and I already finished setting up the jammers around the place as well. Standing up, Logan looked over his work. Now there was only one more thing that needed to be done. Grabbing a crystal from the large backpack that was carried by what looked like strange robotic spider legs, Logan placed the crystal in the device. Fueled by an energy source, it went online and immediately started moving. The device itself looked like a robotic turret and started to move from left to right. At the moment, they were set to auto mode, but Logan could also control all of them by using a special pair of glasses that he had brought with him. They were also connected to his special suits. On all sides of the rectangle building, Logan had set up these special turrets that would fire off energy blasts using the power of crystals. Their range wasn't too far, but that was because he didn't want anyone to know he was here in the first place. Before setting up the turrets, Logan had picked out certain areas to set up the special teleporter jammers. There were two ways to jam the Dalki technology. One was to have it built into the teleporter device. This had been the case with the teleporter next to the tablet. It was designed this way so the Dalki wouldn't get suspicious and it was easy to protect just one item. As for the second way, that was what Logan had used inside the temple. They looked similar to the Dalki jammers, only that they did the opposite, blocking out the Dalki's teleporter jammers within a certain area. Setting these up in hiding spots, now the whole temple was safe from any type of jammer, even if a couple of them were to be destroyed. Heading back inside, Logan headed to another room. This one was smaller than the others and it only had 2 desks inside, making him slightly curious what exactly it had been used for. Whatever it was, for some reason it had been the one kept in the best shape. To his right, he could see plenty of books on the shelves as well as anime stories about superheroes. Before starting his work, he heard a loud roar off in the distance, even from where he was. This is the perfect place to set up the teleporter, and it looks like we might need it, Logan mumbled as he got to work. The special task he had been assigned was to prepare a second teleporter. However, it wasn't so others could come and help them. No, Sam had made it clear that he wanted Logan to make it work one way. If more people started to appear from the temple, the enemy might end up targeting that place. If their task seemed impossible, this teleporter would act as a last resort to ensure they could retreat. After leaving the castle, the Blades decided to head to where they had just heard the loud roar come from. They knew they were heading to the other demon tier beast. Perhaps it was overconfidence, but now that Muddy had evolved into a demon tier beast as well, Ratton was sure he could deal with it if the need arose. His siblings showed no fear as they were heading towards it, which was probably the wrong choice. Humanoid beasts were meant to be the strongest type of beasts in existence, and Ratton was a demon tier humanoid one. This was where some of Ratton's logic had come from. When seeing it up ahead, Ratton charged forward hoping to get to the beast first before the others. "Ratton, wait!" Vorden shouted out. "We don't even know if the others are in trouble. The beast could even be helping us." It was clear to him that Ratton just wanted to pick a fight with the beast to prove who was the stronger one of the demon tier beasts. The good thing was, before Ratton could leave the jungle, a shadow appeared in front of them, blocking his path. What's more, a fist filled with red aura came out of it, aimed at Ratton's stomach, sending him a few feet back. "Calm down, you idiots, or you'll get us all to be killed." They were being berated by Vincent. The attack hadn't hurt Ratton, not that Vincent had his full strength in the first place. Even if he had, Muddy's new body was strong enough that a punch without any chi would hardly be noticed by him. The concept of that was one of the few things that Vincent still hadn't grasped while in Quinn's body. Blood powers were something he had known, and getting the hang out of the shadow power had also been easy, but chi was something foreign to him. Quinn's body might be able to use it, but Vincent hadn't yet figured out how. The demon tier beast doesn't seem to attack us as long as we don't come too close to it. So it will be in our best interest to make sure none of us enter that open area around it. For now we should stay and keep watch, Vincent explained. "Who are you?" Vorden asked suddenly. "I've known Quinn for a long time, but I've never heard him speak to us like strangers. Where is Quinn? What have you done to him?" With Vorden asking these questions, the other two were getting ready for a fight. Quinn was still using full control on the rosiest tree, but he could see that the beasts he was using were about to be overwhelmed. What's more, from the looks of it, the roots had already marked all the beasts that had been on the island. How many of these masked people are there? It seems that I have exhausted all the beasts on the island, yet they just keep coming. The cursed faction are doing a good job holding them off, but it seems like it's never ending. Noticing this, Quinn decided to give a final command to the rosiest tree, to supply beasts that were alive with as much energy as possible, and to also protect the cursed faction members. The last ones it had marked shouldn't attack the enemy but focus on protecting the others. I guess it's time for me to return to my body and see what's happened, Quinn decided. When Vorden had asked this question, he thought back to the time when they had all been in the shelter. Back then, he had seen Quinn, but not once had his friend used his shadow abilities. Even if he had obtained it at some point, that didn't explain the strange way the Quinn before them spoke to them. Vorden had gathered that most likely the person that was in control of Quinn before at the shelter would be the same person now, but he was interested to find out just who this person was, and was hoping to get an answer. The only problem was, Vorden didn't account for the fact that he had two hot-headed brothers who were ready for action. Immediately after Vorden voiced his doubt about the person in front of them being the actual cursed faction leader, they considered him to be an enemy. The first thing Ratton did was liquefy parts of his body, sinking mud into the ground, using it to trap the person in front of them. They knew how fast and agile Quinn's body was, so if this wasn't a double, but someone who took control over him, it was in their best interest to chain him down. It worked perfectly, since Vincent didn't exactly want to fight against them. "Hang on, what are you doing?" I'm dash before Vincent really had a chance to explain himself. Vorden had already thrown out a punch. Fortunately, the vampire lord's body allowed Vincent to see it coming from a mile away. He avoided and grabbed onto Broden's wrist. "You know this body doesn't lack in strength when compared to you, and these things can't trap me," Vincent pointed out, as he sunk into his shadow travel in order to escape from the mud that he was trapped in. As soon as he reappeared, Vincent held out his hand ready to fire, as he could see the two beasts coming towards him. Dealing with them might prove difficult. It would be one thing if they were the enemy, but Quinn wouldn't be too happy if I end up hurting his friends. Vincent was worried about what to do. Alas, they didn't seem like the types to listen, not unless he forced them to after subduing them. Luckily, just in that moment, a certain person returned to his own body. Quinn was confused since the first thing he saw were two of his friends coming at him, and as they both were inches away from him, Quinn had disappeared, and the two had struck nothing but air. A few seconds later, and Quinn had reappeared after using his shadow lock on himself, and this time, he had all of the gear of the Blue Fang armor set. "Have you guys been taken over? What's happened?" Quinn demanded an answer, ready to attack them both, currently under the same misconception as the two of them. "Wait," Vorden called, hoping to explain the situation. Out of all the cursed group members that had split up, there was one group struggling more so than any of the others, and that was Webnovel and Linda. Both of them used to be the vice leaders of their old factions at one point, and having to fight multiple enemies wasn't something uncommon to them at this point. Still, the sheer number of their opponents was proving too much. Webnovel could no longer keep up his tiger beetle from running out of energy. He had great speed, but as he tired, the countless masked vampires that had only been a little slower than himself had finally managed to catch up to him. "I need blood," Webnovel thought as he huffed and puffed. Soon two masked men were on him with their claws out. Webnovel hurried to defend himself with his daggers, stabbing one in the thigh and the other at the back of his neck. Seconds later, he was hit by a red aura from another direction. "Arg!" Webnovel screamed in pain as his body hurled over. The vampire who had been stabbed in the thigh saw his chance and went for the kill with a swipe of his hand, only to be stopped seconds later by a giant club that knocked him away. "Webnovel, I'll cover for you," Linda shouted, but she didn't look much better than her companion, covered in blood, much of it her own. Looking at her, Webnovel could tell her wounds were no longer healing the same as before, and both of them were suffering from the same problem. They both needed energy. Webnovel could obtain new energy from blood, he just needed to touch a human, while Linda needed to consume humans similar to how Peter did. In the middle of the chaos, it was impossible for them to recharge. The masked attackers just didn't seem to stop coming. At first they had been easily able to deal with the groups of 5 that would appear through the forest, but now more and more were getting through, while they were starting to feel exhausted. Crap! I just need to find a human. Isn't there a single one amongst all those? Webnovel looked around. That was when he spotted someone at the very back. It was still a masked figure, hiding between some trees. Why are they staying so far away? Are they waiting for us to get weak? Webnovel worried that there was a reason for that person's behavior and it couldn't be good. He picked himself up, but as quickly as he did, his legs felt like jelly, causing him to almost fall to the ground again. The next second he could see a giant shadow cast over him. He looked up and could see Linda's face in front of him. Is she covering me? Webnovel thought. I need to tell you something, Linda said, as she grunted. Webnovel was wondering what was going on, but he was unable to see outside due to Linda's large body. In her great Draugr form she was almost gigantic, larger than a Dalki. But he could tell that what was most likely happening was that more enemies had come and they were attacking her right now, and she was the one who was protecting him. I forgive you, Webnovel. I blamed you, our faction, for my brother's death for so long. The truth was I got close to you because I was planning to get some sort of revenge on the members of the parasites. But as I got to know you, I discovered that you weren't as bad a person as I believed. That just started to make things so much harder, and I don't know when, but eventually. I fell in love with you. Linda spoke, tears running down her face, but due to the hunched position she was in, the tears rolled down her eyebrows and onto the ground. Linda, what are you doing? Get up, get up, Webnovel screamed, unable to appreciate the giant woman's confession. He didn't care for what Linda was saying. All he wanted to do was for the two of them to survive this mess right now. The attacks could be heard clearer now from the outside. Although she had a good set of armor, they both saw that she was close to her limit. Linda, you can't die. You can't die for me. We have to fight. Even if you protect me like this, they'll just kill me afterward. Get up, we have to fight. Don't you remember what Quinn said? This is not worth risking our lives for. Are you going to disobey his order? Webnovel screamed at the top of his lungs. I'm sorry. It's too late. Linda sniffled. I can't even move my body. Then, I'll move you, Webnovel shouted. The strength that was gone from his body was slowly returning. He was experiencing some type of second wind as he stood up and went forward. He started to use all his strength, pushing Linda's gigantic body up. He pushed with all his power, his muscles bulging. I don't know how long I can stay like this for, but I have to make sure that at least Linda survives, Webnovel thought as he screamed to further hype himself up, forcing his arms to slightly transform into that of the tiger beetle. Changing his legs as well, he pushed off the ground, springing him up, and Linda's body was lifted off and landed onto the side. He now could see the blue sky again, and turned to look at Linda, seeing what might have happened to her, or if she needed help. She was now lying on her front. Her body was shrinking back down to her regular human size, but the armor hadn't changed, for she was too weak to even use her shadow abilities. But at least her eyes didn't look as if she had died. Webnovel, looking at where he was, could see a pool of blood. It wasn't his own, but it all belonged to Linda. She had given it her all to protect him. You bastards! Webnovel screamed. Linda had her hand held out, softly saying the words, "Run." For right now, Webnovel was surrounded by around a dozen masked men. Ironically, he noticed that the one who had been staying at the back this whole time had also moved forward. Haha! Now you come out. Webnovel could tell now that the guy was so close. He could sense that this person was human. He was exactly what both him and Linda needed to fight a little longer. Using whatever he had left, Webnovel somehow managed to move his legs. His body transformation had reverted after lifting Linda off himself. His daggers were on the ground, so charging forward he could do nothing but throw a fist, and at the same time all the others charged in to intercept him. Webnovel's hand managed to make contact with something solid, but it wasn't the person in front of him. He felt like he had a wall. I thought you were just a regular human, but you bastard actually had an ability, huh? Webnovel mumbled, accepting his fate. He was out of energy. unable to resist as the masked men were tearing into his body. Their hands pierced through his stomach, into his chest, into his thigh, blood pouring from Wevel's mouth. As much as he wanted to turn around, to see Linda for a final time, he didn't have the strength for it. "Thank you, Quinn. The time with you. All was enjoy. B-. Linda was unable to do anything to help Wevel. She laid there looking at the end of the person she had once hated, but who she had ended up falling in love with. Last time, she had been unable to help her brother Blip, blaming herself for him having lost his life. Nothing seemed to have changed. Despite all the power she was supposed to have at her disposal, there she was failing to save a loved one once again. She wanted to stretch out her arm towards Wevel, yet the only degree of movement she had in her was a slight twitch of her fingers. With the many wounds he had suffered, it seemed impossible for him to have survived, and the masked men weren't stopping, like ravenous beasts who had found food for the first time in weeks. Even though he was standing, it seemed like it was only because of the others who were holding him up with their attacks. Just as they had removed their hands from his body, Wevel's body flopped to the ground, showing no indication of life inside it. "No! No!" Linda screamed in her head again. She was hoping to summon some type of surge in energy, similar to how little Wevel had been able to lift her gigantic body. If she had been able to stay on top of him, then perhaps he would have been the one to have survived. Yet here she was still unable to move. Her MC cells had been spent, so she could do nothing. After dealing with Wevel, the masked men started to come towards her, and through the jungle more men were starting to appear. "Quinn, where are you? Weren't you meant to protect us? I thought you could feel it. Is that why you haven't come yet? Could it be Wevel isn't? He isn't dead?" Despite considering that possibility, deep down she knew that shouldn't be the case. As resilient as vampires and their subclasses might be, even Peter was unlikely to survive this degree of damage. "Where the hell are you, Quinn? You should be here!" Linda screamed at the top of lungs while squinting her eyes shut. She had used her last breath and no longer knew what was happening anymore. As she closed her eyes, part of her looking forward to reuniting with Wevel. However, after a while she could hear the sound of fighting. "What is going on?" she thought. Her energy was still weak, so it was hard for her to open them, and eventually the fighting that she could hear had stopped nearly just as quickly as it had started. "I guess I must have passed out for a few seconds." Whoever they were fighting stopped. "Here, eat this. It should help you regain some of your strength," a voice ordered her. She was too weak to recognize it. The owner of the voice seemed to have noticed that Linda was too weak. The next moment she felt something pressed against her lips, and before she processed what her own body was doing, she realized she had already started eating whatever it was in front of her. Energy started to gather inside her body, and her wounds began to heal once again. Finally, she had enough strength to open her eyes, and that's when she could see it. Around 20 masked men had been slaughtered, their limbs removed from their body. One in particular looked like they had been cut. When looking down, Linda noticed she had nothing but a human bone from an arm in her hand. Flesh? But how weren't they all vampires? Linda questioned. "Not all," the person next to her replied. Turning her head, she soon could see a large black-furred beast. "Vorden, calm down. Even though you have eaten enough to recover your energy, it will still take some time for your body to heal. It looks like you really did push yourself beyond what you were capable of. Honestly, I don't think you can fight anymore, even if you ate more." Vorden spoke to her, although he wasn't entirely sure if that was true, since he wasn't a vampire himself. He was mostly basing his knowledge on what he knew about Peter. There's not just vampires among their group, there are also humans. Although rare, they're dangerous since they can use abilities. Oh, and they're also Dalki on the island. Linda looked shocked to hear this, and she realized now where the arm she had gotten must have come from. "Wait, if you were able to get to me in time, does that mean?" Linda sprung up, to look in the direction of where she last saw Wevel. However, Vorden quickly blocked her view, shaking his head. In the few seconds she had managed to look over there, she couldn't see Wevel's body, but judging by the way Vorden was reacting, it was clear that he hadn't survived. Almost immediately, Linda started to feel weak again, and she leant up, placing her head into Vorden's chest. He didn't deserve to die. Why him? Why? Vorden, tell me, why are we the only ones fighting on this damn island? Why are we the ones losing people all the time? And where is Quinn? Vorden finished her sentence for her, not wanting her to speak or use up any more energy. Quinn was actually the one who sent us here. He could tell that you guys were struggling, but he had to attend to something else, and Linda, this war hasn't been good for any of us. How many lives have already been lost? And how many more will be lost? I'm afraid we'll need to strengthen our resolve. This might not be the only loss we suffer this war. However, he won't be forgotten. Webnovel fought with his life for us, for the cursed faction, for the human race. We need to make sure that he gave his life for a reason. You in particular, Linda. I haven't been back with the cursed faction for long, but I could tell that Webnovel was always looking out for you. Linda fell down once again, falling to the ground, but unfortunately they didn't have the luxury of time to allow her to grieve. The enemy was still on the move through the jungle, and Vorden, knowing this, grabbed onto Linda, flying back. Wait! Linda cried out. What about Webnovel's body? Where is it? Webnovel's body is being returned to the castle at the moment. Remember how I said we? The one that killed all those masked wasn't me, Linda. It was Ratton. Vorden will take his body back to the castle. I would never allow someone who fought so hard like that to get trampled or used for other means. I think it's best if we return as well, Linda. Take a break and rest for now. Leave them to us. Hearing these words, Linda soon closed her eyes, and her exhaustion made her enter a deep sleep. Despite how fast Vorden was moving, and her having eaten, it was as if her mind had shut down with everything she had been through. While traveling back to the castle, seeing Webnovel's body before it was taken away, Vorden felt his arms constantly tensing as his blood boiled with anger. He was starting to worry whether they could actually win this fight, and if so, just how high would the cost be that they would have to pay. Even with him and Ratton having evolved, he couldn't help but wonder if it was worth it. Maybe the best thing to do is give up the fight for now. Otherwise, more of us will lose our lives in this. But can we even do that? How do we even get out of here? At this moment, there was another cursed faction group that was doing well up to a certain point, but now they were struggling as well. In this group, there was Fex and Dennis, who too had used their powers far more than they thought and were beginning to tire out. At the moment, there were 3 of them standing back to back. As for the third person or being with them, it was a white-haired gorilla with 4 arms. One of the marked beasts being controlled by Quinn, who had been a great help to them so far. There were other beasts originally by their side, but now they had all been killed apart from one. The whole group were surrounded by a mixture of vampires and humans, and the group had become incredibly large in number, reaching over 40. Do you think this is where our grave will be? Dennis asked. At first they had been faring well, having already defeated around the same number surrounding them now. But as soon as they got tired, it was almost as if they were relying on their other allies to come and help. Don't speak like that, old man. I'm not dying here. I have far too many things I need to do. Fex shouted as he took the box off from his back that he had been carrying around the whole time and slammed it on the ground. It's time to put this to use. As a society based on strength, many vampires look down on those who use tools to show off their strength. It was why many of them refused to use beast gear, even though some had voiced that this sentiment seemed contradictory since their ancestors used blood weapons. However, certain vampires felt like this was still part of their strength, since they were created from crystals that could only be obtained from vampires, rather than borrowing it from mere beasts. However, despite this belief, neither the regular nor the vampires in a family would look down upon the members of the 13th family, who were considered to be a strong family. Nonetheless, their real strength stemmed from their ability, for which they needed a tool, one that only their top members possessed, and that was something called a puppet. Of course, that had not always been the case. In fact, in the past they had been mocked because of it. One day, an argument had escalated to the point that the family leaders had been forced to get involved. Picking one of the many families that had publicly mocked the 13th family's ways, he had called for a duel to settle the matter once and for all. The vampire king himself had come to observe the fight, just like all the other family leaders. The 13th family leader had done something no one had expected. Using his strings, he grabbed one of the vampire knights from the very leader he was about to face. At first, the other leader had scoffed at the 13th's actions, believing that the other had done so to make him hesitate. However, he did no such thing. With his first attack, he made it clear that he would not be holding back. But what happened next was a tale that would be told within the 13th family for centuries. Using his strings, the 13th leader proved to be so skillful in controlling the vampire knight puppet that he managed to make his opponent yield. A vampire knight of the same family being able to beat his own leader was something unheard of. It was such a huge embarrassment for the family that the leader was forced to go into eternal slumber to save face. From that day on, vampires stopped regarding a puppet as a type of tool, instead treating it as the real trump card of the 13th family and the proper way for how the string ability was meant to be used. Ever since, the higher members of the 13th family spent much of their time mastering that art, and that included Fex. After slamming the coffin-like box that was on his back on the ground, the lid fell to the floor, and a human male could be seen inside. "All right, Agent 11. It's time to do your work," Fex shouted, as he kicked the box down and quickly threw needles tied with his strings towards the man, and started to summon his blood weapon right after. Once it was in Fex's hands, he wasted no time stabbing Agent 11 in the back. "Ah, what the hell is going on?" Agent 11 cried out, after seeing the outside light for the first time in a long while. He had only been able to hear noises from inside the box, so he was confused about what was going on. His freedom was short-lived, as he got stabbed by Fex, finding himself surrounded by blood-thirsty killers on all sides. "Look, you want to live, right? Well, if I die, you die. As you can see, those aren't your pure buddies who have come to save you. Use your chi or whatever else you have in store with your sword, and just let me do the rest," Fex ordered. The one that Fex was using as his puppet right now was the pure agent they had captured. Fex had never been able to use his influence skill on, which was the reason for capturing him in the first place. Although even Quinn had been unable to bypass his mental defenses, the group had decided to keep him prisoner. For one, he had tried to kill their members, and the second reason, they thought they might eventually find a way to get information out of him at some point. It was then that Fex had come up with another use for him. Agent 11 had a strong body, and was able to use the power of chi, not to mention he was close enough to being a single agent, the strongest type in pure. Fex had briefly tested him out with his puppeteering skills, and he had turned out better than the vampire had imagined. During this fight, for the first time, Agent 11 would be even stronger thanks to his blood weapon. The masked men, seeing one more person who wasn't an ally, started to charge in. Agent 11 had no choice. Tightly gripping onto the sword in his hand, he channeled his chi through it. "Just focus on your chi. Relax your body and let me do the rest," Fex shouted. It was a hard thing to do, especially since Agent 11 could see someone charge at him, but he knew what Fex meant. Agent 11 had reluctantly been used as Fex's practice tool on his downtime, and he knew that it was worse for him to go against the flow. Soon, using his sword, a slash even faster than Agent 11 was ever capable of using, sliced the masked man's hand off. The vampire swiveled around holding his arm, and noticed that the wound wasn't healing. "Haha, I hope you enjoy this surprise. It looks like you guys have never fought against someone who can use chi before," Fex thought gleefully as he continued to control Agent 11. With his sword, he sliced the vampires in his way, thrusted them down, and finished most of them with a single strike to the point where they could no longer get up. As for the other side, they too had decided to charge towards Dennis, but now that Fex was able to deal with a majority of them, Dennis' load had lessened. The gorilla was able to help out massively, as it leapt through the air, slamming its giant fists on two of them, and then using its smaller arms underneath to continue to punch the vampires on the ground. "I'm not going to lose out to a freaking gorilla," Dennis shouted, as he went forward and continued to fight with his fists as well. He had used up his MC cells, unable to cast his shadow ability, which was why his fighting had also turned more beast-like. He continued to punch with the gorilla and held off the enemies in front of him. Eventually, Dennis had slipped on some blood and caught himself but was now down on one knee. A masked vampire saw this as the right time, throwing a claw towards the back of Dennis' head. Reaching out, the vampire was inches away before a burning sensation was felt on its head, and soon it fell to the floor, before it succeeded in its attack. What was that, acid? Dennis wondered, as he continued to fight, and glanced at the tree where the attack had come from. There he could see that there was a snake-like beast in the tree, and now it was helping them as well, shooting out acid towards the masked on the ground. I don't know who is controlling these beasts, but I'm going to have to thank them. With excitement and support by his side, Dennis was feeling invincible, ignoring the wounds that he had received, just focusing on the fight. He was pushing himself beyond what his body was already capable of. Pain was a sign for the body to stop what it was doing, to tell it that it was in trouble, and as a result, Dennis didn't realize just how much he had been hurt. When going to punch someone, he was a few seconds slower as his ribcage had been cracked from an earlier hit, and it looked like the few remaining vampires noticed this as well, ready to at least take one of them down. Crap. I didn't get to even spend that week off with Megan, was going through Dennis' mind as he saw the fists coming towards him, almost in slow motion, but there was nothing he could do about them. You're not dying on my watch, old man, Fex shouted, running across Dennis' back, and kicking two of the vampires' heads in front of him. Fex then quickly pulled one forward with his string and sliced it from the head down in half, finishing the last few remaining ones. Dennis, seeing Fex back, could see that his black needle was in his back. What happened to them? Huh? Dennis said, confused. That guy is good enough to handle himself. After dealing with most of them, I let him do his own thing and used the power of the needle on me, Fex replied. Eventually the group had dealt with all 40 of the masked men. With this brief break, it looked like no more masks were coming in their direction. They wondered if it was because the enemy thought that they would be finished by now, or had they really defeated all those coming from this direction. Either way, they had time to rest, and with the humans they had killed, both Dennis and Fex consumed their blood as they started to recover. Eventually, Fex picked up the wooden crate that was still in good condition. All right, we should be good now. Come on, you know the drill. Fex clapped his hands, looking at Agent 11. Seriously? I just saved your asses. Heck, I didn't even try to run away, yet you want me to return to that stuffy box? When's the last time you even cleaned it? Agent 11 wasn't too keen to listen to that order. Oh please, where would you have even run off to? We're on an island with all sorts of people trying to kill us. Just get in the box, Fex ordered, getting his strings ready. Look, I promise I will help you guys. Just don't put me back in there. I won't resist if you control me, or puppet me or anything. We both know that if it wasn't for me, he would have died, and you should at least reward me for that, right? Agent 11 argued, pointing towards Dennis. Just let him stay outside. He did help us after all. Dennis took his side, relaxing and allowing the blood to heal their wounds. Arg, fine, but just this once, and don't even think about getting away. Fex looked eyes with the gorilla that was still alive. Gorilla? Keep an eye on him. Fex was annoyed, but at the same time worried that Pure Agent was just waiting for a better opportunity to make a run for it. It had taken him a long time to find someone this good he could use, but it looked like Agent 11 was staying close by. Fex decided to go up to his attackers, hoping to get a good look at them, and one was lying in the grass. Why do they even wear these masks? Is it to cover up their ugly faces? Fex thought, taking one of them off, revealing the man's face. He's not ugly enough to need a mask. In fact, he's actually quite handsome. I wonder why they all use those masks then. I don't recognize this guy, Fex thought, thinking it was one of the agents from the vampire world. Not that Fex did know every single vampire in the settlement. Out of curiosity, Fex decided to go to another masked man and took his off as well, and when he did, he had to rub his eyes twice because he couldn't believe what he was seeing. What the? Were those two twins? After seeing the second person's face under the strange black mask all of them seemed to wear, something about it bothered Fex. Both of them looked identical. Too identical even if they happened to be twins. Setting aside the small likelihood that the vampire just so happened to unmask two brothers, there was another explanation for their resemblance. Fex gulped as he considered that possibility. He quickly went over to another masked man on the ground and started to pull his masks off as well. Dennis, Agent 11 and the gorilla were watching his strange actions from the side as they took a break to recover, wondering why he was acting like some type of madman. However, after they saw him pull off the sixth person's mask, they looked past his actions and were now looking at the details on his face. He was sweating, something vampires didn't really do, not even when tired, which meant most likely something was worrying him. "They're the exact same," Fex shouted in frustration. "All these masked men are the same. All of them must be clones of the same person." Dennis finally got up to have a look at just what Fex was talking about. He was half hoping that perhaps the people just looked similar or that the other had just revealed the faces of identical sextuplets. But their resemblance was uncanny. The group dragged the corpses of those men next to each other, so they could get a closer look and a better comparison. However, it just made things even stranger because from head to toe all the men were identical even in height. They must be clones. Didn't Quinn say that Eno could do the same? He also had multiple copies of himself. Dennis assumed and started to sniff the air. He had another thought and wanted to check something out. Following his nose, it soon brought him to another masked person that Fex had yet to pull the mask off. After finding 6 people with the same face in the row, Fex didn't expect to see anything different from the others. It would make sense, I guess. If Richard could do it, his relatives might be able to as well, given that they should have the same power. Dennis thought. If Fex was to concentrate, he could still hear the sounds of fighting coming off from different directions. He knew that Richard could create clones, but this many? For frick's sake. This whole time, we've been fighting against bloody clones. Fex continued shouting and cursing. How is this fair? These guys aren't even real. No wonder there are so many of them. We have to fight with our lives on the line, while they can just as easily be replaced. Eventually, Dennis had found his resolve to pull off the mask from the person in front of him, and what he saw underneath was finally something different to the other masked person. There was a woman who was already dead, but there was something else that was different about her compared to the others as well. "Come over here," Dennis called out. Out of interest, the gorilla and even Agent 11 had come over. The pure agent wasn't sure why exactly Fex and the others were on the island, but from what he had gathered, they seemed to be up against what the world knew as V at the moment. He had seen their red eyes and powers. If he actually got a chance to escape, he could use all of this information to rise within the pure organization. This one's a human. Fex sniffed the air to make sure, but he also remembered something else looking at the specific wound on her body. He had been the one to have killed her. Fex remembered this person well because she had been the only one that had used an ability against him. Wait, is that the reason? Fex spoke his thoughts out loud. We've fought against so many vampires, but none of them seem to have an ability? I've seen some vampires who don't have abilities. Is it that strange? Dennis asked. Even in the pooling area, vampires chose different abilities from the 13th family. Only those who haven't given up on a promotion would choose not to learn any ability. So you think the humans aren't clones? Do you think they abducted them because clones can't learn abilities? Dennis wondered. Couldn't it just be a case of those ones being created recently? Agent 11 chimed in with his own opinion on the matter, mostly because he didn't have anything better to do and he was aware that he would literally get dragged into the cursed factions mess. If all your enemy needed was an army to overwhelm you guys, would he have bothered to prepare for it for a long time to teach them all abilities, or to find them? Perhaps it's more correct to say that whoever made these clones is unable to copy them with abilities in the first place. Otherwise he cow'll teach one person an ability and then clone them. Then again, I'm no scientist. While they were all busy thinking about how this information could possibly help them in their current fight, they could soon hear another wave of people coming towards them. Well, I guess they aren't short on numbers, and I guess unlike us they don't really have to care about any losses. Dennis stretched his arms behind his back a few times. He could tell his body hadn't made a complete recovery yet, and although blood from humans allowed them to heal, restoring their energy and stamina was another thing altogether. Out from the large jungle trees, they could see more masked men appearing. Just like they had suspected, it was another group. Isn't something a little off about them? Fex asked, moving in closer to where the others were, also twirling his fingers, getting ready to attach them to Agent 11 at any moment. As they got closer, Agent 11 noticed it as well. Some of the masks they were wearing were cracked, and at the same time they had wounds and blood dripping on their clothing. Before the group even reached them, the snake beast that helped them from before dropped from above, landing on 3 of them. It let out its acid onto the other members, and all of the other masked had fallen, but they seemed to be ignoring the snake that had just landed on some of them. On closer inspection, they looked to be in a hurry as they scuffled to try and continue running. Before they knew it, a figure could be seen landing in front of the group, and as quickly as it landed, it dealt with the rest of the masked with a few hits. Isn't that Mona, one of the former Big Four? What is she doing here? In a place like this, Agent 11 was beyond shocked. Mona turned around after dealing with them, and the snake that was on the ground slivered up and went around her neck. When turning, she looked at those in front of her, and noticed how tired and torn their clothing were. I'm sorry. I was confident that I could stop them from coming, and I was faring well with the Kraken beast. They just kept coming and coming. It felt like they were endless. Dennis finished her sentence. We've experienced the same thing. We're just happy that you took care of many of them, and I think everyone on this island will agree. What happened to the beast that was with you? Mona was a strong woman who was usually brimming with confidence. But when asked this question, the others found it strange that this confidence had vanished from her face, and they weren't sure if they were imagining it or not, but could see her shudder slightly. The Kraken. It's dead. Mona answered, looking away from the others, her eyes full of pain. I guess, not even a demon-tier beast can handle an army of vampires. Fex noted, almost proud of this fact. No, it wasn't done by the masked. Mona replied. It was something else. Honestly, I'm not sure I should tell you, guys. It might make you give up on this fight as well. Do you think it's too late for all of us to give up on this mission? All of them were wondering just what Mona could have seen that could convince her that retreat might actually be the best option. Out of all the cursed groups that had split up, one was faring a lot better compared to the others, and that was Sam's group. Most of this was actually thanks to the synergy between Layla and Nate. With her acting as the group's marksman, now that she had improved her powers, she could injure most of the masked before they got too close. Nate would be there to fight off those who had evaded her attacks, while allowing Sam to pick off the weaker ones in the back. Layla was able to freely change between her 3 forms, so whenever they had a short break, she would transform into her 3rd form, allowing her use the special flames to heal any injuries Nate and Sam, while also renewing their buffs. There were a few times that they had struggled, in particular whenever the masked had attacked with ability users in their midst. However, for those occasions they had an ace in the team that their enemy had no way of dealing with, which was, once again, Layla. Whenever they came across a troublesome ability user, Layla would quickly change into her 2nd form and join the fray from up close. This would put more pressure on Nate and Sam, but a few 4-legged beasts also had come to their aid to help them fight. None of the ability users were prepared to go up against someone who was capable of negating every single ability there was out there, making it easy for the young woman to finish off the troublesome ones. This is the power of having real support on our team, Sam realized as they struggled through a new wave of masked. If we'll ever have to fight this type of battle again, it would be best if we had more supportive abilities to help out the groups. However, just how many of those masked are there? No matter how many we kill, their number doesn't seem to drop. If anything, I think they're getting more numerous with each new wave. I'm not sure if the other 2 have noticed it, but each time we're getting pushed further back. Sam, Nate called out. I'm nearly out of blood. My flask is practically empty. This was another problem. Although Nate's stamina was great, better than most in the cursed faction, and although nearly none of them had been injured, there was the issue of blood. Using their blood abilities allowed Sam and Nate to perform strong attacks. But without blood, not only would it make them weaker, they could no longer produce their red aura. Let's head closer to the castle, Sam ordered. Everyone started to slowly retreat. With no end in sight, Sam was trying to figure out how they would win this. After all, their victory condition was having to make sure the enemy didn't get the demon tier beast. Unfortunately, he lacked critical information about how the other sides were doing, and he had a strange feeling not too long ago he didn't think it was a good sign. As the group was moving back, Sam could feel the back of his hair move violently, as if a storm was coming. He had a premonition that it might be dangerous to turn around, but his fear that it could be the enemy made him take a quick look, only to see a black feathered beast he hadn't seen before. "Sam, we need a new plan," the beast shouted, that he recognized as sort of Vorden's. "I know, but it's kinda hard to come up with something while we're surrounded by the enemy," Sam replied back, slightly annoyed with the tone Vorden had given the second he had arrived. Before Sam could say anything else, another strange creature ran past him, also passing Nate and Layla as well. Turning around, they could see that it looked like a person who wore the same black clothing as the masked. However, he seemed to have cut off the sleeves of the clothing. The next moment they saw why, as both his hands formed into two gigantic blades. The second the strange person had disappeared into the jungle, he started to slice down all of the masked one by one. Most of them weren't even able to retaliate. As for those who did, their red aura proved to do nothing to the assailant. "Ratton can deal with any of the masked that come our way. Now, how about we talk?" Vorden asked again. Hearing who the strange person was, Sam could only reach one conclusion, which was that Ratton must have evolved and was now inside the body of humanoid demon tier beast. With this revelation, Sam believed that they might have a chance. "Quinn just sent us over to Wevel's group. He's dead and Linda can no longer fight. Borden should have brought his body back to the castle and is probably looking after Linda now. This fight, it's worse than we thought. Apart from the masked, there are also Dalki. Judging by the look on your face, I assume you must have thought that with me and Ratton having evolved we might stand a chance of winning this, right?" Vorden asked. "I thought the same, until I saw what state Linda was in. Even if we can win this fight, we might even be lucky if more than a few of us will actually survive. Quinn was right, Eno doesn't care about us. We need a better plan." Sam had mixed feelings after hearing the news. He had prepared himself for the possibility that some of the cursed faction were going to die after finding out who they were going up against, knowing the enemy would surely have some tricks up their sleeves, but it still felt surreal at the moment. Worst of all, he didn't even have time to grieve over Wevel because Sam needed to think up their next course of action to prevent any more losses. "There's more news," Fex shouted over. Towards the castle, the heavy-grown jungle area lessened. The trees and grass were thinned out, giving a more open area allowing for everyone to see each other easier. When turning around, Sam could see Fex and the rest with them. He found it strange they were traveling with a gorilla, but when seeing Mona, and considering the beasts that had helped them at the cost of their own lives, Sam didn't find it too strange anymore. With the three groups meeting up, and Ratton in the jungle making sure no one got close to the castle, all of them shared the information they had gathered. There were 3 key points to take note of. First, nearly all of the masked they were facing were clones. If Richard could create clones, it made sense that Jim could as well, but one question popped up in all their heads. Where exactly were Richard Eno's clones right now? The information brought from Vorden was that there were also Dalki here, which they had predicted would come at some point. Additionally, he had brought the sad news of Wevel's death. Everyone went silent for a moment before they continued to talk again. But the worst piece of news by far was the news that Mona had brought them. It was because of this Sam had made the decision. "We have to give up on the demon tier beast," Sam concluded. "We will leave this island. I thought that the location of the teleporter was subpar, so I had Logan create another one just in case. If he hasn't finished it yet, I don't think he will need much longer. Most of us are weak and can't continue fighting. It's the only thing we can do. The teleporter is at the temple." "What about Quinn?" Fex asked. "Don't we need to tell him as well? What's he even doing at the moment?" Just as Fex had asked that question, a loud roar from the dragon was heard. Since they were close, it felt like they could feel its power just from the roar it had made. "We can inform Quinn he will come, but he has something important to do first," Vorden answered. A while ago, Quinn had gotten his body back from Vincent, only to find himself facing the trio of blades. As the three of them were together, Quinn could feel something, a couple of his connections, his links to those that he turned were in trouble. It still hadn't gotten to the point where it was life-threatening, but he knew they needed help. He was about to go himself, but as he was, a voice spoke to him once again. The tablet not too far from where they were had lit up once more, but the voice when it spoke sounded weaker than it ever had done before. Quinn! Quinn, can you hear me? It's Ray. The voice must have been shouting, but all Quinn could hear was a faint whisper. I've been watching everything that has been going on, and I'm here to tell you that you can't win this fight. Not the way you are right now. If you stay here, you and all your people will lose their lives for nothing. You have to leave this island. I thought you had a chance since you seem to possess a certain amount of strength, but I've just felt something far stronger than you out there. There is a chance that once you leave this island that they will also destroy it. Even if they don't, they may certainly take an interest in this tablet. If that is the case, if I get destroyed, then I can't fathom what will happen to this world and its abilities. Most likely, it will leave the human race with no chance at all. Listening to what Ray had to say, Quinn believed it, mainly because he could tell from his connections how certain members of his were struggling. I've seen your shadow power. Perhaps there is a way you can place the tablet in your shadow. Please, if at all possible, you have TO protect the TABL dash. The glow of the tablet went down once again, but Ray had said enough for Quinn to take him seriously. Take the tablet with us? That's easier said than done. I doubt the dragon will just let me take it, even if I ask him nicely. We have to help him, Layla insisted after finding out what Quinn was currently doing. We couldn't do anything against that dragon last time, so Quinn will surely need our help. I don't think Quinn is reckless enough to give up his life, Layla. Besides, do you really think you can help him? Vorden asked, his tone harsher than he had intended. Honestly, we all have gotten stronger and I know you've been training hard, but we're already hard-pressed to deal with all of the masked. Eventually, even Ratton will tire out and they will storm this castle and the rest of the areas. The others didn't say anything. They too wanted to help Quinn, but wondered what use they would be if they headed over. Those who knew him were aware that Vorden would never abandon his best friend, so the decision to stay out of his way couldn't have come lightly. Vorden is right, Sam agreed, breaking the silence. Quinn has the highest chance of survival out of all of us. Given his shadow ability, he'll be able to flee if left with no other choice. Our situation is different, though. We need to go through the second teleporter to get off this island, and I suggest we do so now, before anything unforeseen happens. Although it was obvious that Layla wasn't pleased by this outcome, she understood that time was of the essence. Before heading to the temple, they all decided to stop by the castle to gather Wevel's body and Linda. Hey! Did any of you see Peter? Nate suddenly asked before they set out. They all looked at each other and realized that the last time they had seen him was when he was digging through Hilston's things. After that point, they had lost him. Just where had he run off to during this whole mess? Most importantly, was he still safe and okay? Sam tried to call Peter on his communicator, but it looked like communication down on the island as well. The same thing when trying to contact Quinn. Maybe if we get to the temple, the jammers that Logan has set up will let our communication devices work again. Sam theorized, but he also knew that would mean more time without knowing what had happened to Peter. I'll go look for Peter, Vorden volunteered. I'm the least injured out of all of us. I can move quite fast, and I can even try to find him from above ground. Get Vorden first and then just head to the temple. If you have to, just go through it. It was important that the group didn't leave the dragon on its own. After all, capturing him was the enemy's overall objective. With Eno having been sent flying and Brock having followed behind his master, Quinn was the only one there to look over it. However, after listening to Ray's warning, he suddenly had a new task, making Quinn struggle with what to do. I know Ray said to get the tablet and I understand the importance of the tablet, but doesn't that mean we have practically admitted defeat? They might be unable to take the dragon immediately, but if we leave them to it, what if they succeed? This was the reason why Quinn hadn't acted just yet. However, he didn't want to do just nothing and had decided to send Vorden and the others to help out the cursed faction. although Ratton seemed to believe that as a humanoid demon-tier beast he was strong enough to match the dragon, Quinn was convinced he wasn't. He might not know how strong Ratton was in his current form, but he had fought against the dragon previously, so he knew just how strong it was. I know it's hard to admit defeat, Quinn. We might not have seen the main perpetrator behind the attack, but you said it yourself. This fight is not worth sacrificing the lives of your friends over. At worst, just try to think of this as a backup plan that we are putting into action now. Vincent's words had put his grandson's head on a little straighter, making his decision easier. The least he could do was obtain the tablet. Still, there was no doubt that the dragon would try to stop him. Since it's not a living thing, I should be able to place it into my dimensional space, but it looks pretty rooted into the ground. I'll need to take it out somehow. Quinn thought, wondering just how long that would take. How do I get the dragon to not attack me? What if I used Shadow Lock on the dragon and moved it with us? If I use Shadow Overload, could I be able to take the dragon away as well? Quickly, images of the dragon breaking out of the Shadow Lock and destroying everything on board the cursed ship appeared in Quinn's head. In the first place, he wasn't even sure Shadow Lock would even work on a being so strong and large. Looking at his other options, Quinn's eyes landed on the rosiest tree. It was thanks to this that the cursed faction and everyone had even been able to last so long. It was also why Quinn was aware of just how many the enemy numbered. Maybe there's some way I can use the tree. When using the rosiest tree, after most of the beasts had been defeated, Quinn had attempted to mark the mask that were attacking them as well. He could sprout and control its roots after all. However, all his attempts had ended in failure because he wasn't even able to get the chance to mark them. The enemy attackers were on high alert, and it felt like it was almost impossible to grab hold of them. Even when Quinn had succeeded, for some reason marking them had required far longer than a beast. Whether it had something to do with their forms of intelligence or not, he didn't know. Either way, during the process the other mask had attacked the roots, and Quinn had been able to feel some of his energy leak out from the cut parts. It also didn't feel like it would come back, at least not in a short while, hence why Quinn had stopped that experiment. I'm starting to understand why the old demon-tier tree had spent years marking people and beasts. It must have done so while people were asleep, or at the perfect moment while others weren't aware. Still, perhaps Quinn could use the multiple roots, and the larger ones that were close to the main rosiest tree to his advantage. After all, Blade Island might be a place that none of them would return to again, so this might very well his last opportunity to use the tree. I need something more. The demon-tier tree by itself won't be enough to slow it down. Closing his eyes, Quinn activated the amulet. His Dalki fighters had done well. Many of them were able to implement the martial arts skills that Quinn used, even with partial control. It was because of this they were able to do a better job than the other two spiked Dalki. However, the numbers were overwhelming, and eventually, just like the cursed members who had to retreat, it was the same for the Dalki. I can use their energy, but I know this won't be enough as well, so there is only one thing I can do. Quinn thought as he stood up and looked towards the tablet. This is guaranteed to cost me MC cells, but there's no other choice, I'm afraid. Shadow Overload Enhancement Type Soul Weapon activated. All of Quinn's shadows started to pour out of him and consumed him, giving him a shadow body. His shadows flicker with a slight purple glow, and stepping out, Quinn was ready to face the dragon ahead. Stepping onto the open field, almost immediately the dragon turned Quinn's way, and rather than staring at him for a few seconds like last time, it had already opened its maw to produce its giant orange flames. It looked like whatever effect Ray used to have on the dragon was no longer in effect. Quinn swung both arms forward, creating a wall of shadows to block the flames, or make the flames stay in place. That's twice that someone blocked your fire attack. I guess you're not that scary of a lizard after all. Now that Quinn knew his shadow could stop the dragon from hurting him, it was time he gave it everything he got. The demon-tier amulet around his chest started to glow. At first Quinn had believed that he would have to drain the strength of the Dalki, but realizing that his Shadow Overload skill was enough to hold the dragon, he decided to spare them. The Vampire Lord was sure he might need them later, and instead of him directly lifting the tablet from the ground, there was a better person, or in this case being, for the job. I only have a limited amount of time using shadow overload, and I would like to use it for as little as possible, otherwise my MC cells are going to take quite the hit. Quinn thought, as he continued to block the flames coming from the dragon's mouth. With both of them seeing that the flames weren't effective, Quinn knew what was going to happen next. Just as Vincent had watched it do in the fight against Ino, the dragon turned its body, ready to use its gigantic tail, but Quinn was preparing his own thing as well. Skill-activated Shadow Void. Shadow had been spreading across the ground far and wide ever since Quinn had activated his soul weapon. Now that he had activated the skill, a large dome-like shadow covered both of them. Seeing the incoming tail, Quinn quickly sank into his shadows and appeared above the dragon, falling towards its back. The middle part of the tail hit nothing but air, yet the tip of it scratched the outside of the dome. To Quinn's surprise, this left a hole in the dome, yet his shadows started to gather there, as if it was healing from a cut. Looks like it really wants to get out of this place, but I'm right where I want to be. Quinn took a glance at the tablet and tree that had also been trapped inside the dome. His current plan required him to buy time for the tree to follow his new command. He had to make sure the tree wouldn't be hit by any of the dragon's attacks. It might have come from a demon tier tree, and Quinn knew that it had roots all over the island. Yet he didn't want to gamble on how sturdy it was. Fortunately, the dragon seemed to be fully focused on him. This was great for Quinn, since it meant the demon tier beast had yet to notice the roots that had started to dig at the base of the tablet. As they sprouted from the ground around it, they used their tips like hands, trying to pull it from above, while pushing it from the ground underneath, yet neither method seemed to be working on first glance. I can tell you're strong, and I'm currently still too weak to defeat you, Quinn thought, which is why I'll have to borrow your power again so I can protect you. His white gauntlet hand was placed onto the back of the dragon, and the active skill was activated once more. Power was quickly going into Quinn as the dragon roared even louder in anger, doing his best to get rid of the pest on him. It was at that moment that Quinn felt something else. He had felt the connection to those he had turned fluctuate every so often, however this time one had been cut. The life of one of his companions had been lost, and once again he had not been there to prevent it. Arg! Quinn screamed even harder, full of pain as the energy continued to spread into his body, while tears started falling down his face. An unknown distance away from where Quinn and the dragon were, Ino had left the cave in the waterfall and had spotted someone he didn't think he would run into all the way out here. You're looking quite well for an old-timer, but you don't have to be so loud. My ears are good enough to hear you even if you were to just whisper my name. Jim spoke to him in a casual tone. His choice of garments was that of a typical vampire, meaning he was mostly covered in black while also wearing a long trench coat. He looked to be in his 30s, yet his hairstyle was completely out of place for the current age, indicating his real age. Jim had grand sideburns that covered his sides, while his hair was overrun at the top with curls which were nevertheless neatly kept up for its shape. Richard was slightly surprised that the dalki by Jim's side were merely 1 spikes. He would have thought that one of the masterminds behind this whole fight would have had better guards than that, at least 3 or 4 spikes. Your appearance hasn't changed, Richard noted, as he casually jumped from the rock he was on and landed on the land just by the river. The two of them now were a good 10 meters away from each other, yet neither one had opened hostilities. Before Jim had been a vampire knight working under his nephew Vincent. He had been the previous leader, which was why it was very strange for a vampire Jim's age to still have his young appearance. Realistically, he should have weakened by now. What have you done? Have you really fallen that low? To use the lives of humans to extend your own? Richard asked in disbelief. Jim started to chuckle at his ancestor's reaction. And what if I have? Don't the vampires also use humans, even if they are mere clones for their blood supply? How have you not been able to face the simple reality that human lives are meant to be used by us? Aren't you wearing a set of blood armor created from dead vampires? How are you any different from me in that regard? We are different from the beginning, Richard insisted. You only exist because of me. Jim, I did my best to try and sympathize with you, but I'm still unable to understand why you chose to go through with this madness. I understand that you've been wronged, that your accomplishments have always been diminished, But then shouldn't your anger be directed at the vampire settlement? Why are you helping the Dalki? No, why are you trying to get rid of the humans? During their conversation, it sounded as if Richard was getting angry at points, only to quickly settle down soon after calming himself. Jim just smiled. Yet this simple, genuine gesture was all the more frightening. He seemed happy for the chance to talk with Richard, as if he had been looking forward to it. Does it really look this way to you? Our side is the one who has united humans, vampires, and even Dalki, all working together. Doesn't that sound like a perfect utopia to you? As for your question, don't worry. I'm going to teach the vampires their lessons soon enough. What do you think will happen when all the humans in existence are gone from this universe? Those vampires think that they are more important than humans, but don't realize that they are actually weaker. I don't just want to beat them, no, I want to make them suffer. I will get rid of every drop of blood, and I shall enjoy watching them starve until eventually they will realize that there is only one alternative left for them. The Dalki, Richard concluded. So your reason is so petty. Is it because the vampires rejected your idea, rejected you and the Dalki, that you are forcing them to come crawling to you for help? How childish is that? Richard didn't think he had gotten all the answers from Jim about why he was doing what he was doing. But this conversation had made one thing clear. Jim's mind was made up and there was no way of changing that. Since there was no way to get through to him by talking, Richard started to gather his hands together and the spire on the top of his head glowed. Come on. Are you really going to attack me? Jim asked, letting out a sigh. As I recall, you still owe me a favor which I never got the chance to make use of. Don't you believe in fairness, equivalent exchange? Well, I would say now's the perfect time to call in that favor. It's rather simple, really. Don't get in my way. Just let me pass and watch as I subdue the demon-tier beast. Otherwise, Jim placed his hand on the Dalki by his side. The back of the Dalki started to light up. A change was occurring as energy flowed through the creature. It was brief, but for a second it looked like Richard could catch something that looked to be embedded in the palm of Jim's hand. A crystal of some sort? A few seconds later, as the light faded, the Dalki's appearance had drastically changed. It had grown an entire foot larger, sprouted wings on its back. Its scale-like features had gotten more compact and darker, and worse of all, the number of spikes on its back had changed. In total, there were 6 spikes present. Something that Quinn had to keep reminding himself as he went to face the dragon was that his goal in this fight wasn't to defeat it, just to buy time. It was a foreign feeling when faced with a beast, but eventually it had gotten through to him. It was why he had opted to land on the giant beast's back, allowing him to hold onto its scales as it struggled. As a vampire lord, his grip strength was enough to withstand the dragon's efforts of shaking him off. Yet given the hardness of its scales, it was also almost impossible for Quinn to do the beast any real damage. But he didn't need to. All he needed to do was distract the beast while the tree did its job. Using this opportunity to his advantage and remembering what he had done to the dragon before, Quinn wickedly used the active skill in his gauntlet. I couldn't protect someone again. Quinn screamed in anger as a power stronger than any he had felt before was entering his body. Someone died to protect your ungrateful scaly ass, you overgrown lizard. The dragon, feeling the strange sensation it had felt once before, started to flap its giant wings heading upwards. Quinn, still not having retracted the shadow void, understood what it was trying to do. He could tell that the dome wouldn't hold out based on the strength it had shown before, but there was something else he could do. With the dragon lifting off, it had pushed through the dome, destroying the upper shadow, revealing the blue sky above, and the beast kept going up. Quinn was finding it easier to hold on as he had more strength than before, and he could see that inch by inch the tablet had nearly come loose. Next, with one hand on the beast, Quinn started to form a giant shadow portal above, right where the dragon was to take flight, and as it rose, it had gone through it, only to find itself appearing right on the ground where it was once before. Quinn had activated his shadow sync, and with his shadow overload he was able to produce the shadows wherever he wished. No matter how often the dragon tried to get him off, Quinn would make them return back to the ground. It's working. I might not be strong enough to kill it, but at least I can make sure it doesn't go anywhere, Quinn thought. After what felt like an eternity, Quinn could finally see that the rosiest tree had completed its task. A third of the large tablet had been stuck in the ground, which was why it had taken so long for the tree to get it out. The energy drained from the dragon was powerful, but it seemed like the gauntlet had reached some sort of limit. No more energy was being passed on to Quinn. There was no use staying on the dragon any longer. Running up to the top of his head, Quinn gathered the chi in his legs and used his strength to push off from the dragon to the ground where the tablet was. Soon, he started to form a shadow on his back, and from there 2 large black wings were formed, giving him a safe, soft landing. Dimensional space activate. A shadow appeared underneath the tablet, and it started to sink into Quinn's dimensional space, allowing him to take it with him. Thanks for the power boost. Quinn gave him a grin as he wiped away the tears. I hope you'll put up a good fight when they try to take you on. Running out of the open area, Quinn deactivated his shadow overload skill. He was ready for the backlash of using the skill, checking just how many of his MC points would be taken away. At the same time, Quinn made sure to see what the dragon would do next. As he neared the jungle, he saw the dragon land directly on top of the rosiest tree, crushing it with its massive weight. Quinn immediately felt the energy escape from his demon tier amulet, and he was unable to control it in any way. Quinn was thankful that the tree had helped him out so much, and hoped this had at least been a quick death without much pain. He could have never imagined that one little seed would aid him to this degree. He didn't even want to imagine how much trouble he and the cursed faction would have gone through without the rosiest tree. With the tablet gone, will you remain in this place? Quinn wondered. That's why you stayed on this island for so long, right? As long as you don't follow after me, you should enjoy your freedom for as long as you can. You must now pay your debt for using shadow overload. Quinn knew this was coming. Each time he had used the shadow overload skill, he had to pay the price for it afterward. The first time, Quinn had very little MC cells to use, so when using his soul weapon it had run out quickly fighting Cindy. It was later that he learned the more MC cells he had, the longer the shadow overload skill could last, which was why it hadn't run out even though he had been battling against the dragon for a while. Quinn just knew that along with the increased time allowing him to use the soul weapon the cost had similarly increased. However, he had yet to figure out if the system calculated it based on the duration alone, or the quantity of shadows he used within that time. 100 MC cells. 10 out of 1000 MC. Seeing this, Quinn wasn't too shocked by the result. For one, although it had taken a large amount, Quinn still had a large number of MC cells left. What did surprise him, however, was how close he had been to having used up all his MC cells. It also looked like he had somewhat gotten his answer, that it was a mixture of time used, as well as the amount of shadow Quinn used while using the skill. If it had taken any longer, his soul weapon would have deactivated. Right now, Quinn didn't even have the MC cells remaining to cast some of his shadow skills. Thankfully, the Shadow Link skill didn't require any to be used, and Quinn might not even need to use his shadow powers in the first place, for he was filled with more energy than he could imagine from the dragon. Although the shadow overload skill is strong, the more I use it, the further I feel like I am getting away from Arthur, Quinn thought. While looking at his stats, Quinn kept an eye on what the dragon was doing. It had walked around the place, even digging in places, apparently searching for the tablet which was now in his possession. Unable to find it, the demon tier beast started to flap its wings. Yes, get away from this place. As far as possible. Just make sure the Dalki don't catch you, Quinn thought, but he knew that perhaps they would eventually track it down again, and possibly before them. Thinking about this, Quinn wondered why Eno and Brock hadn't returned. They had been away far too long, they should have at least returned by now, and he also wondered how the cursed faction were doing. Quinn would have to make a choice between returning to the others, or search for Eno. It didn't take him long to decide that with the dragon about to take off. His priority was how the others were doing. The dragon soon went up into the sky, and it looked like it was hovering around the island for a little longer as it was deciding what to do. Quinn wanted to keep an eye on it, but he soon heard the sound of footsteps. Turning his head, he could hear them coming from all sorts of different directions. His eyesight was able to keep up with them all, and he could see From each direction there were groups and groups of masked. What happened to my friends? Did those masked manage to defeat them all? Quinn worried, but other than the connection he felt go earlier, he couldn't feel anyone else in trouble at the moment. A red aura strike came towards Quinn, and moving his hand ever so slightly touching the aura with his fingertips it smashed on impact. The one who attacked Quinn, in seconds Quinn had moved and now had his hand gripped around his throat. "You guys will all pay for this," Quinn declared, as a large shadow reached behind his back and consumed the masked person he was holding. Seconds after the masked man started to scream widely. Shadow Eater skill successful. 10 MC cells gained. The dragon continued to hover over the island, roaring in anger, but it seemed to have suddenly realized that there was no longer any reason for it to stay, making it look towards the blue sky above. However, before it could appreciate its newfound freedom, it felt something slam down on its back. The force was so strong that the dragon screamed in pain as it plummeted down, shaking the entire island. The group had made a decision, and with it, Vorden had gone off into the forest to search for Peter, while the others headed towards the castle before they would make their way to the temple on the island. Before leaving, Vorden had headed to where Ratton was, informing him to come back and stay closer to the castle. It would be his job to make sure that no masked got too close to the area for now. Inside the castle, the group had entered the room where Linda was present. They all could see her lying there peacefully on her bed, free from wounds, not even aware that she had visitors. Since her clothes had been tattered during the fight, Borden had dressed her in another set, a French-made outfit. Borden saw the strange eyes of the others looking at him, questioning his choice of attire. "It was the only thing I could find in this place, I swear." Borden tried to explain himself, getting all red-faced. "She was out of it, and we had to leave her large armor behind. We couldn't take it with us, and until she wakes up, she can't use her shadow equip to put on her regular armor, and I couldn't just leave her half naked." "Don't try to explain yourself, bro," Fex said, placing his hand on Borden's shoulder. "The more you try to explain yourself, the guiltier you look. Besides, I think you made a good choice." There was another blockhead in the room who also appreciated the outfit, but even he knew better than to use this moment to make a crude joke about Borden's taste. Knowing that they needed to leave, and with no signs of Linda waking up, one of them would have to carry Linda along with them. Borden had quickly volunteered for the task, but for some reason the others didn't think it was a good idea for him to be carrying her. Instead, everyone agreed that Mona was a good choice. With her beast armor she had inhuman strength, so it was no problem for her either. If necessary, Fex could use his string ability as well, allowing Mona to use her hands and legs while fighting. After picking up Linda's body, the group moved into the room next door, to find Wevel's corpse lying on a bed. The sheets underneath it had been stained red from the blood on his clothes. The feelings of the others in the room were filled with sadness, anger, and even more. They all took a minute of silence to pay their respects to Wevel, before Fex eventually put the large wooden box that was on his back down. "I won't let your body stay on this island, Wevel," Fex declared, carefully picking him up and gently putting him into the box, which was fortunately quite well cushioned. After all, it had initially been designed to keep Agent 11 inside there, even with Fex moving about widely. "I'll make sure to protect you so that Linda gets to say her goodbye. I bet once we're back, Quinn will give you the best grave, allowing the rest of the cursed faction to thank you for what you did for them." Fex spoke to the lifeless body. "Can I help put the lid on?" Layla asked. Naturally, Fex agreed to her request. Before he knew it, everyone was grabbing the lid of the box and helped close it, before carefully placing it on his back. "I know it's hard for all of you, but remember we have to keep moving," Mona managed to say. As one of the former Big Four, she lost enough subordinates and friends, but she knew that as strong as the members of the cursed faction were, it didn't change their young age. It looked like they had been blessed to not have to experience such a thing often enough to grow used to it. Unfortunately, as an outsider, she felt like it was her job to keep the group moving so that Wevel would be the only casualty. After leaving the castle, the group was walking with Borden at the front. Not only because he was arguably the strongest among those present, but also because he knew the way to the temple. As for Rattan, as long as he didn't fight the dragon, he should be fine moving behind the others, dealing with anyone that would follow as their rearguard. That looks like it's the dragon. Layla pointed upwards. The whole group turned as they could hear the dragon's roar, and for the first time, it looked like it had left its place by the tablet. I hope this means Quinn is okay. Layla silently prayed for his well-being. However, seconds later, a figure appeared just above where the dragon was. Seeing it even from such a distance, Mona instantly recognized it. After all, it was what had killed the demon-tier beast, her kraken. Seconds later, and the small figure had knocked down the demon-tier beast. The force of impact when it collided with the ground was so great that the next second they could all feel the entire island shake violently. The rumbling of the ground was so great it felt like an earthquake that was going to sweep them off their feet. We have to get off the island now. Mona's hands were shaking, but she turned away from where the dragon was, picking up her tempo, no longer caring whether the cursed faction wanted to follow her or not, still carrying Linda along with her. Meanwhile, the cursed group had trouble believing their own eyes, that there could actually be something out there that could so easily deal with the large demon-tier beast. Don't worry. Maybe Quinn can't do stuff like that, but he's stronger than any of us, Nate said in an attempt to cheer everyone up. However, the truth was that he honestly doubted any human or vampire would be able to pull off a feat like that. Out by the river, Eno was speechless after Jim had demonstrated he had the means to evolve a 1-spike Dalki into a 6-spike in an instant. A 6-spike and so fast? Was my information wrong? I thought the highest spike Dalki of the leaders was a 5-spike, yet my eyes aren't deceiving me. I can clearly count 6 spikes at this moment. Richard thought. It was at that moment that the dragon had been knocked out of the sky seconds later, making them all feel the aftermath. Just in case you thought they only looked the part, the one who took out that dragon was another 6-spike Dalki. Believe me, they're all the real thing. Jim said. That blood armor of yours is impressive, I give you that, but are you really confident that it will be enough to take on a 6-spike that just did that to a demon-tier beast? It's true that the blood in my body is the same as in yours, hence why I'm giving you this chance. Let me turn in my favor now and the both of us can walk away from this freely. This is the last time I will ask, Richard. Which will it be? Will you keep your word? Or will you pretend to have forgotten why you are standing in front of me at this very moment? Richard knew exactly what Jim was referring to. While I believe in the principle of equivalent exchange, what you're asking me to do means forsaking the entire human race. I alone might not be able to deal with your Dalki, but you yourself should be easy enough, Eno shouted, as he lifted up both hands, and a red beam could be seen at the tip of both his fingers. The next moment, 2 blood bullets shot out. Jim's face made it clear that he hadn't actually expected his ancestor to refuse. He had been unable to react, however the now 6-spike Dalki by his side had, placing his hand out, blocking the bullet that had been aimed at Jim's head. Yet the other went right through shoulder, causing him to moan in pain. Damn it! Why didn't you block them both, you numbskull? Jim cursed. Screw it. Just get that ungrateful old geezer. The Dalki's hand that had blocked the blood bullet, one of the vampire's strongest offensive blood spells, was completely fine. The next second, the Dalki jumped from its position, throwing its fist out towards Eno. The red spire on the vampire's crown glowed, and just like when the dragon had attacked with its flames, the Dalki only connected with an invisible pulse of red aura. It was similar to a wall, while ripples of red aura were coming from where the Dalki had punched. That damned blood armor. Eno, here I thought at least you could be reasoned with, but it seems like you're not the person I thought you were. I will take that armor for myself, and then take the king's armor as well. Jim roared in anger. It was at that moment that another vampire leapt out from the jungle and swung its arm out towards Jim. Oh great! Your lapdog has arrived, Jim shouted, recognizing that the person was Brock. Opening a small portal by his side, Jim pulled out a shield from the portal that looked to have been made from diamonds. The second Brock's arm touched the shield, it started to light up, and it felt like the power was being reflected right back towards him. His arm was breaking by the second, and the force seemed to be carrying on. Brock had no choice but to roll away from the ground, and now looking at his right arm, it was no longer where it was before. It had completely blown off. Haha, you fool. Remember, I am an Eno as well. Did you really think I would openly show all my cards? As you can see, this was a little gift given to me by your dear friend Arthur. Vampires are so foolish. They have no idea just how powerful demon tier equipment really is. I want you to remember one thing, Richard. It was you who refused my offer. Jim spat out, while placing his free hand on the other one, Spike Dalkey, whose body started to transform. Brock and Richard were now faced with 2/6 Spike Dalkey, as well as the 10th family former leader who had a demon tier shield in his hands. For a while now, Quinn had remained on the same spot, fighting against hundreds and hundreds of masked. However, he had yet to feel himself running out of energy. Using the power he had obtained from the dragon, he had managed to defeat each enemy with a single hit. It wasn't that the masked had just stood there, waiting to take a beating, but their red aura powers had proven completely useless. If the cursed faction had really wanted to, he could have taken them all out far quicker. However, the reason why he hadn't done so was because he was being careful. In fact, he was careful to limit his damage to a point where he could use the Shadow Eater skill, since this never-ending mass of enemies proved to be a boon in disguise. Each one allowed him to gain 10 MC cells, which was great for his shadow ability, and he had long since earned back the amount he had lost during his fight with the dragon. Just getting more MC cells isn't going to make me stronger, but it will allow me to use the shadow ability in more ways. I also won't have to worry so much about using the shadow overload. I can feel that there are still more ways for me to use the shadow overload skill, but because of the drawback, I couldn't really afford to play around with it for too long. If I continue getting rid of all these, I can learn how to fight better, and this in turn will improve my strength, and it won't just be a temporary boost like the dragon's energy I have in my body right now. Quinn thought, as he quickly grabbed the head of 2 masked and slammed them to the ground. He used his Shadow Eater skill on one, forming a strange blob-like shadow consuming its body, and then did the same to the next one. 1,360 MC cells in total. Congratulations! Shadow Eater skill is now at level 2. So even the Shadow Eater skill managed to evolve. Quinn was surprised by this revelation. Then again, he had never gone against this many vampires before, so he had been able to confirm if it was a skill he could even evolve from repetitive use. The Shadow Eater skill can now consume more shadow from each vampire it is used on. The Shadow Eater skill's success chance has now increased. The Shadow Eater skill is now able to form different shapes based on the user's will. Reading through the changes, for a brief moment Quinn was happy. He had known that the Shadow Eater skill's chance of success seemed to work based on how injured the vampires were that he used it against, yet there had still been cases when it had failed against a vampire who had been close to death. Quinn's happiness was short-lived though, as he looked around and the number of masked that were near the open area still hadn't decreased. Are they trying to get past me and head to where the dragon landed from earlier? Quinn wondered. Once the island had shook, the vampires had suddenly stopped defeating Quinn and instead had attempted to run right past him. Rather than going after the masked, Quinn decided to throw out his Shadow Eater skill. Thinking back, Quinn remembered the strange shadow that had appeared when he saw Arthur use his skill. He wondered if this was a shape Arthur chose. Due to how far away the person was who he wanted to use the skill on, in Quinn's mind a certain bird formed. Now, leaving from his hand, the Shadow Eater's skill looked slightly different from before, going out in the shade of a small black raven. It also looked to be moving faster in this new form, and when it nearly reached the masked, it opened its mouth wide, the shadow expanding far larger than the masked person itself. A few seconds later and the masked fell to the floor screaming in pain as it felt the suffering of being in the sun. 12 MC cells consumed. That mask wasn't even injured and the Shadow Eater skill still worked. But it's still a little slower than hitting them myself. Quinn felt a mask coming directly towards him. And this time, instead of wounding it, he had acted on instinct, using his full strength to pound it away. He threw an overhead punch and his first landed straight in the mask, cracking it. The mask broke off, and the vampire was no longer alive. Why even though I feel like I'm getting stronger, why do I not feel any better? Quinn thought. He had hoped that fighting would keep his mind off things. But in his current condition the mask proved to be too easy an opponent. This left Quinn free to think about other things, mostly the fact that he didn't even know which one of his friends had died, and that once again he had failed to protect them. Not to mention, he felt responsible for bringing them all here. Quinn, wait. I think I saw something when you broke off that man's mask just now. Could you take the mask off of another one? Vincent asked. Of course, with the way Quinn was now, and even before it wasn't too much trouble. He easily grabbed the face of one of the masked who was too weak to resist, and quickly ripped the mask off his face. All right. One more please, Vincent asked. His tone seemed strange, but Quinn knew Vincent would ask him to do that without any reason, which was why he didn't mind doing this one and continued to remove it from the next one as well. This confirms it. They all look like Jim. They must be his clones. Vincent clones. Jim? As in your old vampire knight Jim? As in your Uncle Jim, who we suspect to be behind this whole mess? I knew that Eno could create clones, but how is it possible for Jim create this many? Quinn asked, now also checking the faces of those he had defeated. Our ability is a strong one, Quinn, and honestly sometimes it is not just how great the mind can be as for the person with the ability, but also how far the person is willing to go. Look at your system. We have thought for a while now that it is able to do incredible things thanks to my ability, and even know it continues to grow. As for Jim, this is proof he has gone beyond. Jim, why did he need to go to such lengths? Quinn, if it's at all possible, please allow me to talk to him. Vincent requested. Brock's severed arm had healed. Blood was no longer falling down its side. However, he now only had one good arm he could attack with. And seeing this, Jim was unable to hold in his laughter. You are finished, Jim declared, and the next second the other six-spiked Dalkey who was on his side had rushed over to where Brock was. Seeing this with his one good hand, Brock opened up the palm, and a large red ball of aura could be seen gathering. As the Dalkey was running straight forward, Brock knew for sure that the attack would hit. Releasing the attack, Brock's arm lifted in the air, as the recoil was strong. What he had just successfully used was the attack known as the blood cannon. A large red beam of aura had come out of Brock's hand and hit Dalkey directly in the chest. The energy continued to hit the Dalkey until its whole body was absorbed by the red light. Eventually, the red aura ended. The Dalkey could be seen standing there, having skidded across the ground a few feet back. For you to have managed to push a six-spiked Dalkey all the way back here, the power of a former royal knight is indeed strong. Unfortunately for you, it still isn't enough to actually injure him, Jim taunted. Watching the whole thing from the side was Richard, who was still using the power of the red aura blood armor to block the Dalkey's attack. Since the first punch had failed, the Dalkey tried again with another punch. No matter how often he repeated it, each time it would just hit the invisible wall of red aura, creating new ripples. These Dalkey are too much for Brock to handle, and that shield, we need to know what else it can do before we go against it. Lifting up one hand, a portal appeared above where Eno was, and an object was seen dropping from the sky. Now in his hand, he held a giant lance that was spinning as he held it. Even now, as he did nothing, it continued to give off a strange red glow. There are different ways for us to use our ability. For me, I used them to create the strongest item I could possible, Eno said, as he thrusted the lance forward, and the spire on his head was no longer glowing. The lance went straight for the Dalkey that saw its chance to attack him. The Dalkey, with its newfound power, decided to try grab the lance, but as soon as it did, it felt its skin ripping from its hard scales on its hands. Feeling its power, for the first time the Dalkey stepped back, looked at the green blood on its hands and noticed that the person responsible hadn't moved forward. You are weaker than I thought, the Dalkey growled, having gained more energy from its injury. The look on Eno's face spoke volumes. With that attack, he had expected to kill the Dalkey or at the very least heavily injure it, yet it had done little more than give it surface wounds. Although Eno was safe due to his blood armor, Brock was not, and it looked like there was nothing he could do. The six-spiked Dalkey that was facing Brock charged in again. When it was a few meters away from him, it saw something flash in front of it, and lifted up its arms. A clang was heard as the object hit the Dalki's arms, and to its surprise, now its forearms had been cut, making it bleed. How? What could cause a six-spiked Dalki to end up like that? Fair enough, Eno's weapon, but there should be no one else strong enough. Jim said. It was then that they could see a pair of legs and a tail in front of Brock, with a headless man behind him. So this was where all the action was going on, Peter said, appearing by Brock's side. After having had to fight off waves of masked during the start of their attack, now it felt bizarre not encountering any. The lack of enemies didn't ease their minds. If anything, it made them be on edge even more. There were two possibilities the cursed group had come up with as to why this was the case. One of them was that the masked were no longer interested in them, most likely busy trying to subdue the demon tier beast now that it was back on the ground. After all, that had always been their primary goal. The second theory was that Ratton was simply doing a far better job than any of them had expected, so well that not a single masked had managed to get past him. Whichever it was, it had allowed them to reach the temple in a reasonable amount of time. There were no beasts nor any masked outside, only a small person standing there to greet them. I expected that you would come eventually. It sounds like things have gotten rough out there, Logan said, leading the way inside. The group noticed the turrets he had set up, as he showed them where the teleporter was. There have been no signs of the enemy coming this way, most likely because the temple is too far away from where the demon tier and the tablet were. Their group seems to be focusing only on their goal, which made my job easier. Why haven't you turned on the teleporter, Green? Mona asked Logan. That six-spiked Dalki that took out my Kraken has managed to knock down the dragon. After they're done, they'll most likely come after us, and I doubt they'll be interested in capturing us. We shouldn't waste any more time and should be getting out of here. It's on standby to avoid risking the enemy picking up anything to locate it. Besides, I can see that not everyone is present. First, we should discuss what to do. I can't risk anyone panicking, going through, and destroying the teleporter on the other side. That would be disastrous for all of us still on the island. Logan explained. What do you mean? Agent 11 questioned. I thought we came here for all of us to just go through the teleporter? That other beast said he was getting one of you guys to bring him here. So what's the problem? It at least seemed like Mona and Agent 11 were on the same wavelength, but as for the rest of them, they looked at each other and it seemed like they all had already made up their mind. Layla stood forward as if she was to speak for the others. Quinn's shadow ability might allow him to return to the cursed faction at any point in time, and I honestly couldn't care less about Eno and his servant, but I still worry about Vorden and Peter. There's a chance that they might not be able to meet with Quinn. This could be the only way for them back. I will be staying here, protecting this place until the two of them return. We've already lost one person in our group. I don't want to lose any more. The others just nodded along with what Layla had said. They were going to stay on the island and protect the teleporter until their friends would return, so they could escape together. So does that mean we all stay here? Logan asked. Agent 11 raised his hand, but as quick as he did, Fex gave him a nudge. You don't get a say in this. As my puppet, you'll have to come everywhere I go. I can't stay, guys. Mona shook her head. I understand that you all care for each other, and truly I envy you for your camaraderie, but I didn't come here because of a higher calling. I came to repay a favor, and I feel like I have done more than enough. I have cheated death twice already, so I don't wish to push my luck any further. Once they capture that dragon, and believe me they will, it wouldn't surprise me if they destroy this island outright. If you're lucky, they might come looking for us before that though. They shouldn't know anything about this teleportation yet, so they'll assume we're on the island. Your people might be here, but I have people waiting for me too. The others agreed that it was unfair for them to ask Mona to stay. However, she was a strong ally for the group. Her staying behind would increase their chances of survival, but nobody felt it fair to ask that much of her. Can you at least take them? Sam asked. Please take them back to the cursed ship. Inform Megan and she will know what to do. Mona looked at the large box that had Wevel's body inside, and Linda who had been placed on a few cushions that had been found in the room. It will be my pleasure, Mona replied. I will leave Snakey and the gorilla to the both of you to help out as much as possible. They seem to have grown a liking to your group. If possible, bring them back. When the rosiest tree had been destroyed, the marking had naturally disappeared from the gorilla, but due to how helpful it had been, Mona had decided to tame the beast with her ability, and now it would follow any command or order she gave it. Keeping to her promise, she strapped the large crate on her back, while holding Linda in her arms. The teleporter had been turned on and was set for the cursed ship. Just before Mona was to step in, she turned around to the group. Good luck to you all. Make sure to come back alive. I'll treat you to something nice after this is all over. With the rest having agreed to stay, everyone had decided to split up, to cover certain areas of the temple. They mostly stayed on top of the roofs where the turrets had been set up. Sam and Logan remained in the teleporter room discussing what they had seen on the island, and everything said so far. I see. So it looks like they will successfully take the dragon after all. Logan said. It must be hard on everybody. They fought so hard and we even lost Webnovel. It will feel like they just wasted their time since there was no result. There is one thing that we have learned about the enemy, though. Sam replied, trying to look for some silver lining in the whole event. We know that there are 6 spiked Dalkies capable of destroying demon tier beasts, and that's most likely what they will be using to take care of the dragon as well. On top of that, all the vampire clones. When Sam said this out loud, Logan didn't say anything either, because they both knew. Although they now possessed this information, they had no clue how it was going to help them. If anything, it just made them realize how hopeless the situation was for humanity. What do you think? Don't ask a question you don't want the answer to. Logan cut Sam off before he could ask. Let me point out something that will give everyone hope. There is still a chance of us winning this thing. Even if they successfully get the dragon, there is still one thing we can do to win the war. Logan stressed. As to what that was, Sam had an idea, but how likely would that happen? Layla and Nate were both at the south gate of the temple. This was the main entrance with an open pathway in front of the temple. All the other sides were mostly blocked by the heavy jungle. Nate had decided to meditate, hoping to recover as much of his chi as possible. Layla acted as the lookout and spotted ruffling of trees in the distance and quickly drew her bow, ready to attack. When she finally saw who was coming out of the forest, she put her bow back down, as a man drenched in blood from head to toe was seen, and he had a smile on his face. Both of them seeing this, there was a shiver that had been sent down their spine. They were just happy that this one is on their side. I would put that bow back up if I were you, Ratton called out as he turned around again, acting like a gatekeeper. They're coming for this place. Truth be told, Brock had no idea if he was going to survive the incoming attack from the 6-spiked Dalki. After it had survived his blood attack, he knew its hard skin was resilient, but he still had no idea about its own attack power. Yet, the last person he would have ever suspected to arrive and stop the Dalki's advance was the White. Damn. That's the first Dalki I've seen that hasn't been cut in half from Leg's attack. Peter noted as he stood there with 2 tonfas out by his side. He was trying to observe the situation, and could see one 6-spiked fighting the old scientist, and another directly in front of him with another man behind. That tail. Is that Slicer's body? What have you done to it? Jim seemed shocked, yet he seemed less fazed about having to fight her remains and more amazed by the sheer ingenuity at what he was seeing. Here I was wondering just how strong my little pets actually are. Thanks to you, I'll finally be able to test out their power compared to a genuine 5-spiked Dalki. Or at least close enough to one. Jim commented, having conjured a small little notebook and a pencil from a portal, while the 6-spike was on the move again. Headless Hilston was the first one to make a move. The lesser White looked different compared to before, as his body was now equipped with a set of beast armor. It dug its fingers into the ground and lifted part of it, chucking it forward. The Dalki didn't even attempt to evade the piece of land that was coming its way and just ran through it. But right after crashing through the debris, Legs was there with its giant tail, thrusting it forward, aiming right for the 6-spiked Dalki's head. It moved so fast that the Dalki was unable to do anything about the tip of the tail piercing its left eye. However, before Legs could dig in any deeper, the Dalki had grabbed onto its extremity. It was ready to make its opponent pay for damaging its eye. but there were already 3 people surrounding it to back legs up. Headless Hilston, Peter, and Brock were all underneath the creature, and with all their strength they all went to attack the same area. The elbow of the Dalki. Although they were unable to do anything on their own, together they could attempt to do something. Their great strength put massive amounts of pressure on the joint, causing the elbow to bend inward slightly, yet it wasn't enough for the Dalki to let go. That moment Legs used the Dalki's strong grip to her own advantage, pulling herself in with the strong muscles of her tail and spinning her body towards the Dalki, delivering a kick to the same joint, leading to a loud crack. Pain shot through the Dalki's body enough to let go of the tail as it screamed out in pain. The others took that as their chance to retreat back to their original position, thinking about their next move. They were also prepared for the Dalki to move at any second once again. For a wight to possess this level of intelligence, usually their kind would just attack their target in a frontal and often suicidal manner, completely relying on their regeneration. But this boy waited long enough to see where I would attack first and then decided to attack the same place. Brock noticed. It looks like he realizes that I have a better head on my shoulders, and that tail is special. Perhaps there is something different about the 6 spikes that are created using Jim's power, and the 5 spikes that the cursed faction had managed to defeat on their own. Slicer's tail seems to be a trait that not all of the Dalki are able to obtain. Not even the 6 spikes have something like it. It also can move faster than the 6 spikes and is capable of cutting through their hard scales. Unfortunately, even with the power of all of us, we were unable to do much. Sure, the 4 of them together had managed to cause a few scratches on the Dalki's forearm, even breaking its elbow, but all of it was futile if they couldn't kill it. After a few seconds of both sides staring at each other, the Dalki was able to heal the broken elbow, and with it having been hurt more, most likely it was now even stronger than before. The worst thing is, we still haven't been able to witness its true strength, and I really don't want to after seeing one of them hit the dragon to the ground like that. It was all these thoughts that had caused Brock to come to a decision. The way Peter currently was, he would be a huge asset to the future. With his ability, and with his current lesser wights, he was someone he had to be protected at all costs. Thank you for saving me, but I'm afraid this doesn't look like a fight we're going to win. Brock sighed. You are still valuable to the cursed faction and Quinn, which is why I can't let you stay here. Get out of here while you still can and take the other 2 with you. Find Quinn and find some way to get you and all of the cursed faction off this island. The wight heard what Brock had said, and honestly he wasn't too keen to sacrifice his life for the 2 of them. But were they really in that tough of a situation? It was hard for Peter to believe. With him and his lesser wights they should be able to hold on, at least long enough for Quinn to arrive. With him surely they should somehow be able to do something. The lapdog actually has a point. Until now I have mostly ignored the cursed faction, because I didn't believe for your little group of friends to make much of a difference. The loss of Slicer was already a very unexpected surprise, and seeing one of you being able to revive her. I can't just let you leave. Jim held up the shield, and strangely the 6-spiked Dalki that had been facing towards them this whole time had turned around and pulled back its arm, aiming at Jim. The next second, they saw the Dalki seemingly use its full power to throw out a devastating punch, and Jim made sure to use both his hands to hold the shield up. The punch landed, but nothing happened. The shield hadn't lit up like it did when Brock had punched it, nor had Jim been sent flying through the air. It looked similar to what would have happened if a child was to punch a wall. With this, your fate is sealed, Jim stated with a smile, holding up the shield, and it soon started to glow just as before. Peter, move. Get out of here now, Brock shouted as he grabbed him by the scruff of his shirt and chucked him back into the jungle. The 2 lesser wights followed behind to catch their master, and by the time Brock turned around, he was faced with the full brunt of an explosive energy. The energy from the shield was already leaving a great blue light. As it left the shield and touched the stones on the floor, they flew behind Brock like bullets shot from a pistol, piercing through many trees in the jungle. The energy continued to go forward, and Brock was sure that he wouldn't survive this. That shield, it can either store the energy from attacks inside it and use it against, or it's something much worse. When I attacked it myself, I felt that the energy coming off from the shield was at least 2 times stronger than my initial attack. If that's right, then right now that shield is emptying a strike twice as strong as a 6-spiked Dalki. Somewhat accepting what his fate was to be, Brock was ready to close his eyes. Peter had turned around for a second, and seeing the impact the strange blue light had made so far, he continued to run forward with Legs and Hilston behind him. Before Brock had fully closed his eyes, he saw another figure in front of him. As you said, Brock, me and you will figure out some way to deal with this. It was a good decision you made, Richard said as the red ripples activated form his armor blocking the strange energy of the attack. However, the attack seemed to be larger than the area that the red ripples could cover. Larger than the breath of the demon tear dragon beast, it went around the red ripples. As it touched the trees, they were uprooted from the ground and flung through the air. Giant rocks had been turned to rubble, and small little hill that stood not too far from where they were had been blasted, with parts of the rock falling into the sea. Eventually, the attack had ended, and Jim had moved his shield. His eyebrows were furrowed and his forehead full of wrinkles in anger, seeing that Richard had managed to get in his way once again. But behind him, the whole jungle had been cleared. The once lush vegetation was nothing but a soil of wasteland now, while part of the hill looked to be missing as well. Why do you all struggle so much? How can you not understand that you have no chance against me? This much was all from a single punch of one Dalki. Jim questioned one, shaking his head. Richard, serving the attack with Brock behind him, looked into the direction he just was. I understand very well. Your 6-spiked Dalki are indeed strong, but for one there is nothing that can get through this armor, and as for the second point, when using our ability there is always an exchange, and I seem to have figured out just what price you have made them pay. Over to the side where Richard was fighting not too long ago, the 6-spiked Dalki laid on the floor dead. However, strangely, other than its cut hands, it looked to have no visible wounds on its body, but it was clearly no longer moving. Finally, after what seemed like endless fighting to Quinn, he could tell that the masked were starting to settle down. More so, he also noticed that none of the other cursed faction members seemed to be in trouble. For now at least, which was why Quinn was able to continue thinning their numbers while strengthening himself. He checked his status, which now displayed 2,643 MC cells. Fighting all of these masked hasn't been too bad for me. Not only was I able to increase my maximum MC cells, but also recover some of my MC points so I can use my shadows to fight again. After gaining some of my MC points back, using the dome to speed up my recovery and fight the rest of them was a good idea, Quinn thought to himself. After learning that those masked were merely clones of Jim, Quinn felt a lot more at ease killing them, and during his little massacre he had also discovered a few other things about the masked. For one, none of the masked seemed to have a blood crystal inside of them, despite them clearly being vampires. Quinn had asked Vincent about this, but unfortunately the other had never been able to successfully clone one, so he lacked the necessary knowledge to be able to answer him. Nevertheless, that didn't stop the masked from using their blood powers, so the best explanation Vincent had on that matter was that it might have been one of the drawbacks of the clones, potentially even the very reason why clones didn't really enjoy a long life expectancy. Regardless of this, Quinn was happy to use the clones to increase his MC cells, allowing him to block stronger attacks with his shadow, gain more shadows to fight with, and lastly use the shadow overload skill for a longer period of time. It was then, when the masked that had surrounded Quinn were down to the last 30, that they had stopped engaging him. Rather, they remained on their place. This approach made it seem as if they were buying time for something. It was at that moment, once again Quinn could feel the ground slightly vibrating. His ears were the first to catch the loud noise, and the next second he could see a large beam of blue light off in the distance. When the dragon had been attacked, it had come from behind Quinn, yet this new attack had come from his front, which was why the cursed faction leader was heading there. Damn it! It looks like I might have wasted too much time on you guys, Quinn thought, no longer caring about using the Shadow Eater to improve his MC cells marginally, and instead went to finish them all off quickly instead. And then finally there was only one. This one felt different to the rest of the masked, as he was shaking, and Quinn had left this one on its own on purpose. Quinn took a step forward, and immediately hit both of the hands that had been raised in order to defend the masked man. I knew from the beginning of the fight that you were different. I'm surprised you didn't run away until this point," Quinn said as he lifted his hand, pulling the mask off from the person's face and threw it on the floor, quickly stomping on it, breaking it to pieces. The person behind the mask had tears already running down their face, and for once it wasn't Jim's face that greeted him like all of those others he had unmasked. "Please don't kill me, we were forced to come here, we were told to fight. Otherwise, if we didn't we would be killed." It looked like a fairly young man, older than Quinn himself, in his late 20s. Seeing this, there was something bothering him. Why would the humans be working with Jim in the first place? "Tell me who you are. What do you know about the person you are working for, and why are you here?" Quinn asked. Since the person already seemed to be willing to speak, Quinn didn't feel the need to use the influence skill at all, especially since he was pressed for time. Often, the influence skill would be more direct with extracting information from one, causing Quinn to ask multiple questions. "True Dream. Why, you must have heard of our family name before, right?" The man stuttered slightly in fear. "No, I'm sure you have. We, the humans, all of us here, are those that used to belong to the True Dream family." Hearing this, Quinn was so surprised that he almost dropped the person to the ground, but another voice soon snapped him out of it. "What did you say?" Vorden asked from behind. "I thought the Blades were the ones that had gotten rid of the True Dream family? Didn't they retaliate after attacking?" Quinn still hadn't yet recovered from the shock of the news, as he saw Vorden here, but at the same time he too was interested in what the person had to say. "It's true, we were attacked by the Blade family. However, a few of us had managed to escape back to Dreamland City, but what surprised True Dream, and the rest of us, was that while we were away another group had attacked us as well. They captured Jack and the rest of us." Quinn had a feeling that True Dream was still alive, but for him to also be working for the other side was not what he had expected, just what Jim was planning to do with him. It was then, while in the middle of these thoughts, Quinn had also ran into Peter and his two lesser whites from the part of the jungle that was still left. "Whoa. I mean, I thought I had killed a lot. But Quinn, what did you do?" Peter asked as he went through a field full of dead bodies. Quinn didn't really know what to do with the person from True Dream, but thought that they could perhaps get more answers from him about Jim, and maybe more details about where they were or what they were planning. In the meantime, the rest had told Quinn what they needed. Vorden had informed him of what the rest of the Cursed faction were doing, and Peter had updated what was happening with Eno and Richard. "A six-spiked Dalkey?" Quinn questioned, having trouble believing it. He clenched his fist, trying to think about what he could do against one, if he had already been powerless in front of Slicer without the help of the Blades. How would he fare against the six-spike? "Quinn, I think it's obvious that we won't be able to fight them on our own. With that kind of power, they might really succeed in taking the dragon. There's no point in us staying here, so let's head back and regroup at the Cursed faction ship. Maybe we can figure out something else. Hunt more demon tier beasts, get better equipment, and fight them later," Vorden suggested. Honestly, Vorden, when coming here, didn't think he needed to do much convincing to the two of them. He thought it was clear that this whole mission had been one giant failure, but there was a certain look in Quinn's eye that said he wasn't planning to go back. "Quinn, I don't like asking you for so many favors, but I think there might be something I can do. Take me to Jim, let me speak to him," Vincent requested. After thinking about it for a while, and with the little push from Vincent, Quinn had made his decision. "I think there is still something I can do. No, that I have to do. Don't worry about me with the shadow ability. I can travel to one of you even without the teleporter. Take Peter and this guy with you. I believe he might have some more information for us." The man looked like he was about to complain, but then staring at the dead bodies on the field, he quickly shut his mouth, realizing that he was still lucky to be alive. Who cared who he used to work for, he just wanted to live. "Don't worry. I'm not going to risk my life for Eno. You all know how much I dislike him, but if I can bring him back with us, I still think he might be able to help us with Arthur as well. And they have dealt a big blow to us while we still haven't dealt a big blow to them. I can't just leave them like that." The two of them understood, and it looked like they also wanted to stay with Quinn. That was until Quinn could feel a connection inside him once again. "The others, they're under attack," Quinn called out. "The rest of the masked must be attacking the guys at the temple. Please hurry up. They will need your help. Head back to the cursed ship. It's an order. The two of them looked at Quinn for a few seconds, before they started to head off in the other direction. Vorden, Quinn shouted out, just before he fully left. Who was it? From just this much, Vorden knew what Quinn wanted to know. It was Wevel. I will make them pay for taking his life. When Brock looked over at the six-spiked Dalkey's corpse on the ground, he believed that Richard had managed to find a way to defeat it, overpowering it by finding some sort of weakness. The truth was, Richard had done no such thing. In the middle of the fight, the Dalkey had fallen on its own. There had been next to no interference on Richard's end. After his attack had managed to slightly damage its hands, it had started to become more and more aggressive, seemingly having become berserk. Despite the futility of its actions, it had continued to pound at Eno's strange invisible wall, not holding back its strength. Each attack only ended up creating red ripples of aura. Richard had only been able to pray that given the amount of energy it was exerting that it would tire itself out eventually. Knowing that his lance could at least slightly damage the Dalkey, he had been waiting for the right moment. Yet without any warning, the Dalkey had stopped attacking in its tracks, only to fall to the ground. There was no movement, and with his powerful hearing Richard had been able to tell that its heart had given out. All of this had happened moments before Jim had readied his attack with the shield, giving Richard just enough time to block the attack on Brock's behalf. This is what happens, Jim. This is what happens when you force others to go past their limitations. Speeding up the process of their evolution has shortened its life to only a few minutes, Richard claimed. Having the same ability, he had an inkling that this had to be the cost of using their ability, not the Dalkey. As for what was exactly embedded in Jim's hand to allow him to force those transformations in the first place, that was a different story. Too bad. Looks like I picked a bad seed. If only he could have lasted a bit longer against you. Oh well. His corpse should provide me with more information after an autopsy. Jim noted, shrugging his shoulders as if he didn't care. Judging from Jim's words, Richard was figuring out a bit more. It seemed like all the Dalkey had a different time limit of how long they would survive after this forced evolution. Perhaps it had to do with a Dalkey's innate potential or maybe with their willpower. If it was meant to be strong, then the exchange or use of Jim's power might not put too much of a burden on it, while weaker Dalkey that would never have amounted to much would die fairly quickly after he used their ability on them. Richard also had another theory, that their lifespan might be connected to how quickly they exerted their energy. After all, the Dalkey that was still alive had only performed a couple of attacks, while the one he had faced had been fighting non-stop. Could it be, you believe that this fact has changed the flow of this fight or something? Jim asked. Come on, Richard, you have seen how easy it is to turn one. It should at least give you an idea about what I am capable of. Our power is a blessing, and I never knew why you limited yourself so much. I used to be proud that you were the king at one point, but if you had only passed down and taught your descendants the proper uses of our ability and what it could do, then what title would have belonged solely to our family? Now you are just being foolish, Richard snapped back. Although our power is strong, the sort of power we use, the stronger deals we make, the more that has to be sacrificed. For you to be speaking like this, I don't even want to imagine the crazy things you must have already done. With the shield covering Jim's front, and the surviving six-spike acting as a guard, Richard and Brock didn't dare to make their move. Jim knew this, and he enjoyed every single moment of it. Lifting his hand up, a portal had opened up 30 meters above them. Coming out from it were two large dropships that would hold around 20 or so masked inside them. The portal soon closed once again, and one of the dropships was seen going in another direction, while the other was heading towards them. The other dropship appeared to be heading in the direction of the dragon. At the moment, there were a few loud crashes and explosions coming from that direction, indicating that there was a fight going on, but that had eventually ended. I know why you are still confident. You think you know their weakness, and since you have the blood armor you must be thinking to yourself that all you need to do is to outlast the Dalkey, right? Too bad that I know the weakness of your armor as well. You're limited to only being able to block the attacks you're facing from the front. Playtime is over. Let's see you deal with more than just one. The dropship continued to hover over their heads, and had stopped just behind where Jim was. Seeing this, Brock had decided to throw a blood swipe towards the ship. He didn't know what it was, but it couldn't be anything good. The former Royal Knight couldn't allow Jim to go through with his plan, and he knew that Richard wasn't moving because he was afraid the Dalkey would attack. However, the red blood swipe never reached the ship, for the Dalkey leapt in the air, blocking the attack with its body. Neither it nor the ship suffered any damage from it. The next seconds the doors were seen opening, and instead of masked, 3 more single-spiked Dalkey jumped out and landed by Jim's side. "You should have taken my offer when you had the chance, Richard. It was a fair deal," Jim said, shaking his head as he placed his hands on one of the Dalkey, his hand lighting up and the transformation process started once again. Now there was another 6 spike. 2 of them should be enough. I'll make this one last a bit longer, Jim thought, placing his hand on another one. When the transformation was done, it had eventually turned into a 5-spike Dalkey. "It looks like Jim has more control over his powers than I thought," Richard thought. "This could be worse than I imagined. Perhaps it might be even possible for him to do this on the higher spike Dalkey. I don't even know if 6 spikes is their limit, or if he's able to increase the strength of those that are already strong. So, I'm afraid I have no answer. But there has to be a reason why Jim hasn't done it so far. Are their leaders cautious of him? As for the last one, it's always nice to have a backup. Dalkey aren't exactly in high supply these days." Jim made a crude joke, which only he found amusing. There was one thing that Richard was finding strange in all of this. Why were they so willing to listen to Jim? He might be their creator, but they didn't strike him as the loyal type. They had their own will, and they should be smart enough to have soon that this power boost was a one-way street to their demise. Has he found some way to control them? Unfortunately, thinking alone did nothing to get Richard out of their miserable situation. Facing 1 6-spiked alone had been tough. Facing 2 would have been extremely difficult, and although probably weaker, the 5-spiked Dalkey might actually be the hardest to deal with. "Brock, I hate it when I am right. It looks like if we want to defend the island, we really do need the help of all the groups. It's a shame, but it looks like they even declined my invitation. Perhaps if they were here, then things would have ended differently." Richard let out a sigh. What a strange bunch of last words for an old man. Jim raised his hand as he was ready to order the Dalkey to attack. But at that moment, coming in between the 2 groups, a shadow could be seen in the middle. A figure started to rise from the center. "Quinn, what are you doing here, you stupid fool? If you're here, who is protecting the dragon? Do you really want to play the hero that Richard complained, seeing who it was. However, having turned around and seeing the look on the cursed faction leader's face, he quietened down. "Ha! This is great," Jim laughed. "The leader of the cursed faction himself has decided to grace us with his presence. You have been an unexpected pain in my plans for too long. Now I'll be able to get rid of 2 nuisances at once. It's time for you to die, Quinn." Quinn's eyes looked at Jim with sadness and pity. He lifted his hand and held it out before speaking up. "Jim, for you to have turned out this way, I can't help but blame myself. The one before you right now is not Quinn, but your nephew. I am Vincent Eno, former leader of the 10th family, who you have once sworn loyalty to. The cursed group that were at the temple were expecting to face an enemy at some point. They believed that the enemy would come searching after those that had caused them so much trouble. However, at least for now, they could still hear someone or something battling with the dragon. Most likely the 6-spike they had seen that had hit the dragon out of the air. This was why they hadn't expected that each of them would have to be put into action so soon. Ratton was seen coming towards the south gate. He wasn't out of breath or worried, but he seemed more annoyed than anything. "There's too many of them. At first it was fun since they're weak little craps, but their sheer number is proving to be a pain in the arse." Ratton complained loudly as he stood in front of the entrance ready for a fight. As instructed, Layla readied her bow and Nate jumped down so he could help fight Ratton on the ground. "Hey, so you do realize that since they were all following you that you're technically the one who has led them to this place, right?" Nate glanced at the humanoid beast. In his beast-like form, Ratton had seemed a lot more menacing to the vampire, but now that he had taken on a more human-like appearance, he found it easier to talk to him. Still, That apparently didn't stop Ratton from giving Nate a glance that sent shivers down the other's spine. How was I meant to know that you guys were still here? What would I have done if you all had gone in and some of them had managed to discover the teleporter and destroyed it? I was told just to keep the others off your back until you got here. The way I see it, I did my job and now I'm doing even more than usual. As the two were arguing, the turret that Logan had placed on top of the temple roof suddenly moved and fired an energy blast into the jungle. A moan was heard from the forest as it successfully hit someone. That turret is impressive. It caught the person, even before I would have been able to, Layla thought. Now knowing that the cursed faction were here, the mask started to come out in groups. Immediately Layla started to fire her arrows and Ratton charged forward with his blades swirling around. He had also left a little surprise for anyone who tried to get past him. A trail of mud by the entrance. Those that tried to ignore the two frontliners and stepped on the mud remained stuck in place, making them easy pickings for both the turret and Layla. Seeing the enemy, Layla immediately decided to communicate with the rest that they were under attack. The anti-jammer devices were doing their jobs in that small area, so she had no problem conveying that to the rest of the cursed group already present. However, it seemed like there was no need for Layla's warning, as the turrets on all sides of the walls had already set off blasting the intruders that were coming their way. The others had also gone into action, apart from two individuals, who remained in the room where the teleporter was currently placed. Sam, we have to be careful, Logan warned. I have hidden those anti-jammers in multiple places, but I didn't realize how many people would come to attack us. If we remain here for too long, it's possible that they could find and destroy them. I don't have the means to make another one, which means in the worst-case scenario we might end up stuck here on this island. I set up 5 in total and I can tell you when one of them has been destroyed, but my guess is after they discover the first one, they will quickly realize there are more. You will have to make a decision at that point. It was tough to make, but this was the risk the team was taking by staying behind. Sam just hadn't realized it until faced with the actual situation. His instinctive reaction would have been to call all the cursed members back now and go through the teleporter, but unfortunately they were still waiting for the cursed faction leader and right and left-hand men, Peter and Vorden. I will give the order when the time comes. For now, let's just focus on defending this place and pray they won't find them anytime soon, Sam suggested as the two of them quickly left the room. Fex was with Agent 11, who was still being used as a puppet, but at times the two of them also decided to split up. Even then, Agent 11 made sure to not slow down with his attacks. Although he still didn't like having to fight for his captor, he at least understood that the cursed faction would at least guarantee his life, so he fought just as desperately as the others were. On the other side, Dennis was holding off strong, and was fighting alongside the beast gorilla that Mona had left with Snakey on his neck firing off acid. It seemed like the two of them were faring quite well covering each other's backs. They mostly fought with their fists, but they were a powerhouse to be reckoned with. Lastly, there was Borden who was covering their backside. It was the R that seemed to have the least amount of people, but Borden also still had syringes left to heal himself with. Layla, rather than just staying at one side of the temple, made use of their communication channel and would reinforce any side that needed the extra firepower. Since Ratton and Nate seemed to be plenty strong on their own, they didn't mind her course of action. This is going well, but I can tell that just like last time, eventually the group will tire out. We can hold them off at the beginning, but their sheer numbers will overwhelm us. Vorden, Peter, where are you two? Layla thought. That was when Layla noticed something else as well. Up till this point, she could hear and feel fighting going off in the distance. It was at the location where the dragon had fallen, but now it had stopped. She was worried that now the fighting over there had stopped. It would perhaps mean that more forces were now coming towards where they were. Distracting for only a moment, she soon heard a loud crash and the very building she was on shook. Looking towards the center, she could see that the temple walls had been destroyed and there was a certain person who was now lying on the floor. Nate! Layla jumped down, and while in the air she started to transform into her third form. Once her bottom half became a snake, the first thing she did was use the green fireball to start healing Nate as quickly as possible. What happened to you? How did you get hurt this badly? She asked, seeing that the new armor he wore on his chest had been cracked. She could also sense strong chi from his body still active, but he was still badly hurt with blood coming out of his mouth. Nate then pointed towards where he had come from. With the fire doing its job, Nate had healed a little, allowing him to breathe easier and speak, uttering the words, 5 spikes. Turning around, she could see that Ratton was now face to face with a 5-spike Dalki, and because of that, all of the masked were starting to bypass him and storm the inside. "They're in the building," Layla relayed. The first one to appear was surprisingly Logan. He was wearing a suit that Layla hadn't seen before, one that had 4 spider legs coming from his back. Logan himself was armed with a blaster in each of his hands, yet his extra pairs of hands on his back also had blasters with which he started to fire energy blasts towards the intruders. At the same time, Logan ordered the turrets on the roof to no longer concentrate on the masked on the outside, but the ones on the inside. "Leave all the masked on the inside to me. I haven't been able to pick my own weight while fighting. The others on the outside are doing a good job, but it looks like that stubborn one might need some of your help," Logan said. Layla couldn't believe what Logan was saying. How could Ratton, a demon tier beast, need her help? If she was to go against a 5-spike, surely she would just get in his way. "You won't," Nate said with the flames still on his body. "Layla, we practiced, remember, we practiced so much. You can do it. Just think of the trigger." Trigger. Hearing this word, images started to appear in Layla's mind. Images of her mother, images of Pure, and the words resounding in her head of what she had done to her. But this still wasn't enough negative emotions for her to transform. She had somewhat come to terms with what her mother had done. This wasn't the real trigger. The trigger was, CIA, I couldn't protect you. You died right in front of me, saving my life. I was always just thinking about myself. You came with me to Pure, and still I was using you. If only I could have saved you. The negative emotions had reached their maximum, and consuming them all in, Layla's body started to transform. Her form started to shrink down to the size she once was. The horns on her head grew larger, while her fangs stayed strong with her eyes glowing red. She had successfully transformed into a true Hanya. Grabbing her sword, she ran forward and struck the 5-spike Dalki's hand with strength, pushing it back. Ratton, seeing this, also went to strike with his 2 blades thrusting forward. "You again? You're on my side this time, right?" Ratton questioned her. "Of course," Layla answered. "Let's take down a 5-spike. When Jim heard that name, his whole body froze. The battle that was just about to start between the Dalki and Richard had also suddenly halted, all because of one name that had been mentioned. "Vincent," Jim uttered, rubbing his eyes and taking another look at the person in front of him. Once he realized that the image in his head and the name that was mentioned didn't match up at all, he started to chuckle. "Ha ha ha. Should I say I feel honored that you investigated me to this point? Richard? To use my dead nephew's name against me, was that really your big plan? But then shouldn't you at least have made him look similar to him? Do you honestly think after all these years I never found out what happened to him? He's dead. Richard. He died here on this very planet." There was a lot of aggression in Jim's voice. While he had still taken the fight against Richard nonchalantly up to this point, he now seemed furious that his ancestor had dared to employ such a god-awful ploy against him. "Although this is indeed not my body, I can assure you that I am the very person I claim to be. Maybe this will convince you that I am the one who lifted you from the ground. The very day you were sentenced for trial, I came to see you. At the time, when the guard turned around, you grabbed me by the shoulders, whispering, 'I can't go like this. Please, Vincent, I still have a lot left to show the world. You have to save me. I swear that I was set up by them.'" Hearing this, Jim's eyes lit up. For the first time, he placed his shield down to the side, taking the one in front of him seriously. "I had learned of what happened between Jim and Vincent through Dwight. He told me the crimes Jim committed and how he was loyal to Vincent during his time as leader." Quinn thought, "But I didn't realize that the connection between the two of them was this close." The cursed faction leader was also interested in something else he noticed that was being held in Jim's hand. At the moment, Vincent was the one in control, so he couldn't use the inspect skill on the shield or the crystals that showed from the top. Quinn wasn't too sure, but it looked like the crystal from the demon tear crab they had faced. In the end, Arthur had ended up taking the demon tear crystal, but since the two of them seemed to be working together, the crystal seemed to have somehow ended up in Jim's hand. Vincent. But how is this possible? I looked at your files. Heck, I even secretly attended your funeral and saw your body, Jim shouted. These were facts that even Vincent was unaware of. Since he had ended up transferring his whole soul into the book, he did not know what happened during the time he was in the book himself. It's hard to explain, and I'm not too sure about the exact details either. It seems to have come as an extension of our ability. I came here because the two of us shared a bond. I had hoped we could speak. I know you went looking for me. Edward told me that you left searching for me. I'm sorry that I was gone when you needed me, but I am here now. This whole thing doesn't seem like you. What happened for you to choose this course of action? Vincent asked, making sure to tread carefully with his words. He could tell just through the limited interaction that the Jim before him was far from the vampire knight who used to work for him. So all it took for me to see you again was to start a war with the entire human race, huh? Sure, why don't we talk about that? Let's talk about how no matter what I do, I end up as the one shafted in this cursed world. As you know, my biggest desire was always to aid vampire society as a whole, to help and get recognized for my accomplishments. But as you know, that never came to be. Jim then lifted his hand and pointed to Richard, who was standing behind Vincent. Let's first start with him, shall we? I was merely a brat when our venerated ancestor was the vampire king. I will never forget the day he approached me. He asked me to help him, and as the paragon of his time who all of us strive to become, how could I deny him? Keeping my end of the promise, some time after he entered his eternal slumber, I was the one who woke him up in secret. Growing up, I had kept this hidden from everyone, only later learning what kind of sin I had actually committed. At the time I had believed that I had done a good thing. Eventually I became the leader of the 10th family, only for another king to approach me. He asked me to search for a way that we could become like them, the originals. I fell for his sweet words that should I succeed, it would allow all vampires to become like the originals, ushering in a new golden age for our kind. I gladly spent most of my time in pursuit of that task, but to have a chance I naturally needed some samples. But when I was found out, the king turned against me, claiming that it was my own doing. And where was Richard? Where was he to help me? In the end, the only one that ever did help me was you, Vincent. Did you ever find it strange how quickly they overturned the decision to not force me into eternal slumber? Was there ever a precedent of anyone else having committed a crime as grave as mine who had been pardoned? Do you think I was pardoned because you as the 10th leader vouched for me? No, it was because the king knew he had done wrong. Still, I saw a light, because you turned out to be a person who had helped me, without wanting anything in return. Quinn had thought it was strange how Richard could have possibly tricked all the others into believing he went into eternal slumber. Was Jim saying he was the one that had woken Richard up? And if so, what reason did Richard have for wanting to wake up? Why go into eternal slumber in the first place? Do you understand? I was relied upon. People came to me when they needed something, only to ditch me when it was time, making me a fool for ever trusting them. The same thing happened when they asked me to create a blood substitute. I accepted the task, granted I had not too much of a choice on that one, but I succeeded and created the Dalki. However, they were unhappy with the result, so they chose to chuck me and the Dalki to the side to work on their own solution. I was lost, Vincent, so I went looking for you, but by that time it was already too late. I tried to figure out where it had gone wrong, yet I couldn't come up with an answer. However, I refused to fail again. This time I decided to force them to accept my solution. The Dalki aren't a failure. They're merely incomplete. Something I could have eventually rectified if only the vampires had let me. As long as I get rid of every single human in existence with the Dalki, the vampires will have no other choice but to accept them as their solution. If I can fix this mistake, I will be able to fix all the other mistakes of my past. One of them includes waking you up, Richard. The reason why Vincent hadn't said anything to intercept Jim was because he had been hoping there would be a way to reason with him without the need for fighting. Unfortunately, The more he spoke, the more it became apparent that Jim was already too far gone. His feelings of rejection had apparently always been there, and without Vincent as his anchor they had boiled over, leading the other on a destructive path. Jim, does really no part of you see that you're just making another mistake right now? Vincent wanted to ask, but he knew it would be useless. And as for you, Vincent, I saw your body, whatever you are, you're not my nephew. Your existence is also something that needs to be fixed, Jim proclaimed, as he glanced towards the 6-spiked Dalkey by his side. Vincent, switch! Quinn shouted, and quickly the two of them changed bodies. The 6 and 5-spiked had moved around Quinn aiming for Richard, while the other 6-spike had gone directly at Quinn. It was too fast for him to activate his sole weapon, but luckily Vincent had activated the shadow in the middle of Jim's tirade, aware that the other might choose to attack them at any point. A 6-spiked Dalkey punch is going to be strong, but I managed to gather all of those MC cells. I'll block this attack, and attack back, Quinn thought, raising the shadow in front of the fist, and as it collided, in an instant Quinn could see the system message. 0/2643 MC cells. After fighting all of the masked and almost tripling the amount of MC points Quinn had, he was feeling confident in his shadow abilities. He still believed he was a long way off Arthur, who had lived for thousands of years using the Shadow Eater as a form of punishment, but still believed he was getting closer. After all, the shadow was almost able to block any attack. Depending on the attack, it would decrease by the appropriate amount of MC points based on its power, which was why Quinn was quite confident going to face whatever Richard and Brock were up against. Even seeing the 6-spike, Quinn had remained somewhat unfazed. He had planned to block the first strike with his shadow and then continue from there, but after blocking the first strike, all of his MC points quickly went down to 0. The sheer power from that punch. The 6-spiked Dalkey was even able to go through that? Quinn worried. The strength of the Dalkey's punch proved to be stronger than Quinn's shadow. It had slowed down once it had made contact, but it was still moving forward, aiming towards his body. If he was to get hit by such a thing, he was unsure he could actually survive. With no MC points, I'm not sure this will work or how bad the drawback will be. Maybe it will take more of my total MC cells, but it's the only thing I can do. Enhancement Soul Weapon activated. Almost instantly, Quinn's body was covered head to toe in shadows, giving him a shadow body, and once again he could use his shadow control, raising a wall, blocking the Dalkey's hit. This is bad. This is really bad. Although the shadow overload skill works, I can feel it digging into my MC cells even worse than usual, and if my theory is correct that the cost to be paid equals the amount of shadow being used during the time, it could very well mean I might lose nearly all of them if I allow this to drag on. Right now, Quinn's survival instinct took over. It told him that the best thing for him to do now was to run away and fight another day. Using the shadow link, he could easily head back to the cursed faction by himself. After all, there wasn't just one 6-spiked but another as well. However, when Quinn looked at Jim's face, which was all smiles, he thought back to what had happened so far. No, I can't. I said I wouldn't return, until I at least pay them back for Wevel's death. I can't leave now when the person who is the cause of this entire mess is right here in front of me. Realizing this, Quinn used the full strength he had, draining the gauntlet of every last bit of power he still had left from the dragon and gathering all of his chi. He delivered a shadow-filled fist of Bloodhammer. He swung down, dragging his whole body back, hitting the Dalkey right in the stomach. If he couldn't damage its scales, he could at least attempt to damage it internally. The 6-spiked Dalkey was slightly lifted off its feet, its toes inches off the ground. Seeing this, Jim displayed a surprised look. This is the first full-strength attack I have done since taking the dragon's energy. Thank God, I didn't use it all up against the masked. I can tell from my MC points that its punch would be more than devastating. But so was mine. Although the Dalkey had been hurt, it wasn't something it couldn't take, and he was ready to retaliate by swinging at Quinn's head. But the Vampire Lord was confident his shadow would block it. Before Quinn's shadow could even block it, the hand was hit by something else, a red lance that was continually spinning. The Dalkey's arm looked like it was being sucked up by the rotation, as the scales were ripped to shreds, and so was the muscle. You did a good job, kid. Together we might be able to come out of this alive, Richard said. Quinn had heard his footsteps from a while back, so he knew he was on the move. What he didn't expect was to see Brock on his back and the two Dalki chasing after him. Turning around, Quinn cast a wide range of the Shadow Path skill, nearly touching the entire floor. Hitting the Dalki, it had slowed them down, but not enough to the point where it was highly noticeable. Their strength and speed was just too much. The two of them were ready for an attack, and it looked like even though Richard had been able to damage one of the arms, it was still in good fighting condition. Seeing this, Quinn sunk the three of them into the shadows, so they would hit nothing but air, and soon they reappeared where they were originally standing from the shadow again. That damned power is so annoying. But I know you can't keep that up, you fake Punisher, Jim exclaimed. The sound of something else seemed to have caught Jim's attention, and that's when the others could see it as well. Several of the ships that had first landed on the island were back in the air, only now they had something tied to them. A few seconds later, as they hovered higher into the air, the dragon became visible, either knocked out or so close to death that it was unable to resist being abducted. Tied up by a strange black string substance, and this was also what was attached to the other ships as well. As they ascended higher into the air, Jim lifted his hand and a giant portal opened up above them. It looks like you have ultimately failed to protect the dragon. They will soon be taking it to the Dalki base. We will use its power to create even more, and once we have the other half, I will finally be able to make a complete Dalki, Jim claimed, and at that moment the portal had closed, taking the demon tier beast away. The smiles and troubles didn't seem to stop there, as three more Dalki had appeared from the forest. One of them also had spikes and it looked quite wounded, while the other two only had 2 spikes by their sides. They must have been the ones that were fighting the dragon before. I guess a 6-spike strength really is strong. Strong enough to take out that dragon. More and more of them just keep coming. Jim could see the despair in their eyes, and although they had already been outnumbered, he placed his hands on both of the 2-spiked Dalki, transforming them into another pair of 6 spikes. I'm afraid that we have utterly failed. I doubt you'll believe me, but I truly am sorry for having dragged you and your friends into this mess. Given your shadow ability, I know that you can escape on your own, so now I am telling you to do so, Richard said. I know you still had questions that you wished to ask me, and there are still ways for you to find those answers you seek, but there is no reason for you to stay here. You need to leave this place now. They were now 5 6-spiked Dalki, and on top of that a 5-spiked Dalki still alive. Even if the whole cursed faction was here, Quinn didn't believe they could win. He knew Eno was right, but there is still one thing I need to do before I get out, Quinn thought. The next second his amulet started to light up. The energy from his marked Dalki that were on the island were now being drained into Quinn. He had the power of 3 2-spiked Dalki and a single 1-spike inside him. To top that off, the energy he had drained from the dragon, and he was still in his shadow overload. I still have to make Jim pay, Quinn declared as he threw his hands out, creating 2 large walls of shadow, blocking out everyone from his view apart from Jim. Immediately Quinn activated his Blue Fong armor set. Nitro Accelerate activated. Due to the drawback of activating the armor set, Quinn didn't wish to use the skill, but planning to leave right after, he needed to be fast, faster than ever. His extra strength allowed him to only use a single step to arrive by Jim's side. I am not that slow either, the former 10th family leader claimed as he lifted up the shield. He had to admit, he never thought that the young vampire could be this fast or this strong, but it didn't matter, for all of that would only work in Jim's favor thanks to his shield. The shield was his backup, in case anything was to go wrong. Quinn's fist was ready, and a shadow-filled fist mixed with his red aura spinning like a drill was thrown out, hitting the shield directly. At the same time, it started to light up, and Jim couldn't wait to see the foolish boy perish by his own strength. The blue shield fired off the energy it had contained, hitting Quinn, and as it did, his body of shadow started to ripple, breaking up. Your life is not even worth Wevels. A voice was heard from behind, but before Jim could even turn around, he could feel his body had already been pierced, and looking down, a hand covered in shadows could be seen. His heart had already been stabbed and was now no longer beating. "I can't hurt the Dalki, but I can kill you," Quinn said. The 5-spike known as Slicer had by far been the toughest and strongest being the world had come to know. Everyone had witnessed the female Dalki's strength on live broadcast as it had taken the combined efforts of Quinn and the Blade family to finish her off. And that was after she had fought Hilston Blade, the world's strongest human. After seeing that display of strength, there were those in the cursed faction that believed if they ever faced a 5-spike again, it would be impossible for them to survive to tell the tale. Hopefully, Rattan and Layla could prove that false as the duo were in the midst of facing off against a 5-spike Dalki. Her true Hanya form allowed her to produce the special flames, which she immediately used to further boost Rattan's strength. It had all the benefits of her other forms, meaning her speed and strength were currently able to match that of a vampire lord. However, Layla made sure to refrain from a frontal confrontation, especially since Rattan was already going head-to-head with the Dalki. The training with Leo and Aaron had perfectly illustrated that in front of real experts her swordsmanship skills were still lacking. For the time being, she concentrated completely on supporting her ally by throwing out the black balls carefully that would summon the spiritual chains on touch. With her telekinesis ability she was able to move them, guaranteeing that the Dalki would be hit by them, locking it in place for a couple of seconds. This was when Rattan, with his newfound power as a humanoid demon-tier beast, could go to work. As quick as a machine gun, Rattan stabbed the Dalki in the chest and stomach while it raised its hands to cover its face. His blades were sharp enough for him to piece the hard scales, leading to green Dalki blood forming a puddle underneath the creature, but not far enough to damage his organs. However, as soon as the chains disappeared the Dalki was able to fully move again, and when it took its hands down a great smile could be seen on its face. It was getting stronger from drawing out more blood. "You have got to be shitting me. Don't tell me a 5-spike Dalki is stronger than a boosted demon-tier beast." Rattan cursed. Although the 5-spike had yet to hurt him, Rattan quickly experienced the difference between the now injured Dalki and its former self. After having received a power boost from evolving to the next tier, as well as the one Layla provided him with, it was extremely frustrating for him to face an enemy that seemed to be able to just nullify all of that. Inside the temple, Logan himself had just received a piece of devastating news. "Sam, one of them is down," Logan shouted. Sam hadn't just been sitting inside. With their defenses breached, he was also fighting all those in the temple, preventing them from finding out about the teleporter. Up until now, it had looked as if the masked had just been targeting the cursed faction members. Unfortunately, receiving news from Logan, he instantly understood that one of them was referring to one of the jammers. Should I ask Logan about the location of those jammers? Maybe I could get Borden to try and protect at least one of them to grant us more time. Sam contemplated. However, seeing the amount of masked were numbering in the hundreds from each side, this didn't seem like a good idea. Finding out they were mere clones told Sam that they would have no care for their life, and if their goal changed to destroying the jammers instead of defeating them, then they would easily be able to achieve it. "Tell me when we're down to 2. Sam decided to shout back. It was then that he could see Dennis, along with the gorilla and Snake, had jumped back onto the roof, and now he was fighting from the top of the roof against the masked. Slamming one of them down into the roof titles, punching them with his fist, no longer using his shadow abilities or his blood powers. Now knowing how many of them there were, it looked as if he was preserving his blood powers, only using them if they were absolutely necessary. "They've been pushed back that far. It looks like we might have to use the teleporter before they even get to the jammers." Sam was concerned, even more so at the fight that was happening in front. If Rattan and Layla didn't figure out a way to take down the Dalki, then there was no one else that could stop them. Rattan and the Dalki were going toe-to-toe again, matching in speed. Layla had attempted to get behind the Dalki, and she successfully breathed a breath of fire towards the Dalki. She also added in her chi to strengthen it beyond normal flames. But it seemed to have next to no effect on the Dalki's hard scales. This was a similar problem to what Rattan had. From time to time, he would shoot out parts of soft mud from his body, either trapping the Dalki's feet or its joints, but its strength allowed it to break through it, only slowing it down a little. Patience. There has to be a chance. Layla thought, knowing her swordsmanship wasn't up to par. She thought back to the lesson Leo taught her. As long as she knew her strength and her limits with her speed, she could predict when her attacks would hit and whether or not she could avoid a blow in time. Once again, Rattan jumped back and the Dalki chased after him, only to find himself stuck in wet mud that hardened on the spot. The Dalki was ready to break through it as it had done before, but from the corner of his eye, it could see the girl with the black blade jumping. It was a difficult position for the Dalki to reach. However, knowing her attacks hadn't hurt it before, it decided not to pay it too much attention and focus on the demon tier beast that could do it harm. Layla swung hard with her blade. Up until now she hadn't used it, since she was unable to power it with chi, only able to rely on her own strength. Hoping for something to happen, the sword hit the Dalki on the neck, yet as expected its hard scales proved too hard for it to cut through, so she immediately widened the distance. However, from his side, Rattan noticed something, a change in the look of the Dalki's eyes. Did that sword somehow hurt him? But he's not bleeding? It doesn't look like it's done any damage. The Dalki seemed concerned and was ready to turn around and deal with Layla. Yet Rattan thrust forward, piercing the Dalki's hands slightly, at the same time leaving a part of his mud to stiffen the area he had attacked. Haha! I'm learning new things all the time with this body as well, Rattan thought with a smile. Hey girl! Keep hitting him with that sword. This lizard doesn't seem to like it. Rattan started being more aggressive with his attacks and more of them were getting through, as the Dalki was concerned about the strange black sword. Layla could see the strange action in its movements, but she didn't understand why. Regardless, she decided to go forward, attacking at the right time. She was able to successfully hit the Dalki multiple times and she could see more openings than before. I see, the Dalki didn't care about me before. It knew I could do no harm, so it was able to only focus on Rattan. But now it can't decide who to focus on. The only thing was, Layla still felt like her attacks were doing nothing, even though she hit the Dalki time and time again until, for the first time, it leapt back away from the two of them. On its back there were no longer 5 spikes but 4. What? How can this be? Can this sword also weaken the Dalki? Layla was flabbergasted. So far, she had discovered that Longblade's gifted sword could negate abilities and chi. So why could it now also make the Dalki revert back one of its spikes? Neither one of them had an answer to this strange situation, but both of them saw the chance to turn the tides. The Dalki, also realizing it had weakened, felt a sense of fear rise inside of him, and he was ready to turn around. But as he did, a flash and a whip-like sound was heard. The next second, his body could be seen split in half, falling to the ground. How could that thing have given you guys so much trouble? Peter asked with a smile on his face. Rattan, who was a second too slow, was shaking in anger. You stole my kill. Hilston's body had already jumped in and was helping those inside the temple, and it was the same for Vorden. Seeing this, Sam had a big grin on his face. Everyone, inside the temple now! Sam shouted down the receiver, and all of those that were fighting moved into the open area of the temple, the masked following behind them. Thankfully, Vorden had a lot of strength, and with his wind powers, for those who continued to chase after them, jumping from the rooftops and were in the air, he was easily able to slice them apart, or push them back far into the wall. All right, everyone. It's time for us to head back, Sam declared. Wait, what about Quinn? Layla asked, looking around. Quinn told us that he would meet us on the cursed ship, Vorden replied. Layla wanted to ask why he would choose to stay here, but now wasn't the time to risk their chance of escape. They've destroyed 2 more, we have to move now. Logan hurried the others. Agreeing to this, the whole group started to run back, towards the room where the teleporter was placed. They threw out their skills, powers, and now all the blood abilities they had been saving they cast without worrying. The masked were flying through the air, and they had no chance stopping this arrow formation of power. Blasting down the walls, the teleporter could be seen in place intact. Logan had activated during their run, and it was time for all of them to go through. A teleporter! They have another teleporter inside! One of the masked cried out. The first lot of the cursed group had gone through without looking back. Why is there a gorilla with us? And why is he going in before me? Peter complained. Just get in, Fex screamed. kicking Peter from behind, moving him slightly forward. A little too late to figure that out. I hope you enjoy the present I left you, Logan shouted, touching something on his arm as jumped through the teleporter. Hidden devices all around the teleporter lit up and started to beep several times, flashing red. These devices had also been scattered in the several rooms in the temple as well. The last person to enter the teleporter was Vorden, and seconds before he did, he heard a loud explosion going off. He turned his head at the sound to see grand explosions blowing off from all areas. You're one crazy person, Logan, Vorden praised him with a smile. It looks like there is no longer any need to ever come back to that dreaded island. Instant level up received. You are now level 70. Stat point has been gained. A top-tier blood crystal has been rewarded. Is that it? Was Quinn's first thought. However, the system notification served as confirmation that Jim was indeed dead. During the fight, a figure had popped up in front of Jim that looked identical to Quinn. When attacked with the blast from the shield, it had turned into nothing but shadows, while the real Quinn had managed to sneak behind Jim for a successful attack. Quinn hadn't known what the shield had been capable of, but in his mind he only had one chance to attack Jim, so he had looked for a chance to finish it in that one shot. He wouldn't get a second chance after this one, not if his trick was found out. Before, Quinn had learned of a skill called the Shadow Clone. He had already used it once during the fight with General Robin, who had been marked by the Demon Tier tree. There was a difference in what Quinn had used this time, though. The previous version of the Shadow Clone had been less complete. The Vampire Lord had only been able to create a shadow of himself and allow it to stay in one place temporarily. There was no way he could control it or imitate it to do actions similar to his own, but he was able to this time. His shadow had naturally grown stronger under the influence of the Shadow Overload skill, and he had unlimited points to create a complete clone. It didn't matter how long it lasted or what actions it needed to do. This was how he had been able to completely trick Jim. Not only had it worked, but Quinn, using his inspect skill, could see it. Pulling his hand from his chest, Quinn saw Jim fall to the floor. He was no longer moving, he didn't say anything, and unlike Hilston, he wouldn't have to worry about him having hidden some means to revive. Is he really dead? Vincent asked, not quite sure himself what had just happened. Quinn's quite desperate attempt at making the one who had been responsible for the Dalki's creation and everything that followed after pay for his sins had actually worked. The leader was dead. Looking at the body, Quinn felt conflicted. There was no real happiness since he had known this wouldn't bring Wevel. If anything, Quinn felt like he had defeated the final boss in a game, only instead of a happy ever after, there was still an army of Dalki left for him to deal with. Part of Quinn had been longing for everything to be over with Jim's death. Now that the Dalki had the dragon, couldn't they just let them find a way to extend their life and stop this pointless war? But at that moment, a message appeared that brought him back to the reality of everything. Shadow Overload skill has reached its limit. Shadow Overload will now be deactivated. 500 MC cells. The drawback was the worst that Quinn had ever seen before, but his total MC cells were still in a better position than when he had first gotten to the island. At the same time, the walls of shadow started to dissipate, his shadow body was disappearing, and now he could see all the others. The Dalki with the 6 spikes were all perfectly standing there in place. What did killing Jim actually solve? Quinn thought at that moment. The Dalki were still alive, and they now had one half of the Demon Tier dragon. Arthur was still out there probably plotting or enacting his own revenge, and the war was still going on. If anything, Quinn had only been able to satisfy his anger a little in vanquishing Jim. I at least was able to achieve that. Now it wasn't a complete waste coming here. Quinn thought. The Dalki, seeing Jim dead on the floor, almost roared in anger and immediately went on the offensive. Although Quinn no longer had any MC points to use his shadow, his armor set's Nitro Accelerate was still active. The first thing Quinn did was pick up the shield lying on the floor by Jim's side and lifted it up. The Dalki soon stopped its hand before it touched the shield, knowing full well what would happen if it struck. As long as I have this shield, it looks like I can protect myself from the Dalki. Soon though, Quinn could sense and hear that another Dalki was coming from behind. They were smart enough to surround him, looking for a chance to attack. Each time, Quinn needed to move in place, stopping their attacks by bringing up the shield. He did this repeatedly, but now the two sides seemed to be in a stalemate as Quinn couldn't afford to attack them either. Not that he was sure he could injure them without using the shield either. This is bad. The 6-spike Dalki are fast. When the Nitro Accelerate cools off, it takes away that stat points from my legendary tier armor, which will slow down my speed to even slower than them. When that happens, what do I do then? Boy, I hope you will never stop defying common sense and crushing my expectation, Richard shouted from the other side. It looked like the Dalki had stopped focusing on him and were now all trying to attack Quinn. Soon your speed will run out. We both know that. I asked you to get out of here before, and you need to do the same now. Hearing these words, Quinn couldn't believe that Richard was being selfless for once. With the amount of 6-spike Dalki, there was no chance he or Brock would survive. They would both die in an instant. The only reason why they were okay now was because the Dalki had deemed Quinn to be the biggest threat, that or they had some semblance of loyalty towards their creator. If only I had MC points, I would have been able to put them both in my Shadow Lock and then used my Shadow Link to travel and get them out of here, but Shadow Lock still requires me to have MC points. Quinn thought. Thinking like that led him to another realization. The truth was, if he hadn't focused solely on Jim, he could have made use of Shadow Overload's duration to save both of them by doing exactly what he had just thought of. It was because of his selfish desire for revenge at that moment that he had missed his chance to save them. I know I have made mistakes, I know I might not have treated you well, but I am happy to see how much one who carries the Ino bloodline has grown. I want to thank Vincent as well, he was a great mind, and it was good working alongside him on the system. It seems that perhaps leaving Earth, the system will be one of my greatest creations because it was able to create someone like you, Richard said. None of the feelings Quinn had for Richard had been positive, despite or perhaps because of them being related. This made it all the more bizarre that, of all times, he was shedding tears for the man. Was it because he felt guilty? Guilty that unlike Webnovel he had been there to save someone, but had ultimately failed? On his timer, Quinn could see that the Nitro Accelerate skill was near its end. He had no choice. It was time for him to leave. Richard, I will save the human race, Quinn declared there and then. Placing the Demon Tier shield in his dimensional space, Quinn activated his Shadow Link. Sinking his body into shadows, and before he knew it, he was appearing by Sam's side. Part of him had felt that it would have only been proper to witness the fate of Richard Eno, but the logical part of him had accepted the fact that staying there would have just added to the body count. Quinn, Sam said, you made it back. Looking up, Quinn was happy to see the familiar metal hull of the teleportation room he was in. Even more so, the rest of the cursed faction looked to have made it off the island alive. Although, from the wounds and blood on their body, it was obvious that it couldn't have been easy for them. You guys, this is the teleportation room. What are you still doing here? Quinn asked, looking around, but his head soon fell on her. A person that stood on the other end of the teleportation room, away from the others alone. We only just got here a little while ago, but you see, the reason we haven't left is because of that strange woman that's standing over there. Sam pointed. On a closer look, it looked like some of them had tried to move, and there was a scorch mark on the ground. Quinn could guess that they had been attacked, but why wasn't she continuing to hurt them, and who could be strong enough to hold this group of people back? I see you have a lot of confusion on your face. The female spoke. I knew you would be coming here, and since I didn't want to repeat myself, I asked your friends to wait for your arrival. Because that is what my prediction stated would happen. My name is Bliss. Although from what I saw, Ray has already introduced me to you. While most of the cursed leaders were on Blade Island, the duties of the cursed ship were temporarily passed on to Megan. She, along with her advisors, decided that the best course of action was to head to the space station and head back to Earth, while asking Nathan for his help. In the command room, Megan had been trying to get a hold of Nathan, but it seemed difficult. At the same time, it looked like reports from both the Earthborn group and the Greylash group were rarely coming in. However, thanks to Bonnie's usual live feed video, she could see why. The Greylash group were in full combat. Although they couldn't see what was going on with the Earthborn group, judging by the reports that had gotten before, she could just imagine they were in a similar situation. "Come on. Why won't anyone pick up?" Megan said, frustrated. "There has to be someone at the space station. If it carries on like this, we might just have to force them to open it." "You could do that, but I'm telling you that there is no need. Even if you got it open, by the time you even got there, it would all be over." A voice said, "You might be right, but I at least have to dash." It was then that Megan realized the voice that had just spoken was one she didn't recognize. When turning around, she could see someone else sitting at the command center. It was a female with light blue hair and was wearing strange clothing. It looked as if she was wearing robes. Although they looked to be made of high-quality material, it wasn't what someone wore in this day and age. But the strangest thing that Megan could see was the staff by her side with a crystal at the top. Who is this person? I don't remember them being part of the cursed faction, and just how did they get in this room? Don't be startled. I am not here to do any harm. My name is Bliss, she said, thinking that maybe it would have eased the tension of the girl in front of her. But it was clear that she had no reaction, meaning that no one in the cursed faction knew about her. Oh, it looks like that girl decided to keep my words a secret. Interesting. However, as I was saying, it would be useless for you to continue and travel to the space station. You are just wasting your time and worrying over nothing. Right now, there isn't a thing we can do but wait. Megan was inching closer and closer to the large table in the center. For some reason, the confidence of this woman in front of her was frightening. Megan was thinking the best course of action was to take action now and ask questions later. Slamming down on a button on the command center table, the communication channel was opened up. "Everyone. There is an intruder in the command center. An older middle-aged female with light blue hair. Please come immediately," Megan said, shouting it into the ship's receiver that would soon play the message out to the whole ship. She didn't want to cause a panic, but judging by the fact that no one else had acted yet, she was wondering if all the others over the edge of the command center, where the controls were dead. Bliss let out a deep sigh. "I thought I looked more like a young middle-aged woman, not an older middle-aged one, and here I thought you were a polite girl," Bliss said as she lifted up her staff. The crystal at the top started to shine brighter and brighter until the flash was too strong for Megan to look at. She could feel a slight heat, and when the heat was gone, she believed it was safe to open her eyes. Looking at where Bliss once stood, she was no longer there. Immediately, Megan ran to the railing and peeked over it. Thankfully, she could see that all those working at the controls seemed to just be asleep and were now waking up. A great flash of light, putting others to sleep, and now she's disappeared. Just what is her ability? Thinking that there was a chance that the female who had introduced herself as Bliss could still be on the ship, she headed to the command center and opened up all the cameras around the ship. While looking at the cameras, she could see a group of the cursed faction heading her way. "Don't worry about coming towards me. I am safe for now, but the intruder seems to be somewhere on this ship. You need to keep on looking," Megan ordered while she continued to look around. At first, Megan wanted the group of people to protect her, to make sure she and the others were safe. Still, if the woman really had the power to put others to sleep, then Megan was wondering why hadn't she put her to sleep. Instead, she had approached her and was talking as if she was giving advice. Still, an intruder was an intruder. That's strange, Megan thought as she looked at one of the cameras. It was in the classroom where the Blade kids were currently present. Syl was staying with them until he was ready to be called, but she could see he was asleep right now. First, it didn't seem like a big deal. He had a right to take a rest before a big fight, but at the same time, before this, Syl was ready and wide awake to go into action at any second after finding out what had happened to the teleporter. To top it off, in the video itself, it looked like the kids were shaking him, trying to wake him up because of the announcement, but nothing was working. It couldn't be. It was then that Megan could see Bliss on one of the cameras. Of all the places she was in at the moment, it was the particular training room that had been set up, with the teleporter that would bring back those from Blade Island. How did she get in? The door was made from reinforced glathrium, and it looked to still be shut and locked. This was just in case anyone else happened to appear out of the teleporter instead of those from the cursed faction. There were now so many questions on Megan's mind. Not only about how she got in, but how she knew about the room and what her aim was. Soon, she saw Bliss look into the camera smiling and giving a short wave. After it looked as if she started to draw certain things on the ground, but no markings were left behind either. What is she doing, and should I open the door? She hasn't touched the teleporter, and with Syl down, is there even anyone to take care of her? Watching her for a little while longer, Megan eventually saw Bliss sitting down and leaning up against the wall. It looked like she was either sleeping or meditating but was doing nothing else. As long as she could keep an eye on her, Megan felt at ease. It felt like this was the easier solution to deal with the problem. Hours went past, with the cursed ship continuing to head towards the space station. Bliss continued to stay in the room doing nothing until eventually, she stood up. The portal was seen activating. It can't be. Are they returning? Megan had a smile on her face, but at the same time, she was deeply concerned that the strange woman was still inside. The reason she hadn't acted so far was due to Syl still not waking up. It was clear that the woman was powerful. The one who had returned first before the others was Mona, and with her, she was carrying Linda and the box on her back. When Mona saw the woman, the two looked at each other and didn't say anything, until Mona decided to step to the side, taking the large box off and placing Linda on the ground. Eventually, the portal lit up again, and coming through the portal one by one was the rest of the cursed group. They were all surprised to see a stranger greet them. They had expected some type of welcoming party. But what was even weirder was the fact that the second the group tried to move forward, something lit up underneath all of their feet. It was right where Bliss was seen drawing on the ground earlier. When the light stopped, the cursed faction could no longer move from where they were. Right now, you are all bound, but don't worry. I'm not here to harm you. I just don't want to explain myself twice. And it's not long until that person comes here. Now I notice that some of you still have the strength to break the binding. Bliss raised her staff, and strange orange energy left from it. It moved forward, landing right by where Ratton's feet was, scorching the ground. But I advise you not to move, as you can see. I don't plan to harm you. Seeing the attack nearly hit Ratton, he was angered by this, and he was ready to attempt to break out of the binding. Don't move. She doesn't want to hurt us, and it looks like she is true to her word, otherwise she would have hurt Linda. Sam said. Finally, the man she had been waiting for had arrived, and that was the events that had led to their current moments. Seeing all of the skills and abilities she had used so far, everyone was wondering the same thing, just what ability did this person have? Quinn walked forward ahead of everyone and looked at Bliss. Judging from what Ray had told him, Quinn had figured out who this person was. You said your name is Bliss. You're right. Ray did tell me about you. He didn't exactly speak nicely of you, and I think I can understand why. Now tell me what you want. God. Quinn asked, having no patience or time to be playing games with these upper beings. Feeling there was some sort of tension in the room with Quinn and the mystery woman, Sam had suggested that they all get some rest while a few individuals would talk with the new stranger. Of course, Sam also wanted to find out just what exactly happened to Quinn while he had stayed behind on the island. However, he wasn't hopeful for a lot of information, considering how soon after Quinn was able to leave the place after them. The group of cursed individuals selected for this conversation were Layla, Vorden, Peter, Sam, Logan, and Fex. The closest individuals to Quinn and the ones who understood the fuller picture of everything going on. While the rest decided to check on themselves in the medical bay and took the well-needed rest they deserved. Still, there was a question on everyone's mind at the moment. They were sure they had heard Quinn call the strange individual a god. The group had moved into one of the break rooms, where there was a coffee machine and some snacks for them. It was emptied at this point in time, and on one side, all of the cursed faction were sitting down while Bliss was on the other, having made herself a cup of tea as if she was at home. She hadn't even asked whether she could do or not. One thing they were pleased about was she didn't seem like an enemy, at least. I can see that you know a little about me then, although I'm starting to wonder if all you Talons have a bad temper. You can stop glaring at me. I'll get to the point and tell you why I'm here, Bliss said. As you are aware, I am one of the many gods that belong to the Earth's solar system. I have been living since the beginning of time, and through that, I have been called many things, the divine being at one point in time. The others were starting to wonder whether or not they were listening to a crazy person at the moment, but there was one reason they were inclined to listen. On top of Quinn's words calling her a god, they had seen her use multiple abilities or powers, something only the Blade family could do so far. My power allows me to see into the future. I receive set vision in points in time, and since every time I die, I go into one of the human bodies, I have decided to make it my job that you guys survive whatever chaos was meant to get rid of all of you many, many times before. Just like in the past, a disaster fell on the world, and my vision saw it collapsing. However, Ray Talon was there to save them, which is why I have come to you, Quinn Talon. The others looked at each other, wondering if they were all hearing the same thing, and judging by the strange looks they gave each other, it seemed like they were. Still, once again, Quinn was continuing to listen intensely. Now, based on my visions, I theorized that there were 2 points in time where you could change the outcome of the human race. The first one being on Blade Island, stopping the Dalki from getting the dragon. In my vision, you failed, and it looks like you have still failed even now. This means you only have one more option to stop the Dalki from winning this war, which is in the vampire world. Stop them from defeating the dragon there, and you have a chance at winning this thing. As for why I have decided to tell you this, even though you should somewhat know this already, is because you are currently at a crossroad, Quinn. I am a little worried that you might not choose the right option, so I have decided to intervene to help guide you to the correct option. Go to the vampire world. After finishing her long explanation, Bliss drank her cup of tea in front of her and looked as calm as ever. Following the conversation, Sam figured what the crossroad might be. Right now, the Earthborn group and Greylash group are fighting with the Dalki, having obtained one half the dragon. They are likely to make their move in the vampire world any day now. At the same time, their attack would continue, including the cursed faction they had yet to touch. Quinn would have to give up protecting the cursed faction to go to the vampire world and stop them from killing the other half of the demon tier beast. When looking at Quinn to see if he had grasped this as well, Sam could just see anger on his face. Tell me, if you could see the future, then why didn't you warn us about what was going to happen on Blade Island? Quinn asked. You're strong. You have powers of a god, so why didn't you join the fight as well? Bliss let out a sigh once again as if the question was annoying, and the answer should have been obvious. There is a reason why I don't try to intervene too much. I don't know if my visions are based on me intervening in the first place. In the past, trying to fix problems, all my visions came true, but the Talon family had changed that. At the same time, even if I did warn you, would that have stopped you from going? Could you have prepared more? Let me give you a guess without using my powers. If you had sent more of the cursed faction there than you had done, then you would have just brought back more body bags with you. Quinn was annoyed by her answer, but she was right. He just didn't like the fact that she wasn't really telling him much. She was just giving him options that he already knew about. Some god you seem to be. You can see the future but can't act on it. Then you are no different than a banshee, Quinn said. Trying to ease the tension between the two, Sam decided to ask his own questions. You say you are one of the gods, then are there other gods that are trying to protect Earth at this moment as well? And is there anything else you can tell us? Such as who is alive at this moment or what more we could do? Sam asked. The other gods are mostly dormant. When we die, our powers or our will passes on to another. For example, the god of war might sprout in a young child who is a master on the battlefield, but his memories and such would stay forever dormant. Unfortunately, as time has gone by and we have been needed less and less, their powers and memories have become more dormant. It seems like I am one of the few that is still able to help. As for your second question, I cannot. I can tell you what you want to ask, Bliss said, looking at Quinn. I do not know if the man known as Richard Eno or Brock are alive or not. I can't answer questions about this war because I honestly do not know much about it. But what I can tell you is that they no longer appear in my visions after this. Take that as you will. Bliss answered another questions of Sam, because he even wondered what had happened to Eno and Brock. After answering this and finishing what was in her cup, Bliss stood up. Staying here for a long period of time is bad, so I will take my leave, but who knows? If you succeed in the vampire world, you will see me again. Bliss lifted up her staff, and the crystal started glowing. Wait, you just come in here. Say all that and just leave. I still have things I need to ask you, Quinn said, standing up and holding out his hand. Skill activated shadow lock. His skill activated, and the shadow portal was seen opening. But her body wasn't going into the shadow for some reason. A strange barrier of light started to ripple as if it was stopping her body from moving. What ability is that? Layla wondered. It is not an ability, Bliss said, winking back. It's magic. The next second she was gone. Quinn was beyond annoyed. After Wevel's death, the cursed faction was hurt, and Richard and Eno went. He had so many questions and no one to answer them. He didn't even have the time to ask Bliss about the sword that Layla had carried, or whether Jim was really dead. Quinn, do not think you have gotten nothing out of this. Remember, in your dimensional space right now, there is one person you can still speak to that knows a bit more. On top of that, we have the demon shield at our disposal. Vincent said. It was true, and Jim was dead, which was news he had yet to tell the others, at least he thought he was. After the meeting with Bliss, everyone continued to have their rest. They had almost slept for an entire day and a half. Once the group seemed to be working at close to 100% again, Sam called a meeting for all cursed leaders. It was time for them to update everyone on what was happening. Linda still looked a little lost but had attended, and a plan was set for when everyone could say their goodbyes to Wevel. There was no mention of the mysterious woman that had appeared. They decided to avoid any questions since Quinn didn't really get much information from her in the first place. From Quinn, he was able to give the most information. They had learnt about Jim's death, which was a celebration. Some thought similar to Quinn that perhaps Jim still lived on, especially since he had the ability to clone himself. However, knowing that the Jim Quinn faced could use the equivalent exchange ability, they assumed it was the real one. On top of that, Quinn had delivered the news that True Dream and some of his men were working with the Dalki as well. The person Vorden was meant to be keeping an eye over ended up dying on his way back to the others from a masked. Then finally, they learnt of what possibly happened to Eno and Brock, which spurred one person to speak up. I do have something, Mona said, who had decided to stay with the cursed faction. The Bree family had been split up into the 3 groups anyway, so all her family members were either fighting or on the cursed planets, so she decided to stay. Richard, he told me where to go if he wasn't to survive this attack. I think he might still have something that can help us. Hearing this, Quinn wondered just what Eno wanted them to see and what could possibly be at this place. Maybe he could learn more about just what type of person Richard was and his reason for trying so hard to protect the humans in the first place. With the chaos still going on the other planets, the cursed group had yet to decide what their next course of action was to be. Sam had debated whether or not he should aid the Greylash faction or the Earthborn group. However, due to nothing happening to the cursed faction planets yet, and no sign of the 5-spiked Dalki known as Graham, they had decided not to move out just yet. On top of this, due to the recent warning that they had received from the Almighty being called Bliss, Sam was in no rush to leave or go anywhere until they had either more information on the vampire world or the next move the Dalki would make. However, just like before, when the whole world was watching the cursed faction face Slicer, everyone was currently waiting for the outcome of the Greylash family. After receiving the news from Hermes that a 5-spiked Dalki had been spotted with a large force heading their way, Grim and Owen rushed back as quickly as they could. They were able to charge their feet with lightning, allowing them to move at a speed some beast armor wouldn't even allow them to. They could also move as fast as lightning, but that was only limited to a certain area and took a large amount of energy, so this was the best way to travel. The good news was that the main planet that Owen and the others were on were filled with dark clouds and would often rain. Today was one of those days. It gave a boost to the Greylash family, as their lightning attacks dealt more damage to the Dalki below. At the same time, the lightning power was good for both medium-ranged attacks and close range. It was because of this, the Greylash family were faring better than others when fighting against the Dalki. And there was one person leading them all while Owen was away. Keep up the pressure. Those at the front line, When you reach 30% of your MC levels, remember to switch. Head back to the shelter and recover, Hermes shouted. In front of the shelter, the Greylash family had set up several barriers of walls that they referred to as bunkers. They had a small gap in the middle where they could fire off their abilities while hiding their bodies. These were often split into groups with not just the main Greylash branch members, but they also had support-type ability users with them by their side as well as other strong far-ranged ability users. Once in a while, the Dalki were able to break through and injure some of them. Still, when Hermes could see that happening, he and an attack force would go out and fight the Dalki that couldn't be dealt with before with hand-to-hand combat, and by his side were those that were best at it with their beast weapons and more. In the meantime, the injured group would receive emergency healing and then head back to the base to swap with another group. Even minor injuries weren't a problem for the Greylash group. That was until the 5-spiked Dalki appeared, with an army of around 300 behind him. The rest of you stay back. Follow me on my command, Greenhorn ordered, and like well-trained soldiers, the Dalki stood there. Until this point, they had only been small groups of the Dalki. Even though there were around 50,000 trained fighters in the shelter, the actual ones with lightning abilities numbered approximately 500. If the whole Dalki force was to charge at once, the Greylash members that were out in the front line bunkers imagined they would lose their lives instantly. Yet, for some reason, only one Dalki moved forward. Fire! One of the captains ordered, one seeing the Dalki come within range. Abilities of not just lightning were headed towards the Dalki. Since there was only one Dalki, another order coming from the opposite flank had also ordered an attack. Around 20 lightning users had fired off their attacks from each bunker along with other ability users, hitting the 5-spike. Greenhorn's body was encased in what looked like a blue flame, even though it was lightning, and only its black figure could be seen. Eventually, when they thought they had done enough, the figure could be seen still standing there. It hadn't moved, nor had it fallen over like the ones it had attacked in the past. Seeing this, there was one person more nervous than ever. Everything in his gut was telling him that their attack hadn't worked. The front line, second line, third line, and fourth line retreat to the castle now, Hermes shouted, sending out the critical message to them all. However, it seemed like it was a second too late. Greenhorn had leapt up in the air, and on his way down, he readied his fist, swinging it back. As soon as he could see the bunker, he swung out his fist, smashing the whole place to pieces. It looked like a small bomb had gone off in the building as parts of the rubble seemed to disintegrate from the sheer power. When the others could finally see what had happened, the From squad in the bunker had been wiped out with a single hit. It looks like since getting a 5-spike, my scales have evolved to the point where your lightning doesn't really affect me. Greenhorn smiled. Now, where is that one form earlier? The others listened to Hermes' orders and started to leave their bunkers heading for the shelter. However, it was still a few hundred meters away before they could reach the shelter walls. Looking around him and looking at his fist, Greenhorn wondered something as he saw the others running away. He started to pull back his fist once more. He then raised up one of his legs like a pitcher getting ready to throw out a ball. Carefully he aimed at a bunker that was around 20 meters away from where he was. Just like a pitcher, he went and swung his arm out, delivering a punch as hard as he could, and a loud bang was heard. As a shockwave was made, it seemed like energy itself had formed in the air, as a ball of orange-colored energy went out. The second it had hit the bunker, an explosion was made and pieces from the ground were chucked up everywhere. An attack just as strong as one done with his own fist was made, and the second group of the Greylashes had been animated. Even though the Dalki army had yet to make its move, Bonnie and Void were filming far away from the wall. They had their drones out, but the weather condition made it harder for others to see. Still, Void's camera had a higher spec allowing him to film it directly. "I've never seen a Dalki make an attack like that," Bonnie said. She had stopped reporting on the fight like she was doing, since her shock had made her speak on instinct. Hermes, who was by her side, was gritting his teeth. He wanted to go out there and help them but knew that it would be somewhat useless. "It seems like every Dalki at the 5-spike stage is a little unique," Hermes observed. "The ones the cursed faction fought with had a sharp strong tail I had never seen before, and now this one can release energy from its hands, allowing it to attack at a far range as well. This means we have just lost our advantage. Even we on this wall aren't safe right now. Hermes knew there were still many things they didn't know about the Dalki. How far this attack could go. Did he need to wind up like he did earlier? And that's when he realized from the look on Greenhorn's face. He didn't know either. Ha ha ha. What is this? Greenhorn smiled. I just wanted an easy way to deal with them, other than going over there myself. I thought maybe the wind could do the job for me, but the energy left my fists. With this, maybe I can become the next leader. Walking forward, it looked like Greenhorn was now ignoring the bunkers. When he was eventually around 50 meters away from the walls, he received attacks from not just Hermes, but the rest of them as well. However, it looked like it did nothing to the 5-spike. Greenhorn smiled as he continued his wind-up, lifting up his leg and pulling back his arm. Then in one smooth motion, swinging his arm out while shifting his weight forward, he threw out another orange energy blast. It was heading straight for the wall, and that's when it was as if the gods themselves were protecting the border. A large blue lightning bolt came striking down out from the sky, hitting the yellow energy and causing it to fall into the ground, exploding the rocks below, and creating a large crater. The rocks continued to be thrown with such energy that when they hit the walls, it had created holes and had damaged a few people that were close to the walls in the shelter. It was proof of just how strong the Dalki's attack was. As for the one that had saved them, they could see him standing in the deep crater, with half of his white robes torn, showing his masculine chest and frazzled long hair. It looked like the god of thunder himself had crashed down from a meteor, and he did not have a smile on his face. I made mistake by letting you get away, but I will make sure not to repeat it, Owen said. Inside the cursed ship, nearly everyone was watching the fight taking place on the Greylash planet. They had, after all, experienced the strength of a 5-spike. Quinn and a few of the leaders were in one of the break rooms watching the match together. Do you think Owen will be able to beat it? Nate asked. Quinn hadn't seen Owen fight in a while, but there was one thing I remember Richard said to me. The Greylash family never needed his support. They were always able to figure things out themselves. If he believed in them, there had to be a reason. It was rare for anyone to see Owen with a serious expression on his face. He would often have his fan covering his mouth, but they only needed to see his moon-shaped eyes to know that he was smiling. Whenever they did see a serious expression on his face, they knew it would be a tale to tell. The last time the Greylash family had witnessed such a thing was when a battle for the next leadership had taken place, between Owen's own father and himself. It was the first time they had also learned he had been hiding his talented skills away from the eyes of the rest of the family. Seeing the serious look once more was giving hope out to the others, including Hermes. Immediately, Owen placed both of his hands together and activated his soul weapon, creating the strange orb of lightning he had done from before. Haha! You think I'm just going to stand here and let you use the same thing you did last time? Greenhorn shouted. This time, rather than winding up his punch, Greenhorn just threw out a punch with his full strength, and still the orange energy could be seen leaving from his fists. It was smaller than the last one but left his hand just as fast. As long as Greenhorn could interrupt what Owen was doing, he thought that would be enough. The spectators were nervous as they saw this, but Owen still concentrated on creating his soul weapon. Hermes knew he must have had a plan. The orange energy was getting closer and closer, yet Owen was doing nothing. He does have a plan, right? Bonnie asked nervously. I hope so, Hermes replied. At this point, he wasn't sure anymore, until once again, a large bolt of lightning came striking down from the clouds above, smashing the energy blast into the ground. Only this time it had gone deeper, causing a rumbling underneath but none of the ground to be destroyed apart from a hole where the Dalki's energy had gone. Now standing a little ahead of Owen was a man at least twice the age of Owen, but his body hardly showed it. In fact, the person didn't even look human. If one was to think that Owen was the god of thunder, they would be wrong, for this man was covered head to toe with a lightning body. His whole body was emitting blue light. It looked similar to how the Dalki looked when all the Greylash members had struck it simultaneously. Grim Greylash, Bonnie excitedly said. Grim Greylash has appeared on the field, everyone. The ex-leader of the Greylash family and one of the ones who had fought against One Horn in the past with the previous leaders. With the two of them, it looks like the Greylash family have hoped to deal with the 5-spiked Dalki. Seeing this, Greenhorn seemed enraged as he started throwing out punches one after another, each time letting out the small blasts of energy. As they came towards Grim, his natural lightning body tried to electrify them as if he had a barrier around his body. Although they looked to have done nothing to the energy blasts, others knew that if it was an ordinary person, those simple lightning strikes coming from Grim's body would kill a person. Still, Grim used his arms to knock the energy blasts away. They simply bounced off his body as if he was hitting balls away. When reaching a certain point in the sky, they dispersed into explosions of energy. "Fine. I guess I'll just have to hit you myself," Greenhorn said, charging in, and it was at that point that Owen was ready. He threw the lightning ball into the air, and when it reached the clouds, he threw his little fan after it, striking it with a lightning bolt. Soon the clouds started to grow in size, and lightning strikes struck from it. Immediately, Greenhorn was struck by lightning from the clouds. He was unafraid, knowing that the lightning wouldn't hurt him. Or at least he thought it wouldn't. When it touched his skin, he felt no pain. However, he was unable to move his body. "It still affects me." The realization was setting in, and Grim was already throwing out a powerful lightning punch towards his head. When it hit, Greenhorn was surprised to taste its blood in its mouth. "How is this old man's lightning power still hurting me?" Greenhorn thought. "It looks like you haven't noticed." He had already noticed by now, Grim said as he already threw out another punch. Greenhorn was fast as well, and although he had been hurt by the punch, it wasn't much. Even if Grim's punch could hit him before he could hit Grim, he wouldn't take life-threatening damage and could finish the old man. However, just before his punch would reach, he was hit by Owen's soul weapon once again, freezing him for a few mini-seconds. "My grandson is special, right?" Grim said, spiraling upwards using his whole body and lightning powers to deliver a punch from below, knocking the Dalki's chin and flinging its head back. Greenhorn felt like his head was going to detach from his body, but with him being more damaged, his energy was rising. "Everyone, attack!" Greenhorn ordered, and the second he said those words, the 300 Dalki started to run forward. Hermes, seeing this, immediately retaliated. "Everyone, we have to support our leaders. Make sure they don't disturb the fight. If we beat the 5-spiked Dalki, we win this fight." Before, they might have been hesitant, but seeing how well both Owen and Grim were doing against the 5-spike, they immediately started to head towards the battle as quickly as possible. All 500 of the Greylash ability users were the fastest. They used their powers to enter the battlefield as quickly as possible. The good thing was, as soon as the other Dalki entered the battle, Owen's soul weapon worked in a wide area, so it struck the Dalki, paralyzing them, and they were able to use this to their advantage. "Where are you looking?" Grim said to Greenhorn as he struck down, hitting his head again and slamming it to the ground while he was being struck from the clouds above. The use of two strong soul weapons just seemed like it was too much for Greenhorn to handle, but Grim's body was soon fading. For a powerful soul weapon also often meant that its power would also quickly be used up. Grim now had his regular body and could no longer perform his lightning abilities. Seeing this, and beyond angry from being hurt, Greenhorn threw out a punch towards the old man's face, hoping to pay him back tenfold, until an almost physical lightning bolt had struck right into the Dalki's forearm. It had gone right through pricing its skin and was visible from the top and bottom of the arm. It looked like the lightning bolt had the same effect as Owen's soul weapon. "I will leave the rest to you," Grim said, as he ran past Greenhorn to join the others in their fight. Although he didn't have MC points left, he could still fight well with his bare hands. Looking at why the old man suddenly left, he could see Owen standing in front of him, with a physical lightning bolt held in his hands. It looked to be a condensed solid form of lightning, in the shape of lightning itself. "You Dalki seem to be growing more spikes every time I see you, and I am not a fool to think that it wouldn't have happened to you. But just like you, we can also evolve with our powers." The Dalki ran forward, but the lightning bolt came out again, this time sticking through the Dalki's thigh, paralyzing the muscles in that area for a second. Greenhorn tried to carry on moving but only tumbled, falling to the ground. Before he could even move again, Greylash formed another lightning bolt, throwing it in another part of its body and doing the same thing repeatedly. The physical lightning bolts not only could pierce the Dalki's hard scale skin, but it also seemed to have the same applied effect as his soul weapon and were as fast as them as well. Eventually, Greenhorn was stuck in the ground with over 30 physical lightning bolts stuck in his body. "It looks like you didn't evolve enough this time, and I grew quicker than you," Owen said, and the usual smile on his face appeared again. The clouds above were no longer blacks, and the lightning orb he had initially thrown into the clouds began falling ever so slowly like a snowflake. While the battle was going on, no one seemed to be aware until the orb finally dropped on the Greenhorn, and all the lightning bolts lit up simultaneously. A deafening bang resonated through the whole field. It was a single loud shock and a flash, almost blinding anyone looking directly at it, but if they were to look at the spot where the Dalki once was, there was nothing there but the scorched ground. Witnessing this on camera, people worldwide cheered as they saw the Greylash family achieve a victory over the 5 spikes. This was twice now that the world knew they had obtained a victory over their strongest. Quinn, watching it, was left in awe. "Owen, it looks like you also have been trying your best to get stronger and stronger this whole time. And you really have done. I'm not the only one that's in this fight. I'm not the only one fighting for the human race," Quinn thought when seeing this. However, another thought entered his mind, as there was something the world didn't know. At the moment, the Dalki had obtained 1/2 of the demon tear dragon used to create them. Before, when defeating the Dalki with each kill, it felt like they were almost accomplishing their goal little by little, getting rid of them, but now, did it matter that they had killed a 5-spike Dalki, because who knew how long it would take them before they created more? "I need to stop them from getting the other half." After the defeat of the 5-spike Dalki, the Greylash group managed to fend off the remaining Dalki army that was advancing towards them. It was a complete victory for the Greylash group. Of course, they had their losses, but the Dalki was unable to set foot in the shelter, which was a hopeful sign for the rest of the world. However, their duties weren't over yet. There were still plenty of Dalki motherships occupying the rest of the Greylash planets. The other 2 planets that the rest of the Greylash faction were on were still in the middle of their battles. Still, the cursed faction was in high spirits and everyone was in a good mood, apart from those who knew the reality of the situation they were currently going against. The cursed leaders decided that there was no need to reveal that, not while everyone was still fighting and for once seemed to be carrying the momentum. In war, it was a strong thing to have the motivation and momentum on one side. Currently, Quinn had been patiently waiting for news in the vampire world of what was going on. But Paul, Leo, nor Aaron had given them a reply. It was worrying, but certain things kept Quinn from bursting through the teleporter and heading over to the other side. One was the order that Quinn had received, that he was not to return to the vampire world. He didn't want to cause trouble for his family if he didn't have to. The second reason was that Quinn could tell from the connections that they were safe. "Damn that Bliss girl. Her words are messing with my head. And now I can't choose whether to stay or go. I think she just made things worse," Quinn thought, who was currently in his own personal training room. Rather than thinking about what he couldn't do, Quinn decided to think about what he could do for now. First, he was to figure out what exactly he would do with the items from Blade Island. In his dimensional space at the moment, he had a tablet. Not just any tablet, but the tablet that held his long-lost ancestor that used to be a dragon and one that held all the abilities of the world. Unlike the Shadow Lock, I can't enter my dimensional space, so there is no way for me to try and communicate with Ray again and try to get some answers from him. I could place it somewhere, but where? Should I place it somewhere on Earth, or maybe somewhere on the cursed ship? Thinking about it, Quinn imagined the tablet on the cursed ship. There wasn't exactly a good place for it, and he didn't think it was safe on the ship nor any of the planets, and that included Earth. I guess I don't desperately need to ask Ray questions, so for now, the safest place is for it to stay in my dimensional space. I just hope it doesn't affect the cycle of abilities he was talking about either. There was one more item that was in Quinn's dimensional space that he could take out, and he did so, bringing out the demon tear shield. Quinn held it in his hands and used his inspect skill. His guess was right. The demon tear shield had been made using the demon tear crystal that Arthur had taken from him. It was the confirmation that Arthur and Jim were working together, even though Quinn was already 100% sure. Looking at the active skill, it was strong. It was able to reflect any damage taken on the shield itself and repel it back at twice the strength. Now he understood why the Dalki were so afraid to hit it. Still holding the shield, Quinn closed his eyes and opened them again. He imagined his opponents and how he would use the shield while fighting, blocking certain attacks and using his gauntlet to attack. It feels so unnatural and even more so than the sword. Besides, I already gave the blood crystal to Alex to work on. Taking on board Vincent's suggestion, Quinn decided to use the crystal he had received from Jim's body to create another gauntlet. Unlike with beast crystals, blood weapons could be formed into anything, so Quinn didn't have to worry. At the moment, Alex was with Andrew at the Earthborn base, helping them craft weapons for support, but with his Shadow Link skill, Quinn was easily able to go there and ask for this request. Well, if the shield doesn't suit me, then I guess it means one of the others can use it, but who? Quinn started to wonder. There were many candidates, and of course Quinn wanted to give it to one of the leaders close to him, preferably someone who had recently gone to the island with them. They were those that were already plenty strong and that it didn't suit. But finally, Quinn had made his decision. Heading to one of the training rooms, not too far from his own, he saw the person he was looking for doing a good job teaching the rest of the cursed faction. "Hey Nate, it looks like you recovered well. I heard you got blasted by a 5-spiked Dalki," Quinn said in an upbeat tone. I would have to have a monster amount of chi like Layla to be able to block a hit like that," Nate said, a little annoyed. With his skills, he felt like he just needed something a bit more to push him further. What he didn't know was that Quinn had a gift ready for him that would do just that. Taking it out from his dimensional space, Quinn had a shield in his hand and handed it over. "This is yours, take it." Nate looked at the shield oddly at first. He didn't use weapons and only used his fist, but a shield was quite versatile in its use, and there were certainly ways he could learn to use it. However, the second Nate touched it and activated the beast weapon. He could feel the immense power in the shield itself, powering him up. The defensive and natural stats he gained from it were amazing. He could tell his body had improved just on that alone. Even before Quinn had told him what the active skill was, he was pleased. "Quinn, seriously, I can't believe it. Ever since the day I met you, I thought that if I were around you, big things were going to happen. I had grand ambition, but lately, I felt like I had hit some type of stalemate. I thought I could improve myself and I disliked using beast weapons, but I realize now that I was stubborn. Because this thing is too good to pass up. I won't be stubborn. I will accept this gift, Quinn," Nate said, thanking Quinn over again and again. Eventually, Quinn had to threaten to take the shield away if Nate didn't stop thanking him. When leaving the room, Quinn had a big smile on his face. He wished he could make more people just as happy as that. On his way out, he had unexpectedly bumped into someone else who was looking for him. "Fex. Quinn, do you have the time to talk?" Fex asked. The look on his face looked quite serious, and Quinn always had time for his blood brother. Walking together around the ship, Fex expressed what was on his mind. "Quinn, I know you're waiting for a reply from the vampire world on what to do, and it's why you haven't decided to go to the cursed faction planets or the place Mona mentioned, but I think you should just go with Mona." Quinn was quite surprised at how upfront Fex was being and was interested to know the reason. "I have a suggestion to make. I want to go to the vampire world. Technically I am in the 10th family, but the order was only for you not to return, Quinn, and I'm worried, I'm concerned about my family in all of this. If I go, I thought maybe we could take one of the cursed with me. Linda seems to have a lot on her mind recently, and maybe a change of scenery would be better for her. Then if anything was to happen and we needed your help, you could come to us. Bryce doesn't know who in the cursed faction has the shadow ability, so as long as she doesn't use it, she won't get found out. This way you can head to Eno's place with Mona, without any worry. It's better than you sitting here. After what you told us, I kept thinking that maybe Eno knew something, maybe he knew more. No, I think you need to head to Eno's place as soon as possible and stop worrying about the others. All this hesitation is just making things worse. Fex quickly wanted to apologize, thinking that he might have overstepped his position, but Quinn replied sooner than he thought. You're right, Fex. You're very right. I think your suggestion is a good one. I'll head to Eno's place, and you guys can head to the vampire world. Losing Greenhorn was a significant loss to the Dalki. After all, it was one of their leaders and one of the ones that were growing quicker than the others. They had the potential to grow even stronger and were rare among the Dalki. Losing Slicer and Greenhorn so quickly was not in their plan. However, despite this, Graham smiled as he looked out from the strange mountain like a castle on the planet-like ship they resided on. He could see what they had achieved at that cost. The great dragon was being flown in towards the castle. It was still being restrained by the strange black strings, but it looked like it had no energy to fight back in the first place. Eventually, the ships ended up going to a large facility that was at the base of the strange castle. The facility was large in size, and there was one large building in particular that was the size of a football field. As they got close, the giant metallic doors were seen splitting open. Large volumes of green liquid were floating inside, similar to what Graham had kept the Dalki in. The ships slowly decided to place the dragon in the strange liquid carefully. When dropped in, the doors started to shut again, keeping the dragon in place. With a leap, Graham had jumped from the top of the castle down to the facility. Landing, he caused a big bang, but the ground didn't break. The ground where the facility and the Dalki castle were on was taken from a planet with a substance known to be as hard as diamond. Not that the Dalki were unable to break it, but it at least limited the amount of damage an area would receive, especially since there would be conflicts just outside the castle more often than not. This was due to other Dalki challenging for the leader's seat. Entering the facility, the doors automatically opened as Graham walked past. Inside, there weren't other Dalki working away but humans instead. They didn't look like fighters as they had no beast gear on, only lab coats, and someone else looked familiar in the facility as Graham walked around. The clones of Jim Eno. They were maintaining the place, looking at computer terminals running tests on Dalki and different solutions. Eventually, Graham had reached the landing room where the other ships had docked away from the dragon. Straight away, he could see a few Dalki leaving from the ship, and with them, they were dragging a pair of Dalki along the floor, and on their back they had 6 spikes. Unfortunately, they died on the way here. One of the 3 spiked Dalki reported. I know you said it was best if we kept them alive, but the dragons seem to be stronger than we thought. Graham bent down and looked at the pair of 6 spikes. They were covered in wounds, but they didn't look bad enough for them to die from. We are strong, so I at least expect our ancestor to be this strong. It would be strange if it was easy for us to overpower it with just one of us, even if it's only at half its strength. You guys did a good job. It was then from another ship that Graham could see the Dalki pulling out someone else. Someone he didn't expect to see. Walking over, he looked at the person just to make sure, and seeing that he had a specific pair of beast crystals embedded into his hands, Graham knew this was the real one. You often acted like you knew how everything was going to play out, but it seems like something exceeded even outside your expectations, Graham said, lifting up the body, throwing it over his shoulder. I want a full report of what happened on that island, how many of them there were and who else was there. Also, bring those 2 with you, Graham ordered, leaving the room. Eventually, he had reached a lab of sorts with hundreds of large human-sized glass containers. At the front of 2 large terminals were glass containers bigger than the others that remained empty. Typing a few things in the terminal, a large claw machine grabbed Jim's body and placed it into the container, his body strapped and floating inside. It was a good thing your mind wasn't damaged. At least it looks that way, Graham said as he pushed down on a lever. Both of the crystals inside of Jim's hands started to light up. The energy levels in front of Graham's screen started to rise up, and something could be seen forming in the other container. Small particles could be seen gathering, making a circle. Then the circle started to shift and change as more blobs were forming until someone who looked identical to Jim was made. It opened its eyes, and the claw machine once again pulled out Jim, only this time from the other container. The claw machine soon let him go, dropping him to the ground, and with how wrinkled his forehead looked, he was beyond angry. Damn it, that cursed faction. That kid killed me. He killed the real me. Jim continued to shout. If he had gone for your head, I would not have been able to make you again. I think that we should be pleased with the result. We have obtained the dragon. Graham replied. Do you not understand? Jim said, rushing forward. My body is dead. My real body is dead. Weren't you looking for a way to create a perfect body anyway? Graham replied like he really didn't care. Hearing this, Jim turned around, throwing out his arm in a claw shape, going for an attack. But the second he did, Graham grabbed him by the neck and lifted him up in the air, holding him just tight enough so he couldn't speak and was struggling for air. Did you really forget? You just said it yourself, you are no longer in your body anymore. There is no way for you to use your abilities like before. Even the clones you create with your nest crystals are not perfect, so right now, you are useless to us. Graham said. Jim started to move his leg and arms in a way as if he wanted to say something, desperately struggling. Listening, Graham let go but grabbed him by the top of his head before he could touch the ground. Remember, I was the one that created you. You guys need my knowledge to create more of you from that dragon, and when we have the whole dragon, I can fix all of you. You can live forever, just like the originals can. Jim said with a smile on his face. This body might not be able to learn the ability again, but all my knowledge is still up here. Graham looked at Jim for a second as if he was still in the middle of making up his mind. Jim, did you ever think that I might have surpassed you? I have created a solution that naturally aids us in our own evolution. There is no ability behind that. Our lives don't shrivel down to a mere 10 minutes just because you made us 6 spikes. Or maybe you never stopped to think about that. I see the way you look at us, Jim, Graham replied. You are the worst person I have met by far. You were never doing this for us in the first place. You were just doing this to prove something to them. We are just tools to you. Don't worry, as long as I have your real body and your brain. We will figure something out, and I will be happy to bring you back once again when I need to. But for now, I won't let you go about freely doing whatever you want again. See you later, Jim, Graham said, as squeezed his giant hand, and Jim's head exploded on the spot. Graham didn't look back, leaving his body in place and exited from the room, while Jim's real dead body continued to float in the other container. No signs of life, and perhaps his mind would never be woken in another body again. A Dalki should be the one to lead the Dalki, and we will come out superior to the others. We do not need to rely on a vampire for our troubles. Let's see what we can do with this dragon. After their little talk, Quinn decided that Fex was right and it was time for them to act. The only problem was, without any reply from Leo and the others, it also meant that the curse group could not use the secret way to the vampire world like before. Right now, they were all in the middle of another discussion to decide what to do about that. Linda, are you absolutely sure you're okay heading to the vampire world with Fex? Sam asked, having noticed the heavy bags under her eyes. The last time the group had seen her in such a miserable state had been when her brother Blip had died. Yes, I am. Wevel gave his life to protect me and the cursed faction, so I can't just stay here and mope around. He wouldn't have wanted that. I still want to help where I can, and I think I'm still the best candidate to keep their head on and not use the shadow ability in front of others, even in a desperate situation. Linda stated. Sam started to nod, but the others were wondering what she exactly meant by those words. Among the cursed faction members, apart from Wevel who had passed, those that could use the shadow ability were Sam, Nate, Dennis, and Alex, who was away at the moment. Right now, with what's going on, maybe we don't need the strongest person but the most sensible one. Layla explained to the guys who looked confused. No offense, but you guys can be a bit too hot-headed? Sam was happy that Layla had been the one to say these words. At least coming from her, it had still been nice. Putting it more simply, the other 3 could be described as muscle-brained idiots. Unfortunately, that still doesn't solve our main problem. We haven't received a reply from Paul yet, and we need him to activate the teleporter in the 10th castle to let you guys in. We'll have no choice but to wait. Unless you happen to have a solution, Logan? Sam asked the inventor. We could always try the teleporter we originally used to travel to the vampire world. Logan suggested. It doesn't seem to have been destroyed, so it's still active, but I can't say for sure they haven't found out about it. For all we know, they might have placed a bunch of guards around it, waiting for us to use it. There is also the situation of what state it was left in last time. We'll do it, Vex stated immediately. As long as I am the first one to come out, it should be fine. I'll find a way to explain myself out of the situation somehow. While we are there, we can also try and locate the dragon. It's not too far from the lab, and that's our main worry, right? Logan seemed to have predicted Vex's answer, as he pulled out 3 bottles of spray and slid them across the table to the vampire. These are for your toy. You did plan to bring him along, right? Or have you decided to turn him perhaps? Logan asked. He was naturally referring to Agent 11, who had proven useful and had returned with them on the cursed ship. No, he seems more useful as a human than a vampire. I can use his blood for my string abilities as well as my blood weapon, and having someone who can use chi might prove useful if you have to fight any vampires. Besides, I have a feeling that turning him would not make him spill any of his secrets. Whatever mind block he has, or perhaps they have used an ability on him, but there is a chance that it will still block out our direct control even then. Now that the others knew that True Dream was working for the other side, they knew that they also had strong ability users that had been gathered under his name, including Jack True Dream himself. Alright, Quinn, you're happy with just having Mona and Logan accompany you to Eno's base? We have the coordinates, and it looks like the ride there will take a few days. The place is pretty far. Sam asked for confirmation. If it's just the 2 of them, then I'm confident in my ability to protect them. I can always use my shadow lock and shadow link out of there, if this turns out to be some sort of trap. As soon as Quinn said these words, he was reminded of a certain person that had managed to block his shadow lock for the first time, which made him lose confidence a little, but realized that there would be no reason for the skill not to work on his fellow teammates. Mona had her own reasons for wanting to go and see the base. In the first place, she had been the one who Richard had for some reason entrusted with this information, so Quinn felt like it would be unfair of him to exclude her. She had also massively helped them out on Blade Island, and without her ability having tamed the Kraken, another life might have been lost among the cursed group. Since Richard was a great mind, there was a good chance that there would be plenty of information they could gather, and with Jim and Richard possibly dead, Logan wanted confirmation that Jim was the one that had decided to kill his parents. Even if Richard said it was Jim, words alone just weren't enough to satisfy Logan's curiosity. Then it's settled. Before you all set off, I would like a word with Mona, Sam said. Quinn went off with Vex and Logan, who was setting up the teleporter, making sure everything was as safe as it could be on their side. Quinn wanted to at least see them off before they left, as he was a little worried about Linda. It was an odd pairing. Linda had mostly always been with Webnovel, and now she would be partnered up with someone who was a bit extra at times. Mona had done as she was told and stayed behind as the others left the room. She thought that maybe Sam had some questions about her ability or information she had seen. Since their return, Sam had been writing up reports and taking recordings of each of the members' encounters they had on the island. It had helped build a bigger picture of what the situation was like, and if anything ever happened to them, they could pass this on. Mona, I hope you don't act rashly to what I'm about to ask you. And I told the others to go away because I want you to know that I'm not suspecting you of anything. Hearing this, Mona started to pull a face because this was not the tone or the conversation she had been expecting to have. You see, I looked back at the video in the recording room, and when speaking to Megan she told me something interesting. You arrived before everyone else that day and had met up with Bliss. The 2 of you said nothing, despite her being a person who should not have had any clearance to be there at that point in time. Instead, you simply decided to sit by the side. You met Bliss before, haven't you? Sam asked, preparing himself for her to attack him at any moment, for revealing her secret or finding something out about her. Do I really look that scary to you? Mona sighed and put up her hands as a sign of good faith that she wasn't going to do anything. Well, of all the people to find out, I guess it's good that it was you. To answer your question, yes, I have indeed met Bliss before. The person who Quinn called a god. And that's why I want to go and see what Richard left behind. When he saved my life, he took me to a place. I don't know where that place was, but I wasn't the only one there. While I was there, that was where I met Bliss. You were there when she had the conversation with Quinn. I imagine she said something along these lines, that she was able to see what would happen in the future. Now I wasn't involved in the rest of the conversation between the two of them, and it seemed like she and Richard had met more than once. To me, they seemed like old acquaintances. But you tell me if what she said was true. Then did Bliss tell Richard what was going to happen on the island? The way he acted when he told me these coordinates, Sam, it was as if he knew he was going to die, and he still decided to go to Blade Island. Before, I would have never believed that whatever happened was meant to happen. But if that's the case, can we really change what is meant to happen to us? From the little I've known Richard, I don't believe he was a man that didn't think he could change things. Otherwise he wouldn't have tried so hard for so long. So there has to be something there waiting for us. At the moment, Quinn along with Mona and Logan were riding together in a spaceship, and it was only the three of them. No one else had been brought along just because of the fear that more dangers for the cursed faction and other groups could be lurking around the corner. During this time, Mona had left with a lot on her mind and was busy sitting at the table staring off deep into space. In fact, all three of them were busy thinking about things. Space travel was quite advanced, and the power of beast crystals allowed one to travel at a fast speed. For something to take 3 days to get to, it was similar to having one person go from one planet in the beast solar system all the way around the sun and back again, which was why they had plenty of time to think about things. The ship they were traveling in was one that Logan had personally modified himself, giving it a more aerodynamic design, but the inside was quite comfortable. It almost looked like a studio apartment with how nicely finished the inside was. There was even a workbench for Logan to work away as he wished on. For Quinn, he was sitting at the dining table as well and grabbed the demon tier amulet that he still had around his neck. I used up all 4 of the Dalki, draining them again. Because of this, it ultimately meant the amulet was useless since it didn't give any stats, and Quinn would have to gain slots for the amulet all over again. The problem was, what could he do with it at the moment that would help him? If he was going to go to the vampire world, would it be any help there? Quinn wasn't quite sure if vampires even could be marked in the first place, and even if he was to use it on the weaker ones, they wouldn't exactly help him out much. The Dalki were able to evolve, and with each evolution, he gained a considerable amount of energy. Vampires could evolve, but the evolution couldn't be forced through battle like with the Dalki. While trying to figure out what to do with it, Quinn had done something even he hadn't expected as he looked at Mona, who was sitting opposite him. Giving it a tug, the demon tier amulet chain broke. He placed it on the table, moving it over to Mona. Mona, you helped us out a lot on Blade Island back there. You even brought Linda back, so I thought maybe you could do with this, Quinn said. Looking at the amulet and picking it up, she could instantly tell the item's level, and she was at a loss for words. Quinn, have you gone crazy? She asked. I know I have been helping out the cursed faction, but I ultimately plan to bring back the Bree family at some point. If you give this to me and people found out, what would they think? Quinn asked. That I'm just helping out someone that is helping me? Or were you going to say that I was favoring another faction? Tipping the scales of balance, or my own faction would be annoyed at me? Look, I don't see things that way. Maybe it's because all of these groups tried to hold power for themselves rather than share it with who was best to use them. We ended up in this situation in the first place. I keep thinking if the humans actually work together, instead of the originals keeping their abilities and such, maybe we could have had a better chance in the first war. Besides, it's still mine. Quinn smiled. Think of it as borrowing the item. That amulet will suit you well, and when I need it back, I think you will realize that really you were doing me a favor. Mona still couldn't quite believe that Quinn had just given her a demon tier item of all things. It would have been unheard of from any of the leaders or the military to do something like this in the past, and yet Quinn had just done it on a whim while traveling on the ship. This boy really is different from the others, Mona thought. After accepting the item, Quinn went into the details of explaining what it could do, rather than letting her figure out how to use it herself. She understood how much of an amazing item it was, and also had learnt how Quinn was able to take down the other Dalki motherships. However, she also understood why it would still benefit Quinn when he gave it back to him. Quinn was often in tough situations, so he had to often drain those that he had marked, but after visiting Richard's place, if she went at her pace, she could gather many marked essentially on behalf of Quinn, and when he needed it, he could use all of their power. As long as Mona didn't use it, of course. Although she didn't say it, just because of Quinn's gesture, she vowed that she would try to collect as many marked as she could possible for him. Unless absolutely necessary, she wouldn't use the power, giving him the amulet in the future. During the rest of the time spent on the ship, Logan was tinkering with a few new gadgets of his, but once in a while they would hear Logan fumble or mess up. With how often he was making mistakes, Quinn could tell he had something on his mind as well. The only problem was, Quinn couldn't help with Logan's problem, but hopefully, wherever they were going and whatever they would find, Logan could find the answer to what was troubling him. Not wasting time, Quinn was trying to focus on something else. His chi still was vastly greater than the blood aura he had in his body at the moment. He had learnt to control himself so he could better use one or the other in certain situations. If he was going to the vampire world and possibly was having to go against Arthur, there was one thing Quinn needed to learn. The third stage of chi. This is what Lucy and Agent 2 were able to use against my shadow. My shadow was useless at blocking it. If I have to go up against Arthur again, this is what I can use against his shadow. Quinn thought. During the next couple of days, Quinn was trying his best on figuring it out. He had asked for pointers from Layla before leaving, but it turns out she wasn't the best of teachers either, only able to explain things as clearly as Fex could. Eventually, the 2 days passed, and the group were wondering just where they were. It certainly is strange. We are now in unmarked space at the moment, Logan said. It meant that the group was currently in an area that humanity had yet to explore in the Beast solar system. However, that was because they deemed there were no other planets in the nearby area. They would have to travel as far as another solar system to find any planets of significance. Still, checking the coordinates, Logan was sure they had come to the right area. It could be a ship? Quinn said, taking a guess. Maybe he left everything on a big ship and left it out here. It's far enough to not be affected by the sun's gravity, right? Or is that impossible? Damn, I should have paid more attention in science class. However, there was no need for guesses because they could eventually see something, and it was not what any of them had suspected. It was a giant metallic ring that was larger than the Bertha ship. Next to the ring were almost 2 buildings attached to it, letting them know what it was straight away. What is a space station doing all the way out here? Quinn asked, checking the computer and scanning for information. Logan quickly accessed the military's databases, including all of the other groups. This space station. It's not registered. There are no records of it. It isn't one belonging to the military or any factions of the past. Logan answered. So that means, we don't even know where this space station goes, Mona replied. It might not even go back to Earth's solar system. The question after that was, where did it go then? Of course, Quinn and the others were going to find out. Usually, they should have long since received a transmission from those inside, either asking them what they wanted or just to warn them against approaching any closer. Since there was no such thing, it was safe to assume that it was abandoned. If the group wanted to find out what Richard Eno had left them, they had no choice but to enter the space station itself. It was unclear whether whatever they were supposed to find was on the space station, or it was wherever it led to. Either way, before just recklessly turning it on and jumping through it, the trio decided to explore it in hopes of finding some hint at just what they had in store. The 2 large buildings were at either side of the giant floating ring, and the bridge was what connected all 3 parts together which would run underneath the ring. The ship landed on top of the building, which was as large as a hotel. They weren't too sure if all equipment was working on the space station, so all 3 of them had to wear specially designed military spacesuits. The special suits were quite fitting to one's body, but they were designed so there was a minimal loss of movement. Still, there was noticeable loss on the user's end. There were also thrusters on the suites which would allow them temporarily fly through space, but not for any significant distance. I don't really know how to use this, Mona admitted. Both Logan and Quinn looked at each other as they found it strange. Both of them had been forced to practice using something similar to the suites during their time at school. That was regular school, not even the military one. You guys should know that I'm older than you. I went to school before the first Dalkey War. Mona understood what they were thinking. Of course, the military did put us through some training when the war started. But since I created my own faction, I never really had to bother with that stuff. Because of this, Logan put a special backpack that he would normally use for himself. It was what the spider legs he used came out of, and Mona was now wearing it. When leaving the ship, the spider legs dug in the ground and moved along with her, and it made sure that she stayed more grounded even if anything was to accidentally hit her and she was to drift off. It was a good thing they had done as well, because due to the whole space station seemingly being offline, it looked like none of the life support systems were online. Alright, so we'll go through this half of the building first and see if we can find anything. There should be a control center here and another one on the other side as well. Logan explained. The space stations are set up like that, so it requires two people at the same time at both ends to activate the space station simultaneously. However, with me here we don't really need that, so there will be no need for us to split up. Entering from the top, the group decided to tread carefully through the floors. The other two didn't have super speed like Quinn, and he wanted to stay and protect them. The first floor seemed to be filled with nothing but empty beds. It looked like none of them had been used for a while, and the pattern continued as the whole place felt a little soulless. So, what was it like? Before the war, I mean? Quinn asked. I would love to say that everything was much better, but if I'm being honest, although a lot of things changed before and after, some things remained the same. Mona replied. Have you ever heard of the No Lethal Weapons Act? Quinn shook his head, and so did Logan as he was interested in world history. They were only taught up to a certain point in time, and even across the internet it seemed like beyond a certain date all records just vanished. Perhaps a lot of it was destroyed during the First Dalkey War, which was why Logan was unable to access it. Thousands of years of history lost in servers somewhere, unable to be recovered. I'm not surprised. If there are still any people from my grandfather's generation alive, they might still remember it, though it got scrapped around my father's generation, and the only way we have of learning of old history is stories passed down. Anyway, it was introduced at a time when the world was so scared that it would destroy itself that all of the countries at the time had to agree to no longer use lethal weapons. This included basic things like guns. On the surface level, the world was peaceful for a long while, but even then there was still corruption in every country. Then, of course, one of the countries broke this act, and war started as if the act never existed in the first place. When I was a kid, it honestly felt like the world was soon going to destroy each other. Everyone was predicting the end. Yet, what probably saved us from that fate was the attack from the Dalkey. Humanity was suddenly forced to band together. The concept of countries was no longer important, it was just the human race against them. Honestly, it seems like whatever you do, you can't fix the whole world. History just repeats itself again and again. Which is why I made my own family. Although I can't control others, I am in control of myself. So I made sure that I could look after my family. I just never expected my family to grow so big. Mona replied. Although Mona didn't seem too fond of the world before the war, Quinn still wondered what it was like before everyone had been made aware of abilities. Ray, his ancestor, must have also fought through some crazy times. What about you, Vincent? You were alive before the war, right? Quinn asked. The vampires always tried to live a quiet life before the others. But you lived part of my life when I was on Earth, although there were bad times, there were good times as well. I'm sure after this war is over you will be able to celebrate these good times with your friends and family. Quinn. Vincent replied. Just as expected, after going through every floor, they found no signs of life. But Quinn's nose did manage to find something a little strange. That was when they entered the kitchen. There was a storage room at the very back. Opening it, it was ice cold, and it reminded Quinn of another place he had been to a long time ago. However, there was no food inside. Searching, he was trying to find if there was anything there. Quinn pulled some of the frozen drawers that were frozen shut. The ice cracked from them, and that's when Quinn could see it. There were blood packs. Hundreds and hundreds of blood packs. Using his inspect skill, Quinn found that the blood here, similar to the one in the vampire world, all belonged to one person. They were cloning blood. This place was a space station for the vampires to use. Quinn declared quite confidently, "I've never heard of such a thing." The vampires had the advanced technology to use teleporters. Vincent commented, "We had already figured out a way to use one teleporter to go wherever we wished, so the use of space stations seems redundant." "Well, the teleporters have their disadvantages, right?" Quinn countered. "For one's ending a large group takes a long time, and you aren't able to send ships through either. Essentially, the perfect use for space stations was to send out a large group of ships, and there were only a few reasons why someone might have wanted to do that." The group eventually continued looking through the station, but there was no other sign that vampires used to work in the place. Seeing as they had come here following Richard's instructions, the likeliest scenario was that it had been used by him and his clones. Entering the command center in one room, Logan placed one hand on the terminal activating his ability. He was trying to find out any information he could. It didn't take long for him to take it off again. "That's strange," Logan said. "The terminal works fine, and I can link up with the other one to open the space station. But it seems that whoever had been here, all the information about where it goes to, its logs, pretty much everything else has been cleared. Not just deleted but wiped to the point where I can't see, much less restore it. Everything but one thing. An input of a single destination. That doesn't exactly make sense. If I was to take a guess, it's coordinates to go to once we get through this place." Hearing these words, all three of them had goosebumps. Logan was the only one that would have been able to access certain information from a space station like so. The original coordinates to the space station was given to Mona. Did this mean Richard knew from the beginning what they would do and who they would bring? Had he really been able to see that far ahead? It was almost as if the ancient vampire had the ability to predict the future. After figuring this out, the group went to the other building through the bridge, but they found that it only contained the same thing. So it was time for Logan to open up the space station. Activating it, it would take a few hours for the energy to start up and the space station to turn on, so they decided to wait outside in the ship they had come in. Eventually the space station was active, and it was time for them to see what was on the other side. The group decided to keep the spacesuits on, just in case something happened to the ship on the other side. Quinn also made sure to have his shadow ability ready to use at any point in time. "Here we go," Logan said, activating the ship's thrusters and propelling them forward through the teleporter. In mere seconds they found themselves on the other side, in a new section of space. In the distance they could see a large sun, and several planets that were floating about. Logan immediately went to the controls, to scan what was up ahead, but it was as he thought. "We have no information on any of these planets. They don't belong to the Beast solar system or Earth's. We are in a completely unknown area to humans at the moment, so where are we?" As for Quinn, he had an idea. The vampire planet that they would regularly visit also wasn't part of the Beast planet solar system or Earth's. "Maybe we've just found a new way to the vampire world?" he mused. Each solar system was a little different, starting with the size of its respective sun, over the number of planets, their rotation speed, number of respective moons, and a whole lot more. However, that was unique about the Beast planet's solar system and Earth's was that they were the only known ones to have signs of life. In the first place, the only reason humanity had been able to travel to the Beast solar system was due to the technology that had been created by Richard Eno. At the time, everyone had believed that the scientist had somehow managed to reverse engineer the teleporters the Dalki had on their ships. Of course, these days Quinn didn't know how much to believe in those stories and achievements of his ancestors. "This is amazing. I wonder if the planets here also have signs of life. Could you imagine what it would mean for humanity if we found a solar system, away from all the Dalki?" Logan asked in excitement. He allowed their ship to continue going towards the destination that had been left at the space station. But if possible, he would love nothing more than to land on one of the planets nearby and explore. If that was true, then there are resources here that are untapped by the Dalki and the humans. It could solve our crystal problem if we were able to hunt on these secretly. Mona also quickly grasped the strategic importance of such a place. "You two seem to be forgetting something." Quinn found it odd that he had to be the one to point this out, but most likely his companions were just too excited at this revelation. We didn't discover this place. We followed Eno's instructions to what we can only assume to have been his space station that led us here. What's more, we came out of another space station, which means this place has already been discovered. Keep that in mind. Through this realization, the others were on guard now. Eventually, the ship started to head towards one planet in particular, but there were no signs of a civilization that could be seen on this planet. Using his sole weapon, Logan decided to modify the upper part of the ship and create a new type of telescope device that could zoom to the point where they could see what was on the surface of the planet. This would link up with his monitor and record information for himself. He then zoomed in on the planet to see if he could find anything, and that's when he could see it. On one of the dark purple-colored planets there were strange blob-like creatures. There were signs of life. Whether they were like beasts or not they did not know. Perhaps the crystals were a unique trait to the beasts that were found in the beast solar system. After all, standard animals from Earth did not have any crystals of energy inside their body. Looking past a few planets, they eventually came across a strange one. The planet itself wasn't what was strange, but it was what was next to it. A little far from the planet itself, they could see a large metallic object. It was a distance away from the planet and stayed in front of the sun. What was strange about it was that it looked like the object wasn't orbiting around the planet and stayed in place. I have an idea what that is. It looks like your hypothesis was correct, Quinn. Vincent said. What you guys are looking at in front of you should be the vampire world. Although Vincent himself had been on Earth when the vampires had decided to move planets, he recognized the device because it was something that the vampires had been trying to create for the longest time. The blueprints to such a device had already appeared during his time, but the finished version differed slightly to what he remembered. Nevertheless, it was clear enough that this device could block out the sunlight. Vincent had found it strange that the vampires had found a planet that had allowed them to avoid the sunlight, while also not having it freeze over, eradicating all signs of life. It looked like they were successful, but Vincent wasn't exactly pleased about this. The only reason the device hadn't been constructed during his era had been because they were afraid the vampires would use it to their advantage, for a way for them to block out the sunlight on Earth as well. Maybe it is a good thing that they moved, Vincent thought. Logan, scan that planet over there, but do so from a distance. It will be for the best if they don't see us. Quinn requested. Moving the ship further away, Logan zoomed into the planet. On one side it looked to be completely dark and he could see forests and mountains. There didn't seem to be much. They didn't see what Quinn was expecting, but they were only able to look at part of the planet in the first place, and the settlement could have been anywhere, but just seeing the way the planet looked itself, it definitely reminded Quinn of the place. Is that our destination? Quinn wondered if Richard had set up some base on the vampire planet. It would make sense for him to want to keep an eye on them. No, it looks like it's quite far again. Just like the space station we found, it doesn't seem to be close to the other planets. Logan answered. What this also meant was another few days of travel. As more time passed, Quinn was getting more anxious about the possible situation on the cursed ship, the cursed faction planets, and vampire world. It might have only been days, but anything could have happened. However, the good news was that even while in this section their communication devices back to the cursed ship were still working, so they were happy to know that everything was still okay on their end. Quinn continued to practice his third stage of chi, while Mona was now using her spare time to test out the thrusters on the suit. It was something one had to get used to, but it was one of those things similar to swimming or riding a bike, that once you got the hang of the feeling it was easy to do. Becoming an expert or using it efficiently was of course a different story. Finally, it looked like they had reached their destination, and once again they were in for a surprise. After discovering a whole solar system full of planets, they thought their destination would be one of the planets. Instead, it looked like they had come across a large stationary ship. It was large in size, almost as big as the Bertha ships, but was flat like a giant saucer. However, the center of it, there was a large dome. Ship might have also been the wrong word to describe it, since it looked like it had no thrusters and wouldn't move in place, but it was definitely man-made. Well, it looks like this was Eno's secret little base. It's pretty big. I'm guessing he would have had a lab here as well. If we're lucky and the information hasn't been scrapped, I might even be able to find out the secret behind how he created those clones. Logan claimed. If that was the case, perhaps they could create one for Vincent to use as well. I think it's safe to assume that Eno must have left something here. I don't believe he would lead us to this place if it didn't have anything that could help us in this war. Mona mused. This was why Quinn wanted to come here as well, but more so he was hoping he would find out the reason for why Eno had done so much. I want to know why Eno wanted to save the human race. Why did he have such a will and determination to risk his life? And is he even dead? Surrounding the strange giant saucer ship, they could see several large square containers as well. They looked like giant storage containers but were made of metal and were attached to the giant saucer like some type of tube. What do you think they are? Logan asked. It was at that moment that Logan received a message coming from the computer terminal. Unidentified ship has entered the area. Please state the password. The voice was robotic and Logan could tell this was bad news. Password? What password? Mona. Did Eno mention anything about a password you forgot to mention? Logan asked, looking over to the woman. The others looked at each other, because if they didn't figure out the password, they were afraid that something could happen soon. Logan quickly typed in the coordinates that he had been given both times into the machine, but both of them came up with a wrong answer. Quinn, this is your crazy grandpa, do you have any ideas? Logan asked. His mind was drawing a blank. It wasn't as if he and Richard had shared a particularly intimate relationship, so how was he supposed to know? Try his own name maybe? Beep. My name. Beep. I love humans? Beep. Equivalent exchange. Quinn and Mona kept throwing out suggestions and none of them worked eventually. Too many wrong attempts. Activating emergency defensive measures. After coming all this way, what seemed to be the last hurdle that had stopped them from progressing was a password. That senile old man. Did he just forget? Or is he playing with us? Quinn thought, but that didn't matter because they had to prepare for what was about to happen to them next. A red light could be seen around the edge of the giant saucer ship, which indicated this was no joke. I'm preparing defenses on the ship. Logan placed both hands on the command center and was prepared to use his ability to somehow get them out of this station. He was, after all, the best when it came to things like this. Quinn strangely had his eyes closed because he could hear something. Due to it being muffled, he wasn't quite sure what it was. Tracking the strange noise led his eyes to the peculiar giant containers linked to the main ship, which were slowly opening up. No laser blasts were being fired from the ship. Instead, the 4 containers attached to the ship were the only things moving. When the doors were fully opened, multiple tentacles immediately grabbed onto the outside of the container, gripping tightly. Soon it used the container to push itself off and leapt through the open space, catapulting and revealing its whole body. It was a living creature, but not one like they had seen before. Usually, beasts on the beast planets had a resemblance to those animals that they had on Earth. Although there could be those vastly different at times, there was always a base for the beasts. This, however, was something that looked to have come straight out of a nightmare. The tentacles on its body were the only thing remotely recognizable. It had several mouths all over its body, opening and closing, baring its razor-sharp teeth while also emitting a strange slime that would fall from them. Its head was an odd shape, almost hammer-like, and as for its eyes, it was anyone's best guess where they were. Inspect. A demigod-tier beast known as the Galactic Worm. There are demigod-tier beasts. They'll be powerful. So we have to be careful. Quinn warned. Did you say demigod-tier? But there's 4 of them. Mona counted just to make sure. Although demigod-tier beasts were considered considerably weaker than demon-tier beasts. Usually it meant they only needed to deal with one beast, groups of people could work together, or in the worst case they could run away. However, fighting against 4 strong beasts at once. Even a powerful ability user would struggle, but Quinn, faced with this situation, smiled. This has to be a blessing. If we kill these beasts, we will obtain 4 powerful crystals we can use and create another item. Quinn was already running over to exit from the ship. Since he had his space suit on, he could easily go out to fight. Leaping off from the ship, Quinn drifted into space and used the thrusters to propel him forward. In space, he was unable to rely on one thing, and that was his footwork and speed. He could still move his arms and legs just as fast to attack, but moving around the beast or getting in a good position would be difficult. Because of this, Quinn soon found himself in front of only two of the demigod-tier beasts. The worms were able to freely move in space somehow, and it was then that they avoided a confrontation with Quinn and decided to go straight for the ship. Mona, I can probably deal or hold one of them, but I'm gonna need you to try your best to handle another, or at least protect the ship, Logan said. Although Mona was reluctant to go outside, she knew how dire the situation was and did so. She still had the spider legs with her, but she also decided that it would be best for her to stay on the ship, rather than trying to maneuver in space like a certain someone. So I can't fight the way I usually do. This might be quite difficult, Mona thought, for at the same time Logan was widely moving the ship, trying to get away from the worm beasts. The only thing keeping her on at the moment was the spider legs. Lasers fired out from the ship, hitting the strange worms once in a while, but eventually, one of the worms was able to latch onto the ship with its tentacle, sticking to it like glue. It pulled itself over and opened its large mouths, spitting out the strange green sludge. Mona quickly avoided the attacks, jumping and moving out of the way, seeing the weird slime hit the ship. Oh, I thought it was acid, but it doesn't seem to have done anything to the ship, Mona said. She ran up to the beast, avoiding all the green slime, and attempted to punch it with her fist. When she did, she soon saw that where her fist was going to hit wasn't a hard part of the flesh, but it was just one of its several mouths on its body that was closed. It opened up wide, ready to chomp down at her, but Mona was fast and quickly spun her body, aiming to hit another area with a kick. Before she could hit it, she found herself struck by the strange green slime. She tried to quickly wipe it off, but it just stuck to her other arm. This is annoying, it doesn't seem to do anything, but it looks like I can't get it off either. If I keep getting hit by this slime, it will keep adding up. What a pain in the AR. Out from the side, she had been whacked by the tentacle. It was a strong blow, stronger than what the spider legs could handle, and soon she could be seen drifting in space. Activating the thrusters, she tried to correct her body position but overused them, spinning her top half forward looking like she was doing a front flip. She tried activating them again and started to spin back in the other direction. If she didn't get a hold of how to use this thing, then she would soon become food for the demigod tier beats. I thought that something like this might happen. Logan moved the ship close to Mona, converting the top half into a claw, grabbing her in space. It was an embarrassing situation for Mona, but she was thankful and paid close attention to the whole situation. One of the worms was still on the ship, while the other had been hit quite a few times by Logan's lasers. It was more hurt than the one she was fighting. In fact, she had done no damage at all to the beast. Seeing this, a plan came into her head. Hey, chuck me over to that one. You can do that, right? Mona shouted through the receiver. I can, but I don't think you'll reach that far, Logan replied. Don't worry, I can use the thrusters. I may not be good at this thing, but I know how to just go forward at least. Even though Mona claimed she knew how to go forward, Logan wasn't too sure from what he had seen so far. He was worried that throwing her to the other beast would mean he took part in her death. Still, he listened as the ship charged forward and threw Mona. She activated her thrusters, giving her a boost, and she latched onto the strange hand on top of the beast's. Immediately, several mouths all over its body started to bite Mona, while also emptying the strange green sludge onto her body. Still, she had a smile on her face. I wasn't trying to kill you in the first place. If I couldn't do anything about an injured demigod-tier beast, it would be an embarrassment to say I was one of the big four. Pressing her hand against the beast's head, it only took a few moments before she was in control. Now she had her very own space beasts that could perfectly move well in space. Now, let's get rid of your brother or sister or whatever relation you guys have. After taking control of one of the beasts, it was easy for Mona and the beasts to take care of the one attached to the ship. First, the mouths that made the strange green slime could also eat it back up off of Mona's body. so she was free to move, and Logan had learned something else. Could understand Mona's intentions. When fighting with her, the beast moved the way she wanted to. Logan was also able to aid with his blasters. Eventually, they successfully defeated the worm, obtaining its crystal, letting it float in space. That's when the two of them finally had the time to see how much trouble Quinn was having. Only there wasn't much for them to see. He had already defeated the two of them. The beasts were dead with gigantic holes in the center of their body. He had 2 demigod-tier crystals in his hand, but he just floated in place there. This is it, I finally did. I did it without the help of Leo or others. This is the power of the 3rd stage of Chi. Quinn smiled to himself, having finally made a breakthrough. These days spent on the ship didn't seem useless, and with the beasts dealt with, they could finally enter the ship and find out just what Ino had in store for them. Other than the 4 demigod-tier beasts that had just been dealt with, it didn't look like anything else was appearing from the strange containers. However, for some reason the saucer ship hadn't stopped emitting a bright red light that would fade and brighten up like an alarm, making them believe that maybe they weren't out of trouble just yet. They had managed to obtain a new powerful ally, in the form of the galactic worm, who at the moment was stuck on the roof of the ship while everyone else was back inside. It was amazing seeing how once a creature was tamed it showed no hostility towards its user, but unlike the marked it still had a mind of its own. The 3 demigod-tier crystals that had been obtained were all given to Quinn to put in his system for the time being. "Don't you want to keep this?" Quinn asked, since Mona had immediately handed him the crystal she had earned. She looked at him for a few seconds. Although she knew she had some claim to it, seeing as she had had to struggle against the demigod-tier beast due to her still not being that proficient in piloting her suit, it still wouldn't have been an easy job for her. Nevertheless, Mona knew she had only succeeded because Logan had helped her. It also didn't seem right for her to keep it, seeing as she and Logan had dealt with 2 together, while Quinn had dealt with 2 on his own. She had already gotten another demigod-tier pet out of this, which was more than enough for her. However, Mona did kind of wish that she had been able to witness what exactly Quinn had done to create 2 giant holes in their body from the position he had been in. "Don't you dare refuse to accept it," Mona replied. "You give me a demon-tier amulet, and I can't even hand you this?" She shoved the crystal away before Quinn could return it. "I suggest that we be cautious about entering the place," Logan said as they drifted closer to the ship. "I don't like the fact that the ship is still showing signs of an alarm. It should be a sign that it is still in self-defense mode. If nothing is coming at us, I can only assume that it must have activated something inside of it." Honestly, Logan would very much like to inspect the tubes to see what was the need for them to be inside the containers. Perhaps it was a way to keep the beasts alive while it was trapped there. He also was very interested in finding out how Ino had set it up so it would attack the intruders rather than their own ship. Nonetheless, it would be best to turn off the safety system first and then explore later. They wouldn't want to go into one of those strange containers and end up being trapped. Moving around, the saucer ship didn't seem to react in any certain way, and Logan was now outside, as it approached one of the landing points on the ship. With his ability, even if the system didn't want to let them in, he should be able to override its directives. Touching the door outside, steam left from the ship. As the door slid open, they landed inside the giant saucer ship. "Careful," Logan warned them as the whole group left the ship and were now on the metallic ground inside. "The door itself is a separate system to the whole ship, so I was unable to turn off the whole system. Looks like Ino was prepared for someone like me to turn up. Still, if we find the main server, I can turn this thing off and maybe find what we're trying to look for." The group looked around the first area they were in, but there was nothing special about it other than several standard ships inside the landing area. Given its size, they also decided that it was wiser to leave the galactic worm to guard the ship, just in case they had any more visitors. Although the pet was strong, now that Mona was on the ground she was confident in her skills again. While walking around, there were several doors that they could go through. After all, the place was large in size and they had no clue what led to what. But then something unexpected happened. One of the doors suddenly opened up. "Logan, I'm guessing you weren't the one that did that, right?" Quinn asked. Logan shook his head and found it interesting to say the least. My family created an AI system that we used to control the house. Wouldn't surprise me if Richard has something like that and it's leading us somewhere. That, or he planned it this way. Well, should we check out where we're being led to? Or should we pick our own route? Mona asked. Quinn thought about it for a while. Maybe it wasn't even an AI system, maybe Richard was alive and still watching them. I think that this is Richard's doing, so let's just play his stupid little game. Quinn decided, and the three walked through the just-opened door. As soon as all of them had passed through, it immediately shut behind them. It wasn't really a problem for Quinn, since he could just use shadow travel to get out again. Nevertheless, it was annoying and just stressed the part that they were being forced to go a certain way. The three of them were expecting to enter a large hall, but instead they were now in a corridor that could barely fit the three of them, only allowing for minimum movement. There was nothing but a long hallway. This reminds me of those trials, Logan commented. Quinn was thinking the same thing. When they had entered the vampire world for the first time, they had entered what they suspected to be Richard Eno's lab, where he had been running certain experiments. The group remained on guard while walking through the hall, and at the end they entered a large square room. Here there were 3 operating doors. Seriously, what is wrong with him? He was the one who wanted us here, so why the need for these games? Quinn asked in frustration. As if reacting to his little outburst, a screen came out from the ceiling. They waited for a few seconds until they heard a message. Face reorganization has been completed. Welcome, Mona, Logan and Quinn. Pre-recorded video message will now play. Welcome all to what I guess you could call my home, or more accurately speaking, what has been my base of operations for the longest time. Richard Eno said as he appeared on the screen. If you're seeing this particular message being played, it means that the ones who have arrived are Mona, Logan, and Quinn. However, you being here most likely means that my life has come to an end. Our relationship must have been close if I told you about this place, and for you to have trusted me enough to travel all this way here, so don't be saddened by my death. Quinn almost let out a laugh after hearing this phrase, but just in time he realized how disrespectful that would be. Despite all his faults, it was undeniable that Richard had helped them. The fact that you're here must mean that you either have some unanswered questions, or, and I hope this won't be the case, that even after my death you are in need of my help. I have helped save the human race for the longest time now, yet I guess even after my death I won't be allowed to rest. To be honest, I worry what will happen without me. Man, the way he talks, it's really hard to like this guy. Quinn thought. This is why I have prepared things for you and only you. After saying these words, names appeared above each of the doors, each one corresponding to those in the room. I have prepared many things that should be able to help you out in your journey going forward. However, since I can't predict when exactly you will see this, I have prepared a test that will analyze your abilities and find the things most compatible with you. I hope you will be worthy of it, otherwise it might be best to save it for someone else that may be of more use in the future. Some of you may have powers that can cheat the system, or you might be thinking of taking more than just your own reward, but I advise against doing anything of the sort. If any one of you attempts to cheat my system, all 3 of you will receive nothing. Should all 3 of you pass the trials that are in front of you, you will also be granted access to the main ship's server, which will allow you to access all the information I have gathered over my lifetime. After all, this is knowledge that cannot be lost. There is a need for this information and it must be passed on, so we keep learning from our mistakes and improve. Now it's time for you to start your trials. Richard declared with the largest smile on his face. The message from Richard had ended there, and just like that the 3 of them were left stunned in place. I just don't understand, can Eno really predict the future, to the point where our names appear above these doors? Maybe what you said was true. Mona wondered, looking towards Logan. Probably not he himself, but you did say that you saw him meeting with Bliss before. It could be possible for it all to be set up beforehand due to her visions, especially if the 2 of them were close like you stated. Logan theorized. There is also the chance that it's simply using advanced AI. As long as Richard has information on us, and the AI did say it recognized us because it had scanned our faces, it would be simple to match up faces and names and display them on top of the doors. While Logan and Mona were busy speaking volumes about Richard's genius, Quinn was silent and left to his own thoughts. What kind of rewards could he have left that could help us in our current situation? Quinn wondered. And if he really had something that could give us some sort of power boost, why didn't he bring it along to Blade Island? Why make it difficult on himself? It's a hard question to answer, Quinn. Perhaps Richard is just doing the same thing I did when I first met you. Back when I was in the system, I also kept testing you. Vincent replied. Sometimes, when we realize that we aren't able to achieve something, we try to help the future by allowing them to learn from our mistakes. Quinn knew that the only one who might be able to answer these questions would have been Richard himself. But that wasn't going to happen now. Still, it would be a lie if the Vampire Lord would claim that he wasn't interested in the promised rewards. He walked up to the door with his name above, and the other two stopped talking to look at Quinn. "Let me be the first one to go in," Quinn said. "You should wait until I'm done, so I can give you an idea what happened to me. I have the shadow ability, so in case there's something dangerous in there, I should have no problem getting out. Sure, I might not get the reward, but at least I'll still survive. It's a different story for you too. Do you really think that Richard would put something so dangerous that it could kill us?" Mona asked. Quinn nodded. He didn't even have to think about it. Richard Eno was the type of guy who would do anything to achieve his goal. If he wanted to test their worthiness, the ancient vampire wouldn't shy away from using possibly fatal means. Walking up to the door, Quinn pressed his hand against it to see if it would open. Unfortunately, it only resulted in another AI announcement. "One person has accepted the challenge. All three must accept their challenge to proceed." Of course, he wouldn't let us catch a break. Quinn chuckled to himself. He was wondering if he should take the test on his own. If he completed it, then he could always just come back and save the others if there was a need to, but it looked like all three of them would have to agree to take the test and do so at the same time for the door to open. "I won't pressure you guys to do anything you don't want to do," Quinn said with a smile, turning around, but the other two were no longer where they once were. Quinn could hear two beeping sounds almost instantly. Turning to his left and right, he could see both of them already with their hands against the door. All three participants have accepted the test. Once all three enter their test room, the doors will be shut and the test will begin. Warning: the tests will have to be taken alone. Any interruptions by other participants will result in immediate failure. Passing the test will open up another door, leading to your respective rewards. With the doors open, Quinn lifted up both hands and gave a thumbs up to them both before walking in, and now all three of them were in a pitch-black room. They were separate from each other. Quinn thought that perhaps with his heightened senses, he would be able to hear the others in their rooms, but he was unable to hear anything. Until the sound of some electronics were moving in his room, it sounded like a platform was appearing from underneath, and he could see a person being lifted up into the room, one that looked identical to Richard himself. "You're not Richard. At least not the real one, right?" Quinn asked. "No." The person shook his head. "I am but a mere clone, who was woken up by your arrival. Although if you're here, it should mean the original has perished, so I might be as real as I can be. I should have all his memories, at least up to the moment he created me." Hearing this, Quinn was looking forward to asking the clone some questions about Eno and his intentions. However, he didn't get the chance. "It's time for your test. If you succeed, you might get the answers you seek." In the other rooms, both Logan and Mona had been placed in the same situation, each of them meeting with a clone of Eno. "Mona, I'm elated that you were among those who have come here. Honestly, there was a good chance that you wouldn't have come." The clone spoke with a mild smile on his face. Given their age difference, they resembled a grandfather who was looking lovingly over his granddaughter. "You're crucial to humanity's fate in your own way, and I don't mean just because you created a force that allowed you rise to the position of one of the big four. The truth is, I didn't save your life, it was more of me hiding you. There is someone out there who is looking for your powers more than you might believe, and I fear that if they obtain it, then it would mean the human race will once again create another problem for themselves. You already know them, it's the group known as Pure. They might not seem like that much of a threat with the war that is going on, but they are dabbling in cross-breeding humans with beasts, creating something that might even be worse than Dalki. I fear that they will succeed, as history has already seen it happen a long time ago. The events that have played out have all been scratched and rewritten, but I've watched it happen. Your ancestors played a crucial part in helping save the world back then with their powers, which is why I returned the favor by protecting your family from the shadows. Whatever happens, you must not allow Pure to get their hands on you. I know you care for the people around you, so you will try your best to help them. There seems to be others that hold grudges against Pure as well. Perhaps someday they can aid you in their fight. With all the troubles you and the world will face, I have left you something that you will be able to use in the war. Mona looked confused for a second, as she stared at Ino's clones. She had been listening carefully the whole time. She didn't know too much about her family, similar to Quinn's. They had ended up dying in the war, yet they had passed on next to nothing to her. She had heard the rumors that Pure had kidnapped some of her members, but what she was concerned about was something else. What about my test? Don't I have to prove that I am worthy of the reward? Mona asked. You have passed the test simply by coming here. Humans show a lot of discrimination to what they can't understand or those that are different to them. They have done this for centuries, but you found out what I was and still chose to trust me by coming here, and you have come here with another that is like myself. It was then, strangely, that the clone lifted both its hands up, covering them with red aura. Mona had a bad feeling of what was about to happen, and using both its arms, clone Ino killed himself on the spot. As soon as the clone died and fell to the ground, the door on the other side opened up. Walking towards the door, Mona stopped by the dead body which lay on the floor. She turned it over so she could see Richard's face. I never did get to say goodbye. You might have protected me for your own reasons, but that doesn't change the fact that you looked after me, and for that you have my gratitude. She gently placed her hands over his eyelids, shutting them before walking through the door and out of the black room. The door behind had closed, and she now was in some type of strange lab. A giant glass tube container could be seen in front of her, and floating inside was a headless man. What is this, and who is that? Mona thought. Walking up to the glass tube, she could then see a digital name running across the top. Oscar White. It was just a body without its head, floating inside the container. There was no visible wound on the body to indicate that someone had removed the head. It almost looked smooth, as if there had never been a head there in the first place. My sources did tell me that our retired Supreme Commander had lost a fight against One Horn, and that his body seemed to have been mostly destroyed, aside from his head. But this makes no sense. Mona thought as she walked up to the container, trying to see if she could find the head. It didn't take her long to find what she was looking for. Off to the side, a few meters away, another glass container was seen. Inside it was filled with liquid, and she could see a floating head. One that was without a doubt Oscar's. However, when making eye contact with such a thing, she felt her stomach churning, goosebumps appearing over her arms. It looked like Oscar without a shadow of a doubt. But for whatever reason he now had a creepy smile spread across his face. It stretched from ear to ear, and it wouldn't stop. Getting closer to it, she placed her hand on the glass. Richard, how is this meant to help us win the war? What have you done to him? Mona mumbled the question to herself. In that split second, as she lifted her hand off of the glass container, the eyes inside moved and were now staring right at her, while the smile still hadn't faded. It's alive! Mona let out a scream as she nearly fell over backwards. She quickly stabilized herself and was glad that she was the only one in the room. As she slowly regained some of her calm demeanor, people knew her foe. She started to walk around the room and found that the eyes of Oscar continually followed her. Oscar, what has he done to you? Are you really still alive there? You can hear me, right? Mona asked, but there was no reply, no blinking, only his eyes that followed her every step and that unsettling smile that wouldn't disappear. Now what do I do? Mona thought as she waited in the room. There were 4 doors in total, the one she came from, one to her left, one to her right, and another straight ahead, but only her own had opened up. I guess I have no other choice but to wait until the other 2 are done. Unfortunately, I doubt he will have made their tests as easy as mine. Hopefully Logan or Quinn can figure out what has happened to Oscar, and what exactly we should do with him. Logan was currently face to face with one of Richard's clones. However, unlike Quinn, he didn't give the other any chance to speak. Instead, he instantly took control over the situation. You told me that Jim was the one who killed my parents. That he was the one who had taken over the AI in my house. But for what? Logan asked. Judging from what we have learned from you, we have gathered that you are a person who is willing to do anything, and I mean anything for the sake of the human race. Now, I don't know if you were telling the truth, or you simply allowed it to happen because you found that my skills would surpass my parents, but only if you thought I needed something to give me that extra push to grow stronger, to give me a reason to fight our enemy. I just know that my parents are dead. Jim is dead, and even the real you is dead. So what does that mean now? Logan asked him with slinted eyes, his balled-up hands shaking. Clone Richard was silent for a while. He was patiently waiting for Logan to let out all of his anger. I deeply regret what has happened to your family, but I have told you the truth, the clone replied. You saw it in your own family's logs how there was a promise between our families. I promised that I would protect them, yet I failed to save your parents, and it was even at the hands of my own bloodline. Whatever you want to do, you'll have to decide for yourself. The members of your green family have always acted out of a desire to discover new things and to accumulate knowledge, not because of revenge, Logan. Seeing as their blood runs through your veins, I'm sure you'll do the right thing. Should you pass, and I pray that you do, the reward that awaits you will be all the knowledge I have amassed over my lifetime. The creation of clones, the world's real history, and more. However, once you gain possession of that knowledge, there will be others like you who will come after you to seek it out. While the pursuit of knowledge might be a noble thing, certain things can't be allowed to fall into the wrong hands. Now that I can no longer protect you, you'll have to be able to protect yourself. Stepping aside, a teleporter started to rise out from the ground. Logan didn't know what his test was, but it seemed like it would be one that was to test his strength. One of the areas that he was lacking in. Logan understood that this was his last chance to refuse to take the test. If he went through, there was likely no way out for him, other than completing the task or die trying. Knowledge, is that what I want? All I've been thinking about all this time were my parents. But is Richard telling me to forget about all that, to just enjoy life as me? Not yet clear about his answer, Logan hoped that he might find it in the reward itself. After a bit of hesitation, he concluded that he had come too far to just abandon everything. Once stepping through the teleporter, he experienced the usual feeling of getting transported somewhere else. Unsurprisingly, he didn't end up anywhere that he recognized. Immediately, Logan put on his speed suit and started to scan the area. Since it was dark and night on the planet, night vision was a basic requirement. Looking around, he found himself in some sort of junkyard. There were several scraps of rubbish metals and more all over the place, but so far no signs of any beasts. Carefully checking out the area, Logan was waiting for his AI to gather more information. It quickly became apparent that this planet wasn't one that was on his database. Could it be one of the planets of the sector we are currently in? Since the reward should be behind the door in that room I was just in, there has to be a way for me to return. Is that my test, to survive and find the teleporter back? Logan wondered. Figuring that this was a new planet, Logan decided to have a look at what exactly this rubbish was. There were things he had never seen before, and things that looked similar. Walking up to one of the large piles, he soon saw objects falling down from the top of the pile. Looking more closely, he discovered a single horn sticking out from the top. Quickly, Logan jumped back and readied his blasters. Moving from the rubbish, it revealed a beast that looked similar to a muscular dog. Only its jaws seemed to extend far wider than should be possible. Opening its mouth, it revealed a tongue that would be as long as a frog and seemingly just as flexible. Unfortunately, that creature wasn't alone. Logan noticed that other trash piles started moving and more of the dog-like beasts began to appear. One of the beasts opened its mouth wide, growling at Logan, so he wasted no time using his blaster, firing directly in its mouth. "How do you like the power of a raw intermediate crystal?" Logan shouted, confident that the beast wouldn't get up from it. He was right, but there were already 10 of his buddies in the area around Logan, and if there were more of them, he began to worry how many his blaster could kill before running out of energy. Quinn was ready to hear the details of his test and was waiting for Ino to explain. But instead, the clone stepped to the side, and there was a platform underneath him. For your test to begin, we first must make some preparations. Please step on here. The clone instructed him. On the ground, Quinn could see a strange circle with several different shapes and characters he was unable to read. He was worried that this could be something disastrous. Have you seen this before? Does it have something to do with the equivalent exchange ability? Quinn asked. I have no clue what is about to happen. It's your call, Quinn. Vincent replied. Quinn had already made up his mind, so he decided to not hesitate and step on the strange circle. The next message that had appeared he wasn't expecting. System has been overridden. System will now temporarily go offline. The junkyard seemed to be endless. No matter which direction Logan looked in, it was all just plastered in junk, making him even wonder if that might just be the type of planet he was on. Finding a teleporter seemed as likely as finding a needle in a haystack. Not that he had the time to leisurely search through it. He was busy running away from the dog-type beasts. Logan was doing his best to conserve the energy of his blasters, since he didn't have an endless supply of backup crystals with him. While trying to find a way out, he would only fire when those beasts came so close that he had to defend himself. Unfortunately, even after half an hour of running around, Logan didn't really get anywhere and the number of his pursuers hadn't decreased at all. His AI was still scanning the area, but nothing useful had come of it, up until now. Those beasts seem to be on the same level as intermediate tier beasts, so I can finish them with a single blast in a vital spot, but I'm down to 3 replacement crystals. Logan thought. Did Ino just want to see me survive the onslaught of beasts, simulating how people might come after me for his knowledge? Is there something about it that I have yet to grasp? Could there be someone behind those dog-like beasts? Something like a pack leader? Do I have to defeat that guy to make the others stop? If he continued to waste energy on these smaller beasts, then when meeting with the stronger one, assuming there actually was one, he would eventually lose out. Logan tried to find another beast, but to no avail. The cycle continued and Logan knew something had to change. He had only 10 blasts left in his blaster before he had to recharge it. Then he would have to start fighting the beasts with his bare hands. Trying the same thing and getting no result, Logan decided to run away from where the beasts were located. They were quite fast and eventually 3 stayed on his tail. One of them was running across the top of the junk pile, and when it caught up to Logan in his speed suit and was side by side, it leapt up in the air going for the attack. Here I thought you were smarter. You should have learned from your brethren that once you're in the air, it just makes it easier to hit you. Logan thought. With a headshot, the beast was dead. But that's when Logan noticed that the other 2 had stopped following him. To be more precise, both of them stood on top of the junk piles and just looked at him. That's strange, they have been following me for a while. So why stop now? Logan wondered. Is this the end of their territory? Will I get somewhere else if I go in that direction? At first he kept his eye on them, taking a few careful steps back, yet they continued to just stare at him. Taking it one step further, he showed his back to them, taking a few more steps, before quickly turning around, having expected them to follow, but nothing of that sort had happened. In fact, one of them seemed to have gone back, whereas the sole remaining one was looking from Logan to his partner, as if trying to decide who to follow. In the end, he decided against Logan. As such, Logan walked through the junkyard, but all of the pieces of scrap that were around seemed to be useless. He couldn't really make anything from them unless he activated his soul weapon, and that seemed like a waste. After unsuccessfully searching for about an hour, Logan was starting to wonder why he hadn't seen anything else. He had been sure to encounter another type of monster, but after scanning for signs of life, the AI had found nothing at all. He decided that he had no choice but to turn around and head back to where the hounds were. I must have missed something. Upon returning, he was unable to see the hounds, but stepping 1 foot into the area he was in before, and the piles of junk started to move again, realigning the dogs. Immediately they started to go after him. Let's test this, Logan thought, turning back and running around. Then when they reached the same point as last time, they stopped again. This is the only place with beasts that I've been able to find nearby, and those dogs, for whatever reason they stop there each time. I know that this isn't the territory of something else, so they must have some reason for not wanting to move too far away. Are they protecting something? Richard had to have a reason for putting me here in the teleporter and not the rest of the planet. Something has to be there, Logan concluded. Running in again, Logan quickly blasted the guard dogs, and dealt with them quickly. Running through going deeper into the area he was in before, he was met with even more dogs. Now there was a group of 5 surrounding him. He fired off his blasters and a few shots missed while one managed to hit. For the first time they had gotten up close, so he immediately swung out his arm, allowing the dog to bite it. The metal casing around it fell off, revealing Logan's Dalky hand. The next second Logan used his great strength to swing the dog into the others, hitting them away, but at the same time his blasters had run out. On top of that, when he looked back up, as quick as he dealt with 5 of them, he could see another 5, and more coming from a distance. I've never seen this many beasts in a single area before, and I already killed so many of them. How are there so many? Logan thought, desperately thinking that perhaps there was another teleporter somewhere in the area. Logan ran in again. He was down to his last remaining backup crystal, and he would rather keep it from his suits. As such, he resorted to using his Dalky arm, yet the numbers of the dogs attacking him grew to 20. Logan changed the spiders from a speed suit into a defensive suit. It was sort of blocking most of the attacks, and with his arm he could deal with them in a couple of hits. They were no match against a Dalky, but even then the numbers weren't decreasing and somehow they were increasing the further in he got. Even with the Dalky arm, I'm gonna tire out eventually. They'll be able to get through to my armor. It doesn't look like there are stronger beasts than those. Do I just have to fight an army of them? Will it even stop if I kill 1,000 of them? You could have told me something more, Eno. Logan was frustrated, and taking out his frustration he continued to defeat the dogs. It certainly was a tough battle, but it seemed more like a battle of endurance rather than strength. What was more frustrating for Logan was that even though he was racking his head trying to figure out how to solve this, he just lacked vital information about what the ancient vampire wanted from him. Fine, you want to test me out on my strength, then so be it, Logan thought, as he dived right into one of the junk piles and immediately pressed his hand against it. Activating his soul weapon, he soon could control all the metallic components, giving them minds similar to machines. For a lack of time, he forewent turning them into spiders first, and instead he started to turn the surrounding junk into 3 giant snakes. Get rid of them, Logan shouted, and the giant snakes quickly followed their master's command. With their sheer size they were easily able to take out what felt like the endless wave of dogs. Now with some guards on his side, Logan had some breathing space. He started to go to all the piles of rubbish in the nearby area and created more giant snakes out of them. His MC cells would soon run out without any beast crystals to utilize their power, but that's when Logan discovered something. All of the dogs seemed to originate from one particular trash pile, and they also seemed reluctant to leave it, despite the incoming snakes. So I was right, they're really protecting something, and whatever it is, it has to be in there. Ordering a couple of the giant trash snakes he had created, they started to attack, and Logan himself got involved fighting them as well. Eventually all of those surviving the trash pile were destroyed. Using his ability again, instead of creating something from it, he decided to move it to the side, and that's when Logan could see it. Something looked to be growing out of the ground, similar to a giant hand, but what struck his eye was what it was holding. A crystal. It didn't seem like a beast crystal, yet at the same time it did. Staring into its pattern, it looked like a crystal made from space itself. Walking up to it, Logan touched it out of curiosity. Just to be safe, he touched it with his Dalky hand, but nothing happened. Carefully, he started to yank the crystal out from the ground. Surprisingly, it had been rooted more strongly than he had anticipated, forcing him to use all of his strength. In an instant, howls from all over were heard at the same time. "What is going on?" Logan asked. "What you have in your hand is one of the secrets of the world, knowledge that the humans once had lost." Tuning back around, Logan could see an Eno clone standing behind the strange hand. Logan wondered how and when he had gotten there, or if he had been hiding the whole time. It was hard to tell if it was the same or a different clone. "What is it?" Logan asked, more interested in the crystal than the antics of the old man. "This is what you would call a nest crystal, something even more valuable than a demon tier crystal. It's the lifeblood of certain planets, and it's what it used to create beasts." The clone then held out his hand, offering it to Logan. "You have successfully passed the test. Are you ready to learn more about this world?"